through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them man are weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
about time to get it. It's about time, I forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Creo que va a ser una partida muy divertida también.
Consigue la baja, pone 4 en contra de 5, pero momentáneamente 5 en contra de 5, se queda 1 en contra de 4 y no queda tiempo para hacer absolutamente nada.
We can beat all these guys, and we've been so close to beating nearly all of them, you know.
Bastante rápido, Seven una vez más, con el 3 en contra de 4, TSM tiene la ventaja con 2 jugadores ahora.
Igualmente por la zona, dejando los puede llegar sobrando, viene de frente, le pone 1!
Mas individualmente falando, eu não tenho medo de ninguém. Eu acho que o time também não tem medo de ninguém. Os caras são como a gente.
VCT cambió de posición, Paika sube, mira vos, sale con Cordina, está como loco, aguanta el 6, ¿podrás ir sumando?
Que sigue el manito, 3 eliminaciones y quiere la cuarta.
Nosotros como equipo sabemos que si estamos nosotros en un mood así perfecto, le podemos ganar a cualquier equipo.
Lo querían llegar, pero todavía queda allí con la visual. Y ahora a ver si lo puede hacer. Estaba cebando con el castigo en contra de Tom. ¡Sí! Si lo puede encontrar, quedaba contenido. Dantedeus com o castigo, perfeito!
E é isso, eu acho que vai ser um ótimo confronto. Os dois times têm violência muito bom. E vai ser divertido jogar contra eles.
Enrique que podría aprovecharlo, sigue para Bielsa, 2 en contra de 1.
Toca la espalda, que con un poquito, ¡ay! Está pensando en hermoso.
Gante renueva igualmente la Flash, Santos ya se va a ir por 3.
We're going into this match ready, excited, and just kind of ready to punch our ticket to the #1 seed.
Desplegar los agarros cegados, grandes oportunidades, termina atrapando a 2 y aprovecha, perfecta por punta. Y igualmente las intenciones y cuidado con este cuello de botella. Se lleva el primero, consigue el segundo, y hasta...
It's the final day of group stage play, and all but one of the playoff spots are still up for grabs. Yesterday, the top seeds from each region all won out against their domestic counterparts. Currently, 3 teams sit at an even 2-2 record, while TSM and VALORANT both currently sit at 1-3. Today's slate of matchups could potentially leave us with 5 teams having 2-3 records, meaning tiebreakers across the board. While it's unlikely that all of those pieces fall in line, the fact that it's possible is a testament to just how close tournament play has been, and how unfortunate it would be to say goodbye to 2 of these teams before playoffs begin. It cannot be stressed enough though how important a win for each and every team this week is, as everyone outside of M80 are still playing for their tournament lives.
It's time to find out which teams are going to make it to playoffs in Ascension and which teams are going to get eliminated after today. It's all chaos, it's all disaster, but it's so much fun. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascension Americas. I'm going to be your host for today, Dryad, and today, once again, I'm joined by a very special analyst desk. I'm joined by Roy and Emily. And guys, we talked about it yesterday. Now we get the chance to continue talking about it today. Today is going to be a mess. Nobody's out of the contention for playoffs just yet, Emily, but I mean, we don't know how it's going to play out. We can have a quintuple, a tie. Things can get really, really crazy.
Yeah, usually the last day of groups is kind of boring because it's already set in stone of who's going to move forward. But not today. It's going to be really exciting because literally every match matters. It might come down to multiple tiebreakers like we saw in the video, which means that every round is going to count. So for today, especially our first match, a win is needed from VALORANT.
There's the teams that are trying to get those wins and the teams that depend on having the win to have a chance. It's not even a guarantee, and that is specifically Roy, TSM, and VALORANT. They need this win to have a chance. They're still not guaranteed if they're going to make it to playoffs. So now they're going to depend on the results from everybody else.
Yeah, if you're viewing this from home, this is pretty much simple. If you end today with 1 win, you're not making it to playoffs. If you have 2 wins, you have a chance to make it. If you have 3 wins and above, you are pretty much guaranteed a spot into the playoff section. So that is the TLDR. Of course, we have VALORANT coming up here first against Reta. That should be a very good match. And obviously, I could not stress this enough, and we cannot stress this enough, that every single match matters today, and even the round differentials matter so much.
Especially because, like you said, if you get 3 wins or more, then you're guaranteed playoffs. But there's a chance that we can have a lot of these teams, and every single team that is not M80 ending with 2 wins after today. So it would be all down to the maps, and things, like we said before, can get really messy. But this are going to be the matches that we're going to look at today. Is going to be Reta going against VALORANT, 2-game going against M80, and their last match of the day is going to be All Knights against TSM. As we mentioned before, for a lot of these teams, they're not going to only depend on themselves and their own results, but until the very last match they're going to be watching to see if they can make it. And that's a very strong possibility, Emily.
It is, and I'm really, my eyes are on the first and the very last match of the TSM and Galores matches, because these teams are both the ones that are sitting at 1 and 3 currently, so their neck is really on the line, not only to qualify for playoffs, but just to prove themselves that they are better than the results that they've already put in through, which I do think that they are as well. There's a lot of factors that came into play for how their matches turned out, but today is the day where we're gonna find out who moves forward to playoffs.
Well, let's find out what we had to say about it, because let's take a look at those predictions. I think yesterday the only one that I got right was the M80 win, because you can always trust that M80 is going to get those wins. But for the other ones, I got wrong. Any thoughts here, Roy? Are we sticking to this? Are we changing it like yesterday? I feel like everything makes sense. I'm happy with mine with All Nights Last.
Yeah, I dig yours. But listen, I can only speak for myself right now. I'm the least loyal predictor ever. Okay, my opinion will constantly change throughout a tournament, and I'm not ashamed of it, because we saw the way Galores has been playing in their last match. I really dig in their new kind of flavor. They know their position is compromised. They need to step up, and they have been stepping up. And I think I'm kind of favoring Galores in this first matchup.
What are you thinking, Emily? Are you sticking with Galores here?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I'm loyal. I'm gonna stick to Galores. I don't know about my last pick with TSM though. I don't know. They haven't been able to close out some of the games where they should have been closing out. So I'll stick with TSM just because I really want NA to move forward in playoffs, obviously, but it's gonna be a really tough game for them.
It's not going to be easy for sure, especially when you're going against All Nights, and that is why it's going to depend so much on what version of these teams we're going to be seeing today. So things are going to be continuing to be so exciting, and as we said before, not only for the teams, but for you guys, if you're rooting for one of those teams that you see towards the beginning of the day or towards the end of the day, you're going to have to stick around to find out if they're going to make it through, if things are going to get messy, if it's going to go down to the maps or something else, even the rounds, it could even go down to that. But let's find out what the players have to say before today.
No, es seguro que tengo mucha margen a mejorar, porque nuestro equipo a cada partida ha mejorado mucho, y la verdad es que todos los campeonatos, el equipo que es campeón es el equipo que más evoluye durante todo el torneo. Entonces, obviamente que como jugador también voy a evoluir mucho en ese aspecto. Yo creo que va a ser una partida muy difícil, porque ellos están en una situación complicada que necesitan ganar hoy y ganar mañana. Entonces, si pierden hoy, mañana vão chegar para jogar sem propósito, vão chegar a jogar libres, sueltos, porque no tienen presión. Entonces, va a ser la partida más difícil del torneo para nosotros, porque es un equipo que no tiene nada a perder y nosotros sí. Sato es muy bueno, ya estoy acostumbrado a jugar con él. Ano passado jogamos muitas vezes contra, minha primeira LAN joguei contra ele. Então, creio que vai ser uma partida muito divertida também. Eu estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu finalmente conseguir a nossa primeira vitória aqui no Ascension. Eu acho que foi um passo muito importante para a gente. Se a gente conseguir chegar nos playoffs e ganhar a próxima partida, eu acho que nossa performance vai melhorar muito por causa desse step up inicial. Eu acho que é um time muito forte, por ser CDO do Latam. Eles conseguiram ganhar da AK de novo, que foi um time que a gente teve problemas na última partida. Mas eu acho que é um jogo possível, e depois da gente ter ganhado a primeira partida, eu acho que nada mais é impossível. Eu acho que o Snowzy é um jogador muito bom, eu admiro ele por causa da sua habilidade com o Operator. E é isso, eu acho que vai ser um ótimo confronto. Os dois times têm duelistas muito bons e vai ser divertido jogar contra eles.
Snowzine and Sato giving a lot of respect to each other. They know each other very well. As Snowzine was saying, that was the first line that he played. It was against Sato, so players that know each other so well. Also, both of them being Brazilian, one playing for a Brazilian organization, the other one playing for a Latin American organization, and trying to get the win today to have a chance on the side of Galores and to guarantee your spot in playoffs on the side of Retarroy.
Yeah, I mean, this match, again, the players have said it. Part of the video was recorded yesterday, so he was saying that Galores needed their win yesterday, and they actually, in fact, did get the win yesterday. So today, it's going to be there is a lot on the line. There's no playing for nothing. Both of these teams need this win. Again, I really want to reiterate that. Galores need this win. Reta will definitely solidify their position in the playoffs if they get this. So again, a lot is on the line. But I think for me, the best part about this match, besides the stakes, is the fact that these teams are very evenly matched. They have similar team structures. They have a similar style. And I think it's going to be, at minimum, a very, very entertaining and high-level VALORANT match.
This is what we should be expecting from this match between Reta and Galores. A reminder for everybody as well, these are the #1 seeds of Brazil and Latin America now going against each other on our last day of the group stage to find out who's going to make it to playoffs, who's going to have a chance to make it. And as we see it right at the bottom, it's going to be, it gets really... It's really confusing, so I don't want to tell you all the possibilities and everything that Galores needs to do and what everybody else needs to do. Let's see if Galores they get that win first, and then we'll talk about it. Emily.
Yeah, and just recapping from yesterday too, this was Galores' first win of the tournament, and also both of the teams that we're going to watch right now first had a win yesterday. A player that has been shining for all of us, I think, is Luxo. Luxo's right there at the top of the rankings for multiple different categories. This is a player who I think has been the most consistent. This is one of my favorite players to watch throughout this tournament as well. KDA of 1.8, he's #1 in multiple categories as well, and I think this is the player that everybody needs to watch out for, Roy, because we were saying yesterday, if you want a chance at winning, you're gonna have to eliminate Luxo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's a hot take at this point, but I genuinely believe that this is one of the best, if not the best player in the league right now. He is very consistent. His level of impact statistically is not just high, but his impact on the game, his impact on the wins for his team have been insane. It's been so consistent, and just the level of play that he's at, the level of confidence, considering he's one of the younger players in the tournament, is just, it's madness, guys.
I feel like we could make a championship winning VCT team with a lot of the players that we have in Ascension, with a mix of everything that we're seeing, all of the duelists popping off, the controllers, the IGLs. I mean, the talent is insane to see, and it goes beyond Luxo for this team. It goes further, Emily, because we have Rod as well that has been doing so good, and it's maybe one of the players that we haven't had the chance to talk about too much.
Yeah, Rude is one that we haven't had the opportunity to talk about, and so that's why I kind of want to talk about him right now, because he played very well yesterday, particularly in the game versus 2G, which was their regional opponents, played both Omen and Killjoy, and Rude just stepped up to the plate yesterday for me, came in with a KDA of 2, and just came in clutch for his team. I saw that he was getting multiple kills of just with his molly placements, which I thought was really cool. He really thought outside of the box, but maybe it's because he knew his opponents. It was his regional opponents he was playing against. But either way, this is a player yesterday that shined that we haven't seen shine so far throughout the tournament. So I'm really happy for Rude, and hopefully he takes that on momentum today.
It seems like Galores, they were just waiting for that moment, waiting for that chance. And it was just perfect because they were going against a team that they knew so well on 2 game. They were able to take them down. And now it seems like, as Sato was saying in that interview, they're able to learn from that, learn from also their previous matches, the first ones that didn't really go their way, Roy, to now move forward and face this Reta. But let's talk about this Reta squad because they're also very good. We've seen, honestly, a little bit of inconsistency coming through for them. But when it came to the real test yesterday, of are they going to win once again against All Knights, they were able to do so, and they were able to look even better than we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, I think their growth throughout this tournament has been pretty much unquestionable, to be honest. They've definitely shown improvement from game to game. Their opening matches were not the best, but ever since then, they've had a pretty solid performance. Even in their losses, they have been relatively close. So I think their growth is definitely unquestionable. But I also do want to talk about the fact that the 3 players that have really stepped up throughout this tournament, and these are players that we highlighted, and this is what we were expecting for them, was that Nagzet, Delzik, and Soother. All 3 of these players, obviously Snowzine is also in the conversation, but specifically these 3 players that are on the supportive roles have been stepping up in their last few matches, and because of that fact, they've been getting results.
Yeah, you mentioned 3 players, and I feel like this is a team where all of the players shine. It's an equal value. It's not one star player to me. But their attack side yesterday was fun to watch because they are strong in their map control. That's what I noticed. And maybe it's the support players that you said that really assist in being successful for that. But they're a team that forces the map control, that forces pressure, and I think that's what really works for them. Nags that we have on the screen, man, this is a player that just comes in clutch. If this person's last alive, you know that they're gonna be the person that takes the win for them. And I don't know, I just think that going +12 on Killjoy is not easy, Dryad.
It's insane what Nexus has been doing, and honestly, I feel like ever since he left and he got dropped from crew, he's been having this learning and training arc that we see getting the results now. I mean, he's going crazy. We saw one of the stats of the impact that he's having on this Killjoy, and it's completely unmatched, Roy, to what everybody else is doing on this agent. An agent that you always think, oh, it's playing back. Yeah, it has a great impact, but it's not something that you're always going to see being too flashy. But for Nexus, oh, it has been flashy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the style of mastery, right? Is the fact that you can balance both styles. You can be that passive anchor, you can be the passive information that your team needs, but whenever your team also needs a risk, whenever we're down, whenever, you know, we're getting pressured on the map, you are willing to take things into your own hands. And I think that is the charm of Reta. That is their superpowers. They have so many players that are experienced in so many different parts of the map that they always have some kind of flow on the macro side, so they're always able to control, and that's why they look so strong in the mid rounding, is because they have all these players that are experienced and are vocal, that can take over the round at any given time.
Well, let's talk about the other Chilean on this team, and that is Suther. He is also been one of the difference makers on this side of Reta, and in a very different way. But I feel like it's still in our minds the 2 clutches that he got on that map of, it was Lotus, where he was going insane, closing out the pistol, securing the rounds when they were phasing and mating, and that is something that not anybody can do, especially when you are phasing and mating, that team that continues to be undefeated. So I'm elite. I think it's great to see this guy shine too.
Oh my gosh, yeah. 2.5 KDA on a Viper? That is rare to see, is it not? That's crazy. It's insane. And he's also been consistent throughout the whole groups. And I think one thing about Suther is his timing as a lurk on Viper. This is a chef's kiss in my opinion, because he finds those crucial picks when situations are looking grim. And he's able to get multiple kills too, which I think really amplifies his KDA here. But either way, you can trust in Suther to get that lurk in.
Yeah, and another thing that you don't really see on the screen right here is his clutch percentages, which are also really good. I mean, in their match versus M80, this was one of the players that made them look like absolute amateurs. This guy was closing against some of the best closers in the league and making it look so easy and so consistent.
Yes.
So, I mean, the fact that they have this player who is young, putting up numbers, finding timings, and clutching, like, that has to be a very valuable asset to the team.
It's nice to have. It's nice to have this team that seems to be very complete in every single way, with experience, with clutchers, with the initiators, and everybody else starting those rounds on the duelist role, as we've seen for his nose in. But let's jump into the Zippo map select. Let's find out where we're going to be headed for today on a match that matters more than ever. The teams had to think about this one a lot, Roy, and let's find out where we're going to be headed. First map, Ascent. Yesterday we were saying yesterday was the first day that we saw Ascent so far, and now we get to see it 2 times.
Yeah, I mean, that is the cookie cutter map of VALORANT. It is the most vanilla. It is the most basic flavor. Everyone's very well versed on this map. There hasn't really been that crazy of developments, and even the development that has happened, which is the deadlock composition, we're not really seeing it that much in this tournament. So I think we're gonna expect some just tame, good old VALORANT, and it's gonna come down to fundamentals and just good mid rounding.
Are you surprised by this? Were you expecting this, Emily? The Ascent bind, and for the last one, the decider of Icebox?
No, actually, at the beginning of the day, I was kind of predicting, what maps are they going to pick and ban? And I put Ascent as one of the ones for them to pick because, like Roy was just saying, we saw them play it yesterday for the first time. And this kind of really showcased their ability to adapt in mid-round. And I think that's where they shine. They're a team that's going to run down the clock and keep you guessing, and Ascent was a really good map pick.
And it will always go back to the duelist head-to-head that we've talked about, and we got to see the players talk about each other just a little bit for Sato and Snowsin, how they're going to play on Ascent. I mean, Sato was giving a lot of respect to Snowsin's operator, Roy, so I think that's going to be crucial on this map of Ascent, and even that last decider of Icebox that I feel like we could go to.
Yeah, I mean, before we talk about Icebox, I do want to mention the fact that Galoris has not shown this map in this tournament so far. So yeah, they might run a tame composition, but maybe their approach, maybe their style is still kind of an unknown factor, which plays a little bit into the Brazilian hands here. But to touch just to touch on the op thing, I think the Ascent has been historically a map that has been dominated by the jet operas, right? There's just so many nooks and crannies that they can play in, so many off angles, and just so many ways to find timings and get set up on angles. I think that's definitely going to be a factor in this map.
Well, we talked about Ascent, we talked about Icebox as well, and the way that those play out. Emily, what about this map of Bind? Because it is actually pretty different compared to the first and the third one. So I don't know how it can play out in the cap too.
He always wants to say in this show, you're not getting paid, get out of here.
Bind as a second map, to me, that's telling me that Galoris has a game plan of being aggressive. This is a team that I think shines when they're trying to overwhelm, and so Reta has a really good idea of how they want to take an area. So for Bind, this is going to disrupt their game plan. So I think it's going to really matter what they decide to do early on and how they can get the pace rolling for them, because they're going to need the momentum. But Bind is a good pick for them. I think we could go all 3 maps. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, honestly, I thought about that's how it was going to go yesterday for a lot of these teams. And the only map 3 that we saw was the M80 TSM. The other ones, I was like, wait, this is not right. It should have gone to a third map. But I mean, the favorite teams were winning those favorite matches. So Roy, do we think is he gonna go to a third map?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to remind us, these are the #1 seeds of their regions, right? So I would definitely expect, I would not be surprised if we saw a third map. I think even if we don't see a third map, I think all the maps will be extremely close. Again, I do want to reiterate the fact that these teams are probably the most stylistically similar teams. They set up very specific players. They have very clutch support players. They have very clutch sentinel players. The way they play, their pacing, their tempo, it's all very similar. And even their compositions are very similar as well.
Another reason why I think it's going to go all 3 maps is because we heard in the interview beforehand of Reta saying that they think that this is going to be one of the hardest matchups of the entire groups for them. Agreed. Because this is, reminder, go hard or go home style match. So it's going to be a head-to-head battle of your spot for the playoff.
I'm not even gonna bring the cat out at him. He just wants to analyze. He just wants to analyze, and Roy doesn't let him. That's so crazy. Rude. He has things to say about Reta and Galoris too. Come on.
Yeah, he does not stop stalking, let me tell you guys. But no, again, I do want to talk about Ascent. Let's go back to Ascent, okay? Because again, there is a level of Reta just played this map. We kind of have an idea of how they're approaching it, but now Galoris has their kind of the element of surprise on this first map. Which, to be honest, a part of me is surprised that Reta would pick this map at first, especially when they're not going to be getting the defense side on it. So I think there's going to be a lot of battling happening on this first map, and if they're going to need some kind of strong start to get that confidence rolling going into the second side.
Well, it seems like it's time to see the teams walk onto the stage one last time in the group stage, and maybe one last time for one of them. Who knows? But it's a match that is very intense between the two. Both of them saying that they need to play with everything they have, the improvements and the growth that they've had. This is the time to show it. This is the time to show that it's not only one good match, it's one good tournament that you're going to have and make it all the way till the end. But before we get started, just a reminder for everybody, there's going to be a giveaway on the side of Blacklight. They're giving away the ultimate gaming chair, so you can scan the QR code or check that message that's pinned in the chat to find out how you can get one of those chairs. And now, as we go back into the conversation, I want to get a little more specific on this map of Ascent and emulate something that Sato was saying, is that Snowzen's operator is really good, and Ascent, we're more than likely going to be seeing that operator. How do you deal around an operator that is so good as Sato is praising Snowzen to be?
Ooh, that's a good question. What I would call as an in-game leader is just really, you're gonna have to burn a lot of util. Honestly, you're gonna have to get him out of those typical op angles, in my opinion. And yesterday, watching them too, there wasn't really a lot of mid control. There wasn't a lot of mid presence at all, both on defense and attacking side. So this might be something that they change up today, because if the opponents were watching them yesterday, they might think that's a weakness. So, you know, it's all about mind games here. So definitely burning util, Roy, I think, is the best way to get rid of the opera angles.
Yeah, and definitely agree, but I do want to talk about the fact that All Knights did not really push Reta to the limit on this map. They really were not mid-routing to the usual level that they do. And I think a lot of the issues that might be apparent, or like our Reta's strengths that might be apparent to us, were probably not as strong as we think because they weren't pushed in the right way, especially on the attacking side by All Knights. So I think Galores, they have not shown that weakness. They've shown very strong mid-rounding. They've shown very strong openers as well. And I think they're going to be pushing Reta a little bit better than All Knights did yesterday on this map.
Okay, it is actually time this time that we get to see the players walk onto the stage. For Galores, they need to win this match. It's a now or never situation for them. They need to get at least that second win, and then they're going to depend on the results for everybody else. Now, on the side of Reta, it's a little different. They win this match, they're in 100% on playoffs. They're going to get one of the 4 spots for playoffs. But if they lose, they're still not out of the tournament. They're going to depend on the results of everybody else, just like Galores winning this. So there's a couple things here. None of them are in or out just yet, and it's going to depend on what they're going to be able to do today, Roy.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the do or die for Galores. They're really going to have to step up. They do not want regrets. That is the worst feeling as a competitor. Lay it all on the table. If you lose, you lose. But if at least you played your hearts out, and that's all we can do. Huddles for the vibes, calms for the vibes. And that is also, I think one thing I love about Reta as well is Snauzine's always smiling, whether they're losing, whether the situation is looking dire. It's all smiles on that team's side. So I think that's great as well.
You can tell how much it matters for them to get these wins and to make it to playoffs as well, to make it a little bit closer to their dream of making it to VCT, to playing in Americas next year, Emily. And they're very close to doing so, just a few matches away, but they need to take it match by match and round by round specifically today.
Oh yeah, it takes so much out of every person that's here playing in this tournament. You have to sacrifice so much with your friends and family, and just really live and breathe Valorant. And we just heard them chanting, and I love that because that just kind of, intimidates your opponents. But now we have the agent select.
This is fun. This is fun. Bro, you were talking about this. You talked about, we haven't seen a deadlock on this map, although it's been a meta that we've seen more and more internationally. Well, guess what? Galores is running it.
Yeah, and they're starting with the defense side as well. So this is going to be super interesting. I think Galores is, they're coming in with a good game plan. They have the double senti on the defense side of Ascent. I think if Reta has not experienced this in the server, or if they have not had, previous experiences dealing with this composition, I think they might struggle a lot on their attack side.
How hard is it going to be, though? On the side of Reta, you want to play your own game, but this deadlock, sometimes, Emily, it just does not let you play your own game.
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with Roy. If they haven't had too many reps versus a deadlock, then they're going to unfortunately struggle here. This is going to be a very interesting match.
I'm excited with this composition that Galores is pulling up on the map of Ascent, and Reta going with that standard that has been one where they found success with in the past. Let's find out who gets a win of this map number 1 with their casters is Shift and Vance.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one here. And I think the thing is, we weren't really sure what to expect. Last time that Galores did play this map, they did run this composition. That was after a long stretch of running what has been the only composition we often see in this map, fans. And it was a mixed bag of results. A lot of the losses were close, like 13-10s, 13-11s. But, switching to the deadlock provided them success in the first time they tried it, but that was 2 months ago.
That's right, and that means it's not unfamiliar territory here for Reta. And again, as Dendry was mentioning before, in North America, this is pretty much coined by their Turtle Troop / Dead Zone.
Sure.
That started things off, and then everybody was starting to study this because it looks so dominant. But we'll talk about that in a bit. There's already early aggression happening towards middle as Galores, despite playing double senti, they want to fight for heavy mid control.
Yeah, this is interesting to say the least. And let's be honest, when we were watching this Gals team play earlier, they do love to try to get aggressive in weird ways. So we're already seeing Galores try to do that immediately. But not a lot of contest here. Reta just going to hold off just a touch, seeing that there would be a battle at mid if they want it. And instead, after that recon dart had kind of expired, they're going to take their focus back over towards A, where the barrier mesh has already expired.
And that's what makes sense. You place that wall on that side, super strong in the pistol round. You converge towards the middle because you have an active camera from Rude watching B main. So Reta did a great job. One of the key points you want to do here, playing against a deadlock off, is identify the wall if it's coming out right away.
Yep.
If it is, you can just wait it out, explode back into a site where you're seeing it now. Urango's solo on A.
Yeah, good knife also coming through means that there is no opportunity for Urango hold on for too much. Luke Show, just as the door starts to close, a couple of taps going through, but none of them connecting for damage. So that's enough for Suther to get on. Find himself the plant. Owl Drone scouting out that, yep, Reyta are fully here. Paranoia at the ready. That will connect. That should be the go call. It just comes down to can they actually get through at the same time, because there's a lot of smoke on top of the site, and Reyta are really doing a nice job of controlling all the area denied. Just down to Evil for the last. And well, he's gotten at least entry back on towards site. The problem is there are still 3 Reyta members in hell, and it's not looking all that positive for this Crossfire setup. Rude able to get one, but yeah, nothing more beyond that. The Crossfire too strong, Vance.
And it's a great start. At least I said that it was huge here for Galores because they had a set plan, already invested it into a Paranoia. You still had the grab net available too, where when you look at the aspect of it on the pistol round, it looked like it was going to be all right. Well, Urango was going to get flooded, but he wanted to give up the site so that he could actually go for a trap play, recon dart along with the Paranoia, hoping to trap some players, net some players, and then flood back in. And it seems as though in the post plan, though, that Reyta identified that already and played outside of those areas and really focused down towards that double stack towards Hell, the crossfire from main, because Nagzed's watching that flank, and it was just good positioning in the post plan.
Also, something learned about that barrier mesh being thrown early. You see now all of a sudden with weapon advantage, Reyta trying to move very aggressively in towards A without even worrying about any of the utility that could be placed later on. Knife is also going to impede this defense just a touch, as Nags just by himself gets aggressive through tree. That's going to get punished, so it's just a pistol upgrade, but that's enough information for Reyta to say we're fine with the 4v4. Let's back up and see if we can find success somewhere else.
Exactly, and Nagzed walking in alone with a ghost. That's understandable, right? The Knife already spotted 2 players towards the A side. He got 1 pick towards tree, so they know the stack was there towards the A site. And the grab net gets thrown, the barrier mesh gets thrown right away, as you can see, towards the B main, as soon as the call was there for Galores that the rotate came out from the A site. But a lot of time has already been passed. This barrier mesh is going to be a lot weaker, and it's going to be easier here for Reyta to break this open and just go through. So you'll do the audio cue, bring that orb up for Suther, and just explode in the site where there's actually still a Cypher trips available.
Oh, and the timing of Urango nearly catches this entire offense on the cross over towards the backside of the sidewalk, but not going to turn out. And again, you wouldn't have expected too much action to unfold in favor of the defense when you're just dealing with a couple of classics. So, and
exactly that. So far, so good for Reyta. I mean, they didn't look they were challenged in a post plan, neither on their entry and neither on the gamble stack that Galores started at the very beginning that was read quite correctly by the defensive side. And that's something here that I agree that what Roy was mentioning on the desk. Reyta, when they played against All Night yesterday on Ascent, they weren't challenged as much. There was like, we talked about Ascent being a map where you have to burn a lot of utility, and all that All Nights were doing was burning the clock without really breaking the util over Reyta on the defense. And that means that you didn't have a chance to really see Reyta play on the attack too much because of that result, because Reyta was just dominating on their side on defense. So this is still a great call for this team now of LATAM to take Ascent to their side, because there's still that ace under the sleeve that shows that they haven't showed their correct play style on the attack side of Ascent yet that now Galores has to pay attention to.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. And it's one of those situations that, again, it's just a random happenstance of how the recent results have kind of come through. But yeah, I think it is important to note that there are some hidden gems here in terms of what we might be able to see. The other side of things, talking about this Galores squad is, when we saw them play over the last couple of days, they really resort on Sato and Luxo playing well. If they don't have good games, this team really falters. So that's another part of it. Barrier mesh down, Shock Dart chunking a lot of this offense over towards the front side at B. Grab net also into play. I think it's a little bit deep, though. It does hold off a couple of members, plus the reveal is good. Sato turns that into a free first blood.
Great start. Trades are coming through as well, and Evil Kick is going to be flooded towards that back. 3 pairs now coming through. It's going to be difficult. Wow. So at least get 1.
Yeah, 1 is incredible for him. Again, this is just a bonus, but it was a formidable bonus at that for Reyta. So Luxo, Sato, all able to clean things up. And again, that's the power of Deadlock. You just read where it's coming from. The barrier mesh is down. The Shock Dart hits for some good chunkage. Then all of a sudden you got the grab that gets placed behind it, splits up the offense. Easy pickings from there.
And they had the right numbers towards that site on that B site to do the trap play. Very similar to how they were trying to activate on a retake towards the A site. Instead of flooding now, you have the right numbers, so now you could slow players down when you do have Urango at the right spot here, as is Deadlock, to really not give a chance for players to get through past That's the dash that Snowzine's trying to do for Reta to gain space towards this B site. So very nice start, at least on the gun round to Valorous to make it clean. And Reta, though, you mentioned it, it was a bonus round that they had. They're going to have a very strong buy. And because of the previous rounds that they focused so much on Zuther, on the amount of kills, assists, and plants that he's getting, and orbs, they have an ult command to work with.
Yes. Could be massive in terms of shutting down the potential of that deadlock. But look at the positioning. Galorous are just not holding by any of the front doors. They're going to put a sensor on really both the main entryways to both the sites. Barrier mesh at B will fade, but the deadlock's going to stay alive through this. And you got to keep in mind that grab net can be thrown over the top of these walls pretty easily. So there is the opportunity to still assist, even if the Null Command does get popped over towards A. Opening spam shots do land for half the health of Sato, and he's forced into the action. Not a great opening start here for the Galorous defense, including the follow-up from Nags at mid-map.
Very easily done by Reta. They just decide to go for that push when Nags called that wall coming down and didn't see any type of utility through. There was no pressure coming across, and it's going to stay quiet. They know now that Galorous is trying to play turtled up within that site. So Reta came in with that utility that they're good with to create that space, and look at Nags that just anchoring it down. Yes, he gets picked off, but that's good enough. He's like, oh, these guys are falling back just to try to save their weapons, because unfortunately going into giving too much space for Reta to work with, you're now playing into a gamble of hoping your anchor players, being one or two players, hoping to get like 2 or 3 to make the comeback possible and the retake possible. You see the end result though. Reta, easy pickings, easy take, and now the last 2 players of Rude and Urango, they have no choice but to save.
And the other part about that is, again, because they were able to isolate so quickly onto Sato, Null Command never gets spent, so you still have that. Possibly, again, just to kind of keep this play from Urango deeper in towards the middle of the map, if not behind the sites. Important to note, you know, again, we talked about the fact that Galorous has played this composition once. They did it versus the 7 in their regional grand finals. Important to note there that Urango was 10-4 on defense, but 9-8 on attack. So, you know, again, just kind of showing the effectiveness of this agent in particular. This is, again, Galorous looking at it saying, we need to come across with 7 rounds on defense to feel good about this composition overall.
Yeah, I agree. When you're looking at the deadlock in your composition, a lot of fans and people who watch this game will also consider deadlock being very good into your attack hits, because she could actually really block the line of not only sites, but the line of control and blocking lanes for players to prevent them from flip back within the site. But what's important here is when you're playing a defensive side, you would think that, okay, you're playing 2 sentis, so you can just anchor up all the time, but it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
And you can already see when they started things off here at the beginning of this round, if you paid attention to that radar, is once that wall gets placed towards B main and Urango kind of like rotates over to help out towards the A side, when that barrier mesh is about to drop, it's actually Evil Kick that rotated over towards that B side so that they could use Silva utility to try to get timings on Recon Darts or Owl Drone at the minute mark. The reason why he hasn't used any of that to try to confirm that there was nobody lurking or trying to hit towards that B site is because they still had an active Cypher camera right in the middle of Pizza that could kind of really see like into the dash, the audio cues. And again, you're trying to just react on information that you're going to get a little bit more passively than you could when you're going to try to activate a little bit more of that Silva. So Evil Kick, I think at this point, after this timeout, will have to have that responsibility to really try to pinpoint where the defaulting is happening for Reta, because you know the playstyle is going to be very slow when you're playing the attack side against 2 sentis.
Yeah, again, and that's the thing about it, is you have to get the intel, or you just deny it immediately to make sure there's no abilities that can be spent. To say this is an interesting call here. Null Command was immediately popped, but you can see obviously this is just a fake. I thought for maybe a second Snow was going to try to dive in to try to force the defense to rotate over, but the longer this doesn't occur, the more that Galorous is going to sit here and say, oh, okay, we're chilling. We can just hang out and see if we can maybe hit a couple of long shots with these Sheriffs.
Yeah, and then GrabNet just got thrown too, so that's actually just for I'm going to say, hey, we're potentially stacking within this site and then moving towards A. So they did play an anti-KO setup. Those 2 sonic sensors, the 2 trips are actually towards the A site. So they're hoping here that they delayed enough and prevented Reta from getting too much map control to really get into this trap of all this utility traps by the Sentinels towards the A site. But Valorous once again pivoting all the way back, even from spawn back to B. And what can you really do at this point?
Yeah,
hoping you get a good timing off a knife.
Well, Luke Show. Oh, I was about to say he's trying to put himself into position to maybe catch someone off guard, but instead gets caught with our cover out. That was really the only win condition there, is to find an opening pick and slow this down from the front doors, because Urango is empty from utility, but these shock darts Oh my, the defensive presence from Evil Kick has been great. Even though there is at least some sort of entryway in towards the site, these health pools are more than, I think, achievable to start tallying some eliminations.
But they lost Luxo, and that's a key piece to retake. There's no more flashes. You have to be on point with the 2 rifles that you saved in that previous round for Durango and for Rude.
Well, here we go. Here comes the next retake. Recon Bolt gets them over towards the front side at the lever. Now it's time to can you hit the shot. Durango good for the opener. Wait a second. Reda inside the site has been separated. Does well to catch a couple, but now it's just down to Muriz, and he is outside the play. And do they expect it? Well, now they will. Recon Bolt comes through. Spamming on towards the spike, but it's not in a great spot. And how about Rude saves the day? And that is a massive round for Galorus, considering that they had really not done much in terms of stopping the hit initially. A brilliant follow-up, though, recontested the site.
And at the same time, again, they didn't have that utility trying to flood retake. It came down to aim battles and to making sure that going into the fundamentals of just tactical FPS, a buddy system, trying to bait out the ones with the lesser weaponry, your dash that comes in from the jet to create that space, to break crosshair placement, to give a chance for Urango to even sneak in for that 3rd kill inside that B site so that they could actually play the 2v1 towards the end. Reese really couldn't help at all. He was stuck at 10 HP for most of that hit. And that's a great start and a great look, rather, for Galorus, where, you know, you're playing backs against the wall. You're trying to play a composition that's trying to stall a lot. But when it comes down to, oh, we've lost this site and we may have lost a great amount of utility on these retakes, at the forefront, they do have the firing power to be able to make this happen still. So what I like about this is, you know, we looked at into the interview yesterday as well that Snow was talking about Galorus, that if they lost that game, they were going to play a little bit more loose potentially because they have nothing to lose and they would be a scary team. But they did win their game yesterday for Galorus.
Sure.
They're still in the race in contention to make it to playoffs. But their play style that we're currently seeing so far from Galorus still looks very loose. They're not really playing into what looks to be a little bit miscommunicated or falterings rather under the pressure. They're playing some very clean Valorant on the defensive side and very well on the reaction. Now they just have to add that extra layer of trying to find that information a little bit more proactively on their defensive side too.
Okay. Well, hopefully we won't have to deal with too many of these because the action's starting to heat up, and I just want to keep seeing the chess game unfold. That's the biggest part about this. Because now we're starting to see, like, again, I think just an executable, you know, kind of evaluating how Reda have looked from the offense. They've done well, you know, to try to put a little bit of stress on the Galorus. I think there have been mostly a couple of rounds that have been decided by individual misses or hits, and I think the most recent round is the hits that we started to see. But, you know, is there going to be enough with the null command now out of the picture for a little bit to assert that there is enough offensive pressure to put maybe a little bit more mixiness in towards this deadlock? You know, can we force that grab net out earlier than they maybe want to? There's a lot, I think, options in terms of how you can pull that, you know, again, trying to full fakes and maybe just dive in one player instead of the other. But it's really tough to kind of, I think, get an evaluation because if you don't go to the deadlock direction, you still have to deal with a Cypher who can set up very passively. Well, so it's just like, you know, there's a lot of different defensive variabilities, I would say, just because you're running double sentinel like this.
There you go, Chad. Just hit the replay button on that one so you can clip the setup for the Cypher on the B side. But this is what's missing. It's placing both drifts on the B side. We'll talk about it a little bit later. We're being very proactive for that to try to hit towards that B side. But there is some sort of weakness that it can maybe exploit here for Galorus.
Well, the thing about this is with Snow getting into the site, I was going to say it puts a lot of pressure and really eliminates the Deadlock's presence, at least initially, but the spy cam is still up, and Galorus is going to get a really good look at this. The Annihilation is also going to connect. That's on the Suther. He does get taken out of the cocoon, but the grab net follows up, and that's enough for Urango not to make his move down the stairs, but he only finds the first, but Sato, quick scope good, back and forth, pinstripe kill feed, 3v2 situation. Suther's still stuck on the site, and yep, that's all that Sato needs, is to eventually find the timing, and Muriz, who again is the last one in, will also be the last one alive.
And this is where it's going to get dangerous because Sato already activated an operator. At least for Reta's side, they know that there's an op that's activated, and they could try to work that a little bit more into how they want to read that map. But Galorus is so far from their setups, and now you can see the trip finally being placed towards middle as they realized there was no more pressure coming back here on this B site. But Rude has been placing a lot of double trips to anchor up and support
30 seconds
extremities left on sites. What's really holding the middle right now and giving information for Galorus in the past few rounds until this one right here was just a camera that was being set by Rude.
Yeah.
So now that you have Sato with the op, you were able to place continue to place double trips and set sonic sensors on extremities because now you have an op that can take control of middle. And that's unfortunately something that hasn't been exploited on Reyna's camp, right? On Reyna for the last few rounds, they've been playing as what I was criticizing all nights were doing. They were rotating all the way back towards spawn and just stop and go and trying to use null commands and knives to disable the sentinel utilities so they could flood within the site. But they're not doing enough in terms of trying to prod early in this game to see what the setup could be towards middle to find those exploits that they could potentially take. There's a lot of pressure they could do off these mid to B splits or catwalk to A hits, but they've only done that on the anti-eco when they had Nags run alone Ghost on tree while the rest of them were 4-man hitting on that A side. So yeah. It's still early in VALORANT right now, though. There's still 6 rounds only played so far in the first half, but that's maybe something that has to start being activated a little bit more here by Reyna.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good call. And ooh, Orb will get queued up, but that's enough for Evil just to say, okay, Hunter's Fury, you're not going to get any of that, and Delzik will fall in the first 2 bursts of the Hunter's Fury, and that pretty much puts this round a bit out of question. Blades are still involved, so maybe a chance, but no, Evil Kick right there with it. All the power weapons right here inside a tree. And I was about to say, you know, I had kind of agreed, why are we not sitting and trying to put a little bit more pressure over towards tree? But now that the op is in play, plus, of course, the Deadlock is holding on to utility, it just feels like tree is not an option when Deadlock's alive.
Or any type of presence towards middle, right? You never went for like a knife or a recon dart to scan the early rounds of the basic first step of trying to take mid control or at least some control of the sites. They're doing it towards the extremities, fair. But at that point, when Galores have realized that Reta hasn't really been adding that pressure towards middle, look at how aggressive Sato was watching the link. Look how freely Evil Kick could stand out on a catwalk to do a full line of a Hunter's Fury right into the A site, combined with the grab net from Morongo towards that side. So it was a trap play all along that was very well done by Galores. It almost looks the opposite way, where Reta looks a little bit afraid to really try to fight for their tournament lives here against Galores. A win for them would secure them a spot going into playoffs.
A loss would make, again, a multi-team 2-3 setup in the group stage. Possibly start to come through for tiebreaker situations. So, again, lots on the line here. Sato taken down. Should be fine to collect the operator, though, and just carry it into the next round as Galores all of a sudden really coming to life here defensively. And the other part about this here, Vanson, you know, you talk a lot about the efficiency and the effectiveness that Evil Kick has. He doesn't have to use anything until there's a threat established somewhere thanks to the Sentinels. Now, of course, he starts this round off with a brilliant Hunter's Fury, just calls that basically board pickup, but when you've got the ability to pivot around both these 2 Sentinels, it makes the Owl Drone that much nastier. It allows him to hit shock darts with more confidence that he's going to actually chip some damage away. And then, of course, beyond that, the recon dart is really one of those spots that, because everyone's focused on all the other standing utility between the Cypher and the Deadlock, sometimes you just forget about the recon bolt. He's gotten a nice couple of reveals already.
Yeah, and now already, as we mentioned before, something that he has been using in the early rounds, and now he's doing it here with the recon dart on Link. So realizing here that B-Link is open, giving a chance now for Assassin to really set up. So you're talking about the support system around your star player as well. Luke Show really hasn't been tested at all, where we know how consistent he has been throughout this whole tournament and how good he's been. But so far, it's really been around just the Rango play on this Deadlock on the defensive side, and also this time Evil Kick with that combination of Rango that's adding a lot of these rounds for Galores and making it difficult for Reta to work. And you're looking in round number 8. What do we have? A 5-player stack up towards this B site. And potentially here, we're just waiting for a knife to come back so they can maybe just get it thrown in and hopefully disable some util.
Oh, good nanos from Toss deep. That's going to hit the angle. A little bit more cleared. Hunter's Fury also heading on over towards Rude's direction. He's dancing with the devil and just stay alive. Now the hit, moving in from the front. Evil Kick lost his angle, so now he's just hoping and praying he can find some sort of a spam. And what a shot from Sato! Snozen comes in completely uncovered. You thought maybe he had a freebie. Not the case. So now the spike gets planted. Reta's still trying to hold on with a little bit of a post-plant success rate over towards the backside of the boathouse, but that's not going to work out. And now you've got the opportunity for Sato to dive in with knives. There's still a Paranoia. Dark cover is going to get placed first, and as soon as they clear out main, expect this Paranoia to rip apart the site.
Stealing sight.
Or the Odin.
Or that. Reveal also on the backside of the site, and again, ooh, not the nicest shots from Sato with the knives, but it doesn't make a difference. I mean, just the clearance of space for Galorus defensively has been so good on these retakes, which I won't say is surprising. It's just not what you would normally expect considering the double Sentinel comp they're putting together.
We got him hyped up right now over here on the Galorus side for sure, and they're definitely feeling the groove and finding the vibes of how good they've been on just A to Z. Maybe it looked like it wasn't that great from the pistol round just because it's a trap play that they were trying to do towards middle that was unfortunately not the correct read, where they lost that pistol and the eco in their round for Galorus. But ever since that, the post-plant success rate for the retakes for Galorus have been pretty much 100% since that pistol round lost. So they're looking really good here on just trying to fight back against Reta, who's trying to find different avenues, right? Maurice was so many times was playing outside of B main. This time tries to play towards the logs, but just outside of shock darts, mollies, radius, so he can try to get some value. But his gun's sticking out, he gets wall banged, and the rest is just history. Galorus just continues to flood very, very well. I do like, at least though, from Galorus' side, is that they, despite them looking to still group up as a 5-man hit towards the B main, they got met up by a lot of utility. You saw the nanostorms. There was a grav net that was, the barrier mesh that was thrown at the same time. You had the trap being played towards the back with that trip that was being set up so they could actually get some trap kills through the drops. But at least it was a little bit of answer coming back here from Reta to really break the utility and really not give a chance for Galorus to get inside that site while the utility was being expended by the Sentinels, by the Sentinel players rather. And it gives them a chance to fight a little bit more.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing, again, just kind of taking all of the individual round-to-round breakdown. You got to keep in mind that in the macro sense of things, Reta, I think if you get 5, you're happy with it in terms of how this side would go. So they're still on par in terms of putting together a substantial offense, pardon me. So this time, it's going to be a quick one.
Yeah, definitely, and then we'll see what's going to happen on this 5-on-5 retake, though. There's great positioning still from Reta. All in play inside that site.
The Paranoia does not hit any of this play through hell, though. That's the issue. So Urango gets onto site, finds a couple, but whoa, Luke Show and Rude starts to put together maybe a heroic play here. No command was popped, so Suther is still in play technically, but he's being spammed out. And Muris, once again, last one left, is not going to be able to deal with just the amount of overwhelming pressure that Galorus put together. And I think in a certain regard, I don't think Radar are expecting that the retake was going to come so suddenly, considering how fast they approach this A site.
And the amount of damage that Delzig is able to get at that range with a shorty. I wish my shorty was doing that damage at that length in my ranked games. But you bring up a great point into, yes, it looks like it's very one-sided for Galorus ever since they had their economy right. And you see that they are laughing. Sato is like, this is way too easy for us right now on the defense. But to look back, despite, again, a double Sentinel composition for this team on the attack for Reta, it's still a very good composition if they're able to really explode within that site. We'll have to see for Reta if they have a game plan to play against Galorus' setup on that double Sentinel on the attack. But this should be for Galorus to really try to get more rounds here.
No, for real.
With this double Sentinel comp.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Well, there's been an answer for just about everything outside of the pistol here for Galorus. Mid has not really been a threat at all either, which I think, again, just also plays right into the hands of this defensive setup, especially with things like an Operator and an Odin on hand. It just, man, you just don't want to go through these choke points with both those weapons in play.
To start things off, you see that Reta is trying to insert Nagzet right into the B main, hoping to work and pick up an orb, and he was budding system with Maurice, so it works out. Now they have the drone, so now we have to clear some default Ascent being played. They finally break the util, realizing that it's a camera and not going to be a trip.
Yeah.
And there we go. So right now, there's 45 seconds left. The wall already got instantly thrown. They know now that the deadlock was more towards the middle. There's not too much utility happening towards the A site, and now they're able to go for a split.
Good cage down from Rude, just has to spam through it. A couple of sound cues also coming through. Sato has to have his head on a swivel here, though. Oh, what a brilliant first shot. Does he get the second? Just a little bit off, dashes away to safety. Delzik trying to keep the play alive, but it's getting messy here for Reta. Annihilation also, Spec doesn't make a difference if it hits or not, because Sato is connecting with the Operator. 7-3 the count, and again, the economy starts to become more broken for Reta's offense.
Yeah, and it was not too bad. Despite them losing that round for the attack side of Reta, I still like how they worked around that map. They did what they needed to do. They went back for a catwalk split on a 4-1 this time around, focusing more towards tree. And I like that it's actually the Omen that stays here towards that A main because he could still set up these smokes for the team. He still has a Paranoia set up here to try to cross over towards the generator side, this flash, so they could actually flood it within that site. But Sata was playing out in the open, just behind Dice, an easy pick, and really didn't give a chance right now for Renata to really cross over towards that line, especially when he hits 2 shots like that with the operator. So that's going to put Renata into an eco, but you did see them try to prod the information very early within this round. A knife was already being thrown here to get information on middle. They had that recon guard coming out trying to prod information also towards middle and catwalk. They realize here there's no pressure coming through, and they have a lower buy. They seem a little bit too further extended. That's the second time that they walked through here, Shift, and they're into middle, and they haven't crossed over a trip.
Yeah, I love
like it's 10 rounds later, but 11 rounds later, but at least it's a start. You know.
And here's the issue: is that it's finding success in this round, but hey, look at the weapon rates. It's not what you want in terms of actually breaking this open. And ooh, are they actually gonna make a play through glass? They sure seem to want to. Sato, not sure if that was a blind shot through smoke or not. Regardless, it hits. Odin also ready to go. Spike now down inside of glass. Oh boy, it just goes from bad to worse, man. And this is the presence of, again, just having the economy be in your favor early. Operator, Odin, no chance to go through middle. No chance to break through these interiors through tree. It just funnels everything right into the waiting arms of Evil and Sato, and they've been teeing up.
Yep. Economy building out quite early. The operator, the Odin, the Sentinels utility that never gets broken on that side. And again, there's finally some sort of life in terms of their working of how Reta is currently working that map and defaulting around, because we did talk about it playing against double Senti. They are going to play a little bit more slower, but they were playing too slow without really trying to find information of where Galoris is really having that weakness, right? Because you are playing double Senti, but that means that you have less information if you grab by having one less initiator in that default con that you usually run. And that's going to be that chaos. You're missing a knife, you're missing the pop flashes. So that could have abused that a bit more.
Yeah, definitely the case. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lockdown will still stay alive through this, and Evil will be completely detained by it. No chance to save him. And ooh, how about this? Odin from the high ground over towards the front side at market. That'll work out nicely. And it leaves just Rude and Luke Show by themselves, trying to find a re-entry way. And with 2 Odins now in play, thanks to the pickup, this becomes very difficult. Miri's first one up. Good for the snap. Almost predicts the second decent transfer, but doesn't work out. It kind of looks like Rude is just trying to grab the body, and yeah, he eventually does. Could give him a chance at this if he can find a spray down through the wall. Suther is really, really low, but doesn't make a difference. All it takes is one headshot to find the Elim. And it's an 8-4 half, so, you know, the pistol plus the follow-up really allows Reta to stay alive in the first half overall. But hey, you kind of stop the bleeding a little bit there in round 12 to make this a manageable half.
100%, but you can definitely see the definition of playing loose and confident here for Galoris. Pretty much gifting that last round over to their opponents as they were trying to go for a flashy play. So getting that lockdown, trying to find the right moment to time a barrier mesh, and then a recon dart to potentially even go for the Odin spray to get some picks. It did actually net 3 players right into B main. But thankfully here for the side of Reta, when they got netted, they stayed behind the box where you can't spam through with the Odin to break the lockdown. You can't spam through the boxes also to get those players that were netted down. So that unfortunately just really tied, literally, Evil Kick in the back of the site as they were detained towards that back, and really allowed here Galoris to, for Reta to move in and play that pulse plan to the success that we just saw here on that 4-1 towards the end. So again, the playing loose, playing confident, and playing very, very, confidently that you're going to make it through the groups, and this is going to be a scary look right now for Galoris as they're going to take the attack side.
Yeah, and this is where, again, just kind of repointed in case you're joining us here late. When you saw this composition be played by Galoris, we need to figure out what we're saying. It's been both. It depends on what mood we find ourselves in. But you go back to the last time they played this map, again, it was about a month and a half, almost 2 months ago, versus the 7 in the grand finals. Defensively, Yorango was incredible, 10-4. was not needed to be a part of first blood engagements. He was 0-2 in them, but still, he stayed alive. He had great assistance across the entirety of the map. When they swapped the sides, though, he was only 9-8, which is still very serviceable. Let's not get it twisted, but the impact is lessened. I think most importantly here is that if you're looking at this from Reta's point of view, you cannot allow post-plant situations to come through with numbers. You have to be contest heavy early, because if the deadlock stays up with the Cypher in a post-plant, good luck. You're not breaking through that.
And so far, they really want to make sure here they're going to try to hold back as much as they could. Already starting with a one-way towards a main. The turret's going to try to get the most active information as it can from its spot on top of the brown boxes to look towards main. Knife also, so you're talking about that. You can't allow Galoris to really get within that site. An early knife went towards B. They really want to try to prod that information early. But it only catches a Cypher towards B. And they're not moving out of that because they're still afraid that for Galoris' side, it's just going to be, oh, let's make it known that he's there. We can read it towards the B side, but there you go. Now they go hit towards the A side. The area coming up too. And it's going to be hard now for Reta to go for the retake.
Yeah, this is not going to feel good whatsoever. And that's the thing is, like, we're going to expect that Rude's going to be the last one into these sites on offense. He's going to be lurking the entire time, just trying to put some pressure on the map. And then as soon as he gets over to help the post plant, he could be just about anywhere. Ooh, that barrier mesh did not get over the wall. I saw it on the minimap and I was like, it looks a little off, but you know, I'm not the judge. Not a deadlock, man.
You know, sometimes the tentacles extend and it should still do its job, but not this time around.
Here comes the redash back in. Snows it good for the first. Traded out immediately. Defense working their way in over toward the tree door, and that's not going to work out because down low, Sato and Durango put everything together. They're going to find all 5 between the two of them, and the pistol, a massive one, goes the way of Galoris.
You know, when the wall doesn't work out for the deadlock, at least he had the wall of bodies to prevent Reta from really getting back into the site. So many players posted up towards Hell, and not enough here to try to flush them out in terms of utility or even bodies to move through to get these trades. And look at that. 3 players already moving right there by Dice, by Double Hell. They really locked down that area on the post plant end. Great start now for Galoris to get this pistol on their side. Now the economy is flowing through, and for Reta, well, they have no choice. They have to go for a full eco so that they can get the best weaponry as possible going into the anti-bonus that Galoris will bring.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not a good start here for Reta. I mean, it's just one of those things, again, you don't want to wade too much into it because, you know, it just is what it is when you play up against a deadlock, especially when you're on the offensive side. But not winning this pistol and likely losing this essentially means that you're playing down 10-4 and you have to start stringing together something formidable off the get-go. Yeah. Otherwise, this game just turns into it's done. I mean, if they get to 11 with good operator possibility in Sato, I just don't know how you deal with Galoris with that much of a lead.
Now it comes down to what Galoris is going to do, because there's a great read from Reta to stack towards this B site, and the turret's going to be the first one. Actually, I just think he got recalled, unless he got shot here by Rude. But I think he got recalled so that Reta could not make them think that they're stacking towards this site, and I respect it.
Oh, good reveal coming through. Sato just pushing the issue right down the sidewalk. Holds off just a moment. Knife in play. We'll put a bit of a pause. And now it's just down to Delzik find some timing here behind the play. Because on top of the site, it's not working out all that well. But yeah, here comes Delzik. Able to find himself one. Nothing more behind that, though. And Snow, backside in the arches, can really do nothing but watch his friends fall. So 10-4, a couple eliminations. Decent, but with the plant, it's going to be very easy to kind of put yourself back into bonus form, so to speak, looking at this for Galoris.
That's right. It's not a capital W for a round win, but you've done some good econ damage, at least for this stack. And the reason why I wanted to respect if it was a turret that was being recalled is the fact that if you actually drop that turret and they break it, because your forward position of the turret allows for you to give a tell that you probably have players very close that's trying to swing out the turret or trying to set up that crossfire right after. So if he recalls it and they don't, or if they broke it and he didn't recall it and nobody swings out of that, then there might be an indication that the stack was actually happening here towards the B site. So if it actually did recall it for Nagzit, that was actually the smart play to allow this econ damage to happen against Galoris. So a chance to fight, because this is a lower buy that they have now on the bonus. It's not as strong because they had to repurchase into armor, and there's half shields for a lot of them.
The thing about it again, though, is if they can find a way to get a plant, and even more so a first blood, this all of a sudden, again, turns into the power of the abilities. The weapons almost don't matter at this point. Snowzen trying to still lock down this angle, topside at Heaven. Suther nearby. Knife will reveal, looks to just be one. So it doesn't really give too much information, especially with this mid play coming right down through tree. This is going to split the focus completely.
At least it's the initiator that he actually caught. So that's probably a tell that there's a lot of players around that solo.
And now it's just down to what Suther can find by himself. Will flash out of the cyber stage, has the 1v1 versus Rude, and in the same breath, Snowzen has hit over towards A. Not once, but twice! Annihilation was also in, so Muris will fall, but that's just really good defensive holds from the two individuals around the A site. Evil Kick gonna give it a go. 1v3 now down to a 1v1. And oh boy, has he called that Nags is gonna want to try to challenge this? Bluff on both sides though.
Staying quiet too, that's going to instill the paranoia onto Nagzit, thinking that he might have just booked it back towards the B side, so he has to play a little bit further back so he can hear the sound cue. So this is going to be allowing Evil Kid to get the plant and reposition against Nagzit, who will not have any information whatsoever.
This is all down to how good is the Spidey sense. Nag's gonna go over towards the small drop down, not making any noise. The prediction was in for Evil Kick, but Nags just drops underneath the pre-aim, and a huge win for Reta. Again, that's into the bonus though, so there are still a lot of things that Reta's gonna have to do, but at least they stave off Galders from getting to 11.
And the pathing is good there for how you guess where your opponent could be for Nagzit on that retake, on that 1v1. It's planted tight towards Generator, or for A main, or for somewhere within the site potentially held. And the pathing that you do, if you're moving in towards 3 on the 1v1 on the attack side, you're not planning for yourself. So Nagzit makes sure that he fully clears from the top of Heaven. Nobody's peeking out here from the top, from the front of a site. So he just gambles that it's going to be a 50-50 towards Hell, and he guesses correctly to convert that round. And they mentioned on the desk, there was a lot of these rounds where it wasn't for Nagzit, they probably wouldn't have had like a dominant victory as dominant as it could have been against All Knights yesterday.
Yeah. Guardian trying to get some chip damage on the other side. Odin for Rude, and oh boy, they even bait Snowzen into peeking. So now the operator's off the table. Offense now overwhelming and threatening this B site, and it's just, here I am, nope, never mind, there's my teammate. It's just this little bit of bait and switch between the stairs and the sidewalks, and that's enough to get the spike safely on for a plant.
And how annoying is that? It's actually a bunch of utility within that side, keeping the trip from Rude, the second one, instead of watching an aggressive flank for a push from the catwalk or from A main, he uses it to actually play a turtle position with the rest of his team within this B site. A Baron mesh was thrown at the same time too, and they realized now with the time remaining that we're trying to save the op now for Reta. So they have to hunt him down, or they're confident of hunting down, or trying to find that timing first. They're gonna hear Rongo, but Rongo's been really good so far in this map.
Not gonna be good enough to get through the one shot though. And that's going to likely mean that Reta will hold on to this op unless there's an overpeak somewhere, but likely not going to be allowed to happen. They're just trying to get some more damage dealt. And that will be the end of it. Okay, so 11-5. Yes, the op is being held onto, but now we had to start talking about the offensive ultimates that are in play. You want to talk about, again, maybe some of the difficulty in cracking the code with 2 Sentinels from the attacking perspective. Hunter's Fury's at the ready. You almost got Blades ready to go for Sato, and that's enough to section off these 2 sites to allow your Sentinels a little bit more freedom to move on in.
Yeah, and now when you're playing, you know, a Hunter's Fury and trying to be proactive on those entries, and you don't have the KO to find the information with a knife at the same time while you're trying to drone or whatnot, it's nice the utility that you have with sonic sensors or with cameras at the same time. Like if you're trying to throw a camera aggressively around the Hunter's Fury and you're seeing that it gets broke instantly, then it already gives you a tell of where opponents could be. So you don't have to try to like chase around within a drone and try to get a pick and maybe surprise some opponents there.
Yeah.
But they're realizing here that, you know, they had a slow start at the beginning here of this tournament and then started turning things around, but this is a much needed win for them if they want to guarantee a position going into playoffs. So you have to really try to muster back that courage and that confidence to really bring it back here at this point, because yes, it started off very well of how they played their first and second defensive rounds, but ever since, or first and second attacking rounds, but ever since then it's been glorious all around. And all over the place, from extremities to middles to retakes and now to even post plans.
Wow. It's been an outplay. I mean, this has been out flat out.
Yes.
Gallers is outplaying Reta in every step.
Reta's back taker.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, this is interesting. Delzic's going to dive a little bit deeper in towards mid. Surely Galorus will not allow this to go uncovered, though, considering that you see the smoke, you hear the teleport. See if they're taking a couple of shots for mid. Actually, now all of a sudden forces Delzic to have to get out of there, and ooh, a little bit more chip damage still comes through. Murray's still over at the side, looking to maybe back up some sort of this threat, but at the same rate, you also can't drop a tree here, so lots of pressure, but first shot lands, and that puts Sato out of commission. And the second clean with the headshot, while still avoiding the Hunter's Fury. Nags on the other side of this. He's got an operator, and how is this the round that Reta's gonna put together?
I love it. I love that angle on that tree, and Maurice really needed to step up right there. And if it wasn't for him, that was definitely Galorus moving into this A site. So you didn't use a Cypher camera utility, you didn't use any of the Deadlock Sonic sensors. It was trying to get contact off Sato. He's going to be the first entry point. If he misses the shot, at least he's going to be the human drone that's going to be able to allow for them to get the Hunter's Fury trap
30 seconds left.
from Gelato. But for Maurice, gets two kills on top of that. That doesn't give you a chance for Galorus to really activate and move forward around their Hunter's Fury and go for a successful A split.
Right here.
You're definitely seeing here with remaining before 40 seconds, they had no choice but to save their weapons into the next round. A great hold by the IGL coming out here from the Reta side.
Absolutely. Now they're on a little bit of a hunt as they're going to be able to collect at least one Vandal. There gets a read, tries to go for the wide swing, and Evilkick is not interested in that. Rude's still holding his back. So the Odin will exist into the next round for Galorus, at least with one more Vandal. But this is absolutely what the doctor ordered for Maurice. Again, just dancing alongside the Hunter's Fury, still finding two. Nags goes a bit unchecked with the operator. Very clean opener, and from there it's just runaway round, which is exactly like we said. It gets them right back into the picture, especially from the economy standpoint.
And super important for them to have that type of buy that they had going into this round. Putting the op onto Nags that we know in the chamber meta, or going back in 2021, it was a very strong offer here for a crew. And then they had the Bladestorm onto Snowzine to hold the other extremity, and they went for a 4-1 stack towards the A site. So it was a perfect read, but they didn't even need to cross the line of scrimmage here before Maurice was able to get those 2 kills and not give a chance for the rest of Reta to shine. But you'll take that any day if your IGL could start popping off here, and the rest around could hopefully build that confidence back in their favor. So you definitely see going into round number 18, Pop going back in the hand of Snowzine, still locking down this B main.
Oh, decent read here from Delzic. Yeah, he actually throws a very early paranoia right over towards Tree. And how about it? Right, they get the perfect adjustment for this deep play over towards Glass. You see the barrier match was also thrown. That was supposed to be isolation there for Galorus, but it doesn't work out whatsoever. And that was a preemptive paranoia, followed up by the dark cover. I think there may have been a flash over the top as well. Just everything really combined nicely with the isolation from Raiders defense.
100%, and that was off the amount of huge that was being thrown, from Galorus' side into the garden. Throwing the mesh, trying to break the window, trying to flood and pinch back from the A side. So you flip, really, not necessarily the map, but just one portion of that map on the A side. And the defensive side tries to flood through the doorway and let everybody flood towards the heaven, where they actually did have a crossfire setup still towards that spawn. So a nice, once again, position by Reta with another early 4-1 positioning, and then Snow realizes that there's no peaks, there's no utility being used here
10 seconds
from Galorus' side on the attack on B. Well, he'll just stay there, and you're going to have 4 players on the other end. Good enough here to hold off the push from Galorus. Now it's time for Galorus, that's been doing good here on taking mid control here, Shift, but they got to start looking at these extremities on both ends, especially when you're playing this double Sentinel comp.
Well, the good news is now they've got the Odin and the Operator. I mean, not to make it sound like the map is one-dimensional where you have those, you win, but it definitely helps. I think especially
this on the first map.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just the thing about it is like the Odin spam is just something you always have to worry about from the offensive side, especially as you try to approach over towards B. So it really feels like, again, those extra tools on the table limit your options. And when you deal with a squad that is double Sentinel, just trusting that you're going to find good control of space. I mean, your only initiator is off of what you find information-wise from Evilkick. It's just your ability to flash and dash is just not there. So you have to use the map control best you can if you can even find it. And when those 2 tools are on the table, it just feels pretty impossible to do.
Yeah. And now you're seeing the battle of the extremities tonight, spotting Tree. The camera pushing towards B main here from Rude's side. Unfortunately here, it's a much lower buy that you have. The Bladestorm activated for Sato.
Right here.
As they control the orbs towards the A side, grouping up now towards B. So it did get a ping onto one. They know there's an Odin spray, and there's no turret up for Nagton. So for Galorus' side, they know they're playing the default of the weak side towards B because of that KJ and Odin utility, and they maybe want to try to exploit that at first.
It's just so tough because, again, there's no way to get these blades into play besides just hoping that Sato can just go crazy. And you don't have the ability of flashing. You have no paranoia here either, so you really have to hope that Evil can cause some distraction here at B while the rest of the team tries to overwhelm at A, but that's not the case. Suther still has a flash and a fragment.
30 seconds left.
Snow is not in position, but close enough to maybe deny some space to the operator. Then here comes the commit. Grabs that down in the back. Devil's in trouble, and that will work out. Follow-up flash is not good enough for Suther. At least not initially to get the clean kill, so Rude will follow up, but a barrier mesh is now down, and Snow's in. Only saw the hood of Luxo, cannot connect. Not going to be enough for a plant.
And that's where it gets difficult for you to try to retake without you can't break that barrier mesh. You have no choice but to wait and reposition. With everybody repositioning towards tree, there's once again so many players within the site.
Shot. Need more than that, though.
My territory.
Annihilation out. Snow. Whoa, what a shot from Snow. He's going to get pulled, but Nags is right here to help deny that. And Murray's. What the heck is that? Are we kidding? It's just Crossfire set up the initial shot from Snow before he gets wrapped in the cocoon is brilliant. The follow-up trade is maybe even better. And then Murray just says, oh, okay, I'll help you guys out by hitting the Crossfire. Brilliant stuff.
Feels like Rude didn't expect the second player to play around the yacht because it's Sato with the yacht, and Sato with the knock he just plays it alone, but he ran back towards straight backwards unless he got tapped and tried to turn around and it just got backstabbed towards the end. But it definitely looked here from Galorus' side as how they were trying to fake the B side. It didn't work out because they threw the owl drone at the same time as the A side hit. The ideal right there of having both Rude and also Evil Kick on that B side was trying to insert Evil Kick so that he could try to owl drone or recon dart to keep those players anchored up and hoping that some players would rotate across. But I think as soon as they broke the sonic sensor towards the front, and that was a dart from Suther, and it was only 20 seconds left on the clock, they're like, oh crap, we just gotta go hit it and hold W and hope for the best. And well, unfortunately, they got the worst. And that's Reta now only needing 3 rounds to tie up this game, and they're looking pretty good so far on the defensive side. And looking back at these games where the last time we saw Ascent, both teams were playing really good on the attack. But now we're seeing some strong defensive side from both in different looks with these compositions.
And I think importantly here in this round is Reta with the null command lockdown. Anticipate seeing one, if not both of those, as this hit starts to develop over towards B. I think if you're Galorus, you got to try to do what you can to force that null command out, or the lockdown actually comes through first. This is just going to commit through this. Nags is playing a little bit of self-sustaining defense over the top of it, but Urango gets a nice double. Lockdown will be split up, and with that, the hit through Boathouse goes unguarded. That is not at all how I expected that to happen. Lockdown before null command? Odd to say the least.
Yeah. They were just trying to keep them at bay and maybe forcing the hand of Galorus running in.
Well, that works. Yeah, that does work. That could now be an opportunity to drop this operator for a rifle. If you even want it. Snow's now moving over. Oh, what? Are we joking? Luxo gets completely split up. His camera's broken. Urango's still holding the angle, though. We'll get 4 in the round in total and save it as Galorus will get to 12.
Get a Snowzine. Yeah, he doesn't get the kill, but at least he broke ankles so that Suther could come in for the kill towards the end. But that was flash and a plan and a flashy play, but unfortunately just still not enough after, you know, getting out of that one from Snowzine and staying alive. You only had 4 HP and you're still trying to retake the site with an operator. Very difficult to do here at this point. And yeah, it turns out to be pretty good towards the end. But both of the teams are playing some pretty stellar defensive side because we haven't seen too much going on the attack. But it's still map point though for Galorus.
Oh, yeah.
Nice start here from Snowzine.
Yeah, heck of a first shot. Most importantly, it's on to Sato. So now you start to ask the question if you're Galorus of how are you going to execute here? Especially with just 2 Sheriffs and the Vandals and supply of support. Gonna have to essentially force it. Just comes down to can they split anything up? before they actually commit, and there may be some sort of a route through mid here. I would love to see them at least delete the alarm bot and keep the focus up. The problem is the Aldron's going to try to scout this and slow down the play through mid while the rest of the defense is still very comfortable around B.
Break this alarm bot right now for Lotus so they can force here and keep Maurice teleports the spawn to do that. So he's going to have to stay here towards the back of the spawn. He does have a Hunter's Fury, at least to support from the spawn onto either extremities. So Galoris, they have to pick up the pacing a little bit more. If they could waste up this Hunter's Fury in their lower buy, it'd be a small dub once again in their camp.
Thing about it is the Raid is not going to make that call unless these two players at B just lose their fights flat out.
30
you can
seconds
see it.
left.
They're holding just flat out corners. You watch one way, I'll watch the other. Spy cam plays initially. Aldrone trying to see if it can catch on to Nag, but the reveal on the other side from the defense is beautiful. That is all from 30s playing deep side of mid, and that means that Nags can stay really closeted over towards the backside at Logs. Nowhere at all for Gallerus to go after that first blood on Nasada was connected on.
Noble Case just going to try to save and hoping to save this rifle into the next round. They are players who hold around the spawn and B site and try to hold it back, even get suppressed, but nobody really trying to chase it for now. You know, the economy's still not the best, but it's still pretty decent for them to actually go on that hunt and break that weapon away from Evil Kick. But this is a little bit of life right now for Galore. Still at map point, having a chance now to call a timeout with the economy that they have and try to close out this first map. It looked good for them once again on how they played this defensive side. But on the attack with this double sentinel, and they haven't really had a chance here to really activate Urango within the sites to really throw that util towards that spawn and prevent this flood to happen. That's really on Reta on how well they've been playing on these slightly forward positions to really catch these players off guard, to not give them a chance to really set up in these moments.
Timeout here for Gallerus needing to find, again, I think the issue is how do you get clean execution? It's just without the ability of guaranteeing some sort of a flash and dash, which has often been why the meta is the way it is here on Ascent. How do you control space in the face of operators and Odins, down in the overall eco, to get even a plant in the first place? And maybe the answer is you just try to flood and hope that a shot gets missed. Like, I hate to throw it into like the world of rolling the dice, but
as simple as possible.
Just try to put your smokes into corners, try to force the angle to be more awkward for where an op could be standing, and then just hope that Sato can pull the aim away. That seems like maybe the only option overall.
Might be the case here. Shift grouped up around this side, not really set up for an instant paranoia because Lucio seems to be too far away for that.
I mean, you just can't walk through that corner. You just can't. I get it, you're trying to Odin spam out the elbow, but you just cannot walk through. You just can't walk through. You can't walk through. You can't walk through. I don't know what else to say.
You can't what Shift? You can't what?
You just can't walk through. We still have the paranoia.
Okay.
I mean, we have both. We have still a paranoia and we still had a cyber cage. Like, we're just not breaking down the space here. And, well, Snow's going to find an easy freebie as Lucio just teleports right in front of him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now a 4K for Snowzine on top of that, switching over from an off to a Vandal left behind by his compatriot down at the switch. But the idea was sort of there. I think there was probably, you know what, you can't walk towards main, but maybe a camera, Aldrone, something very early towards the main to try to push that line away.
Yeah.
Could have been a good start. But at least before Lucio went for the TP towards the spawn, he did go for a smoke in the spawn area as well of the B site so that the rest of his team could actually try to hopefully deathball from main. But it's hard to create and get into that choke if you haven't really added a little bit of that pressure in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And that's also the disadvantage of not having a KJ, not having a KO as well to try to create that space in these ult moments.
And the thing about it is, like, use one of the dark covers that towards B main, block that elbow angle, and then just wait for it to be recharged. Like, you know, use the game the way it's built. So now all of a sudden we're back to pistols, and the Wraith are sitting here saying, these guys can't figure us out. I mean, legitimately, with Snow hitting like he is, you're going to get a couple of ultimates in the mix here as well as we try to force into overtime. The Hunter's Fury first and foremost, but the lockdown's right around the corner. You got to be feeling like if you're right up, this is 12-12. We got this.
They're gonna do it again. Try to play the contact on 3, and then the Hunter's Fury potentially to open things up. But interesting enough, they didn't use it around the Alto, and use on the defensive side by Maurice. But Maurice has his own Hunter's Fury playing further back towards getting the opener. That's a great start.
Oh, good movement from Suther. He was about to get completely wrapped up. There was help nearby if he did need to get bursted out of the cocoon, but
30 seconds left.
Really, there hasn't been much to talk about here for Galorus in what is just, again, the Sheriffs. Interesting that Snowzen actually popped the knives out in this round. Not that, it's going to be one thing or the other. Wait, hold on a second. He may need them. Wait, are we joking? Sheriff shots are starting to land. Good thing he's got the knives. That's what I said the whole time. That's what I said, man, silly. Thank God he pulled knives out.
Oh my gosh, one more round to go here, and Reta is pulling the comeback in the second half. And I thought it was going to be maybe a Hail Mary play once again, as you have that Hunter's Fury available towards that Gelato. But they just decide to go for a hit. Unfortunately, gets all of them denied, but you've done some good econ damage, at least with those last 2 players remaining in the front of that A site. But what was, at the beginning, a very confident and strong, and a cat that was cackling on the side of Galorus on the defensive side, they're feeling a heat now from Reta's comeback.
Oh, yeah. And look at this. They're going to bail on B. Cyber Cage just to hold the angle for much, maybe keep the operator planted a little while longer, but Nags is deep. And, surely they don't push through this.
They Cage should try to fake it at the first point, and then with the forward positioning currently have, though. Okay, this doesn't think anything yet.
That's all over towards A, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so for right now, Reta still thinks that there's a potential that it's a hit towards the B site. And they still have the op with the turret watching that area. The Cage was hoping to insert players over on the orb box so they could try to go for crossfire or maybe bait out if there was a Odin on that side. But they made it out the op shot that missed, and that was the game I was talking about, Chip.
Huge shot from Sato. Thought for a moment they're going to be so distracted by the operator they're going to not check the corner, but now all of a sudden you're on site. Maurice, he has been a little quiet this map. Can he find a way to pop up? No, he tried to get back into Arches and completely denied from it. So now it's a 5v2. And wow, the plant's going to come out, and I just don't know how you re-break this. You've got a flash, a fragment, and a paranoia to work with if you're Reta.
Not ready.
It's going to be so difficult. Both of them.
Oh no. And the fragment doesn't hit.
Towards the main.
That fragment was
given away.
Yeah, that fragment was meant to go over towards the backside of the sidewalk, and it doesn't hit. So now it's just down to how good is the aim labs here for Reta. Not good enough. 13-11. Sato, the one time he misses the opening shot at B main, turns into Snow opting to lose that angle. Yeah. And then Sato just runs up, finds both, and then it's just all action. Really good stuff for Galorus to find the only offensive round they really needed after they won the Pistols.
I was talking about such a pristine round that was and a comeback that was happening for Reddit. I do want to jinx it to talk about. Hopefully we don't see a big comeback, but unfortunately we did at that point. But as you mentioned, Chip, maybe you should be a coach at that point, because you said maybe they should just deathball and hope that Snowzine's going to miss an off shot, and then they'll be able to deathball right into that. And that's exactly what happened. Snowzine misses 2 shots, and they actually cleared that corner to take the player out towards Fish Market for them to be able to float within the site and finally convert that 13th round for Galorus to win that first map. It was close, it was neck and neck, but when you have so many rounds ahead too, you'll come out with the victory in the end for Galorus.
And let's be honest, it really was relatively one-dimensional. Snow hit shot, defense wins. He misses shot, defense lose. So that's sometimes the way Valorant goes, especially on a map like Ascent. We're gonna head to a break. A huge opening map window for Galorus has them looking at a second win in the group stage, forcing a potential major tiebreaker situation. We'll find out how things go when we've got Bind on the way back on the backside of the break.
race.
It was a close map of Ascent between the two teams, but it's Glorious who get the win 13-11. Welcome back everybody to VALORANT Ascension. And it was a back and forth, especially to close it out. It seems like that comeback was going to take place for Reta Roy, but once again, denied on that last round. Of course, it had to be that fake comeback.
The fake comeback, it always makes its way into every single match, Triad. But that, I can't help but feel like Glorious has been sort of baiting this map this entire tournament. The level of prep, their versatility in their setups, their versatility in the approach on the attack side, the tactical depth that they've shown on this map, this was not a fluke by any means for Glorious.
It's nice to see for this team as well that we're trying to find Emily, and they were able to at least get this win. You can see the confidence, especially as they were closing that map out.
Yeah, Dry, before the game you were talking about Sato's op, and I felt like that was a problem for Rita. They weren't using the proper util to kind of flesh him out, maybe a scan here and there, but that was about it. And then I was also saying how on their attacking side that they weren't really working mid. Today, they were doing a really good job on splitting, working the mid, and just overwhelming Rita because they had a lot of util. How many times did they retake? Looking at their post plants here, 5 out of 7 is how many times they were able to hold a site. But retaking, I feel like they had all the util in the world. They had all the smokes ready to go, all the scans, all of the meshes, and ultimately Rita just couldn't really hold down the post plants too well.
In a way, Roy, it feels like both of the teams that were trying to play their own game, but as we go back into something that we talked about towards the beginning, this deadlock composition is really strong, especially when you have Uranga on that side that is popping off, and it's allowing the team to do whatever they want on that defensive side.
Yeah, it's always good to have a player like Uranga on the team that can flex to so many different roles and still have this level of impact in terms of utility and in terms of kills, which is awesome to see. But a part of me, again, I do want to place a little bit of emphasis on the fact that Glorious, it looks like they were struggling at first versus Reta. Reta was doing a great job in that first half, utilizing the KO to counter the Sentinels. But then there is so much problem solving happening from the Glorious side where they were able to move the Sentinels off site, but keep the utility on the site. So they're playing cross map, they're dropping their utility, and then that way the KO, when it was time to hit the sites, it wasn't scanning any of the Sentinels, and they were able to easily hold down the sites. That is a level of problem solving that many teams struggle with in the moment.
Snowzine here has more first kills than Uranga, obviously, because he's on deadlock. But we were highlighting Luck Show before the match. And looking at the scoreboard here, he didn't have to do much because he had two teammates, Uranga and Sato, that were just holding down the fort, doing their job. So Luck Show just had to lay back and enjoy the ride for this game.
I also like that this is a map that, as we mentioned before, we haven't seen for Galores on Ascension just yet. This is the first time that they play it, and it was very clear that they had a plan A, B, and C on how they were going to deal with Snowzin with the operator and how they were going to work out around this composition. So it seems like it was very nice, but a big part of that impact was, as we mentioned, this deadlock of Urango was constantly being a nuisance, not only in the kills department, but also on the utility that we saw right and left. The ultimates, maybe not the ones that you see shining the most, but you see the effort for everything else and the utility as well for Roy to make this happen.
Yeah, you can definitely see the vision, but yeah, mechanically Urango today showed up. There's just so many layers to the way he was playing. Obviously, some of the utility, some of the ultimates could be a little bit better, I will not deny, but the vision was there. I just think it was just highly unlucky. But I think going into the second map of Bind, this is where things will get very interesting, because the problem solving that we saw from Galores on this first map is not going to be as strong in the second map, where they should have a game plan, because there's no more question marks, right? Both teams have information on each other. We're going into a map where the compositions are clearly known. Very similar compositions, by the way, if you are curious. It's Gecko Fade on one side versus the Gecko Sky on the other. So the Galores is running the Gecko Fade, by the way, and Sky's on the Brazilian side, or sorry, Sky's on the Reta side. But this, again, there should be a level of prep. There should be no real mind games. They shouldn't have to be problem solving too much in game, because they do have access to each other's map pool here.
As you mentioned, it is much more comfortable now on the side of Reta, because they're not playing this attacking map of Ascent that can be so annoying to work around, especially with Deadlock and the Cypher that we saw on the other side. This is a map of Bind that they're very comfortable with, they found success with in the past, but it is the map pick of Galores, and this is a Galores, Emily, that, as we've mentioned, they need to get this win to have a chance to make it to playoffs, and they could also close it out in 2.
Yeah, like you said, they need it. They gotta go hard or they're gonna be going home. And that's why I think they picked Bind. This is a map where you can control how you want to pace the game. And I was looking at the history, and historically both of these teams are 50-50 on Bind. So it's kind of an interesting choice, but again, Bind is a really good map to control the pace, so I think that's why they picked it. And both teams also have not won a Bind map yet during group. So obviously they picked it for a reason, and I think it's mainly what I was saying. They're going to be able to control the pace of how they want to play the game.
I think sometimes the answer is actually even more simple than that. I just think that they just went on VLR, looked at Reta's Bind stats. Oh, they got 13-6 by TSM. Oh, they got 13-2 by 2 game. Yeah, we'll probably can take them on that. And the only loss that Galores has in this series was against TSM in overtime. So I think just looking at these stats and just raw, I think you probably feel confident going into Bind, because you look like the clear favorite here.
There's a big difference, as you mentioned, for the scores that they've gotten and the times that we've gotten the chance to see both the teams play this map of Bind. So that can also shape out how this map is going to go, and also how much you're able to reset from that first map for both of the teams, honestly, because it was so close. But once again, a reminder for everybody, there is a giveaway for Blacklight. You can get one of the Blacklight Ultimate Gaming chairs, so make sure you scan that QR code, or you check out the message that's pinned in the chat to see how you can get one of those gaming chairs. And as we go back into that conversation, yeah, we were saying this map of Bind, based on the reset of the momentum, based on the reset of making sure that you can win it and close it out in 2 for Galores, is so important. Roy, again, they're gonna finish this match no matter, I mean, more than anything, winning this match if they're able to make it happen, and they're gonna be watching stressed out to see if they can make it far, and all the other scores will go their way. But for Reta, is more in their hands. You need to win the second map. You need to win this third map and push it all the way until the end.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit funny that if Galores wins this, both teams are going to be watching the rest of this tournament just stressing out of their minds. I think that is partially funny. But I think the agents are ready here for Bind. Again, I don't really expect to see anything of crazy changes. Yeah, there it is. The Fade on the Brazilian side and the Sky on the Reta side. So I think, yeah, again, this is really going to come down to, in my opinion, the same strength that we saw from Galores on Ascent. They were very explosive, guys. They were able to walk up into spaces. They were able to kind of do these set plays, these set executes onto sites very flawlessly, in my opinion. And they look clean doing it on the Galores side, of course, I'm talking. And now we're going into Bind, a map that is sort of like that. You take Showers, you take Long B, you take Kuka, and from these positions, you're running these set executes. And this is something that Galores has shown to be doing quite well in the last map.
Emily, I want to know, do you think we're going to go to a third map, or is Galores going to close it out with this?
God, that's a really good question. Towards the end of map 1, I felt like Reta was just getting more hyped up, more warmed up. So I kind of feel like we're going to go to map 3 only because I'm a little bit biased, but I think I like Sky better than Fade for this map.
Okay.
And you can play around your Rays a little bit better, in my opinion. Again, that's how I prefer to play, but I think that we might be able to go to map 3.
Maurice has always looked very, very comfortable on this Sky. They've tried different things in the past, not specifically on this map, but in general. But you can tell that Maurice really likes playing this Sky. So I'm excited to see if Reta is going to be able to push us to the map number 3, make sure that the destiny is in their hands. Or we're going to see that Galores take it 2-0. Let's find out with their casters is Shiv and Dance.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is an interesting matchup simply due to the fact because it is the difference of, you know, what are you going to get out of your initiators? That is really, I think, the only big kind of fringing point that we've seen. Again, mutual opponent. So, you know, some results that you can look at and say maybe stronger for one team or the other, but a loss is a loss, I think, at the end of the day. And there is something to be said about not wanting to drop 0-2 here, especially with the impending multi-team tiebreaker that's at hand here, Vance.
Yeah, and now Reta starting on the attack and already moving into an A-side split. But with this composition, it allows for the defenders to push quite aggressively. There's already a triple flank happening, flipping the map on the defensive side as we'll play a 5 versus 5 pulse plan.
Maurice, a little late off the action. Gets caught by surprise by Sato. Nags does well over towards UL. Delzik in the corner, not able to take care of the vast majority of this defensive retake. Dizzy making life a little bit difficult for his teammates for a moment, but things are fine, as now it's just down to what Nags and Snow can find over the backside of the U-Haul, and nice little blast pack at the feet. Pushes him up, boops him around, breaks the aim, and Galores will take the opening pistol.
I like the adaptation, at least for Reta, going into that pulse plan. They realized here, after the first one dies into short, that there's 2 players pushing, at least in his POV. There was actually 3 for Galores. So what does Reta do instead? The 2 players that are behind towards U-Haul, they try to push back towards the spawn just to make sure that they could annihilate and take away the utility being thrown by Urango on a retake here as this Gecko. But unfortunately here, Sato seems to be very activated since this first map, and he was pristine here on that flood back into the U-Haul and fight all of this back. And this brings a big question here, Shift. The fact that they actually left blind in this map for Reta is quite interesting, because it was a map that they picked against 2G, and they only got 2 rounds. This round and second round, and lost 13 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
That was something that happened in day 1, so it was a while ago, but now that it's fresh back in the memory, it's going to instill a lot of doubt into, okay, what does Reta have prepared this time around? Roy talked about preparation between both of his teams. For me, it's more about fine-tuning around Reta on this map.
Well, that'll start things off nicely. Just a little pop over through mid. That was a mosh being held onto by Urango that just gets completely counteracted just thanks to the opening shot. Nags will be healed back up to full health, at least relatively close to full health. There we go. Top him off. And now the rotation's on. Snow does have a Marshall to play with. Definitely something to kind of clear corners as you make your way over and decide if you want to challenge this defensive Viper's wall.
Yeah, the only thing that's missing here on the attacker's Viper wall after Nagza gets that pick is the lack of an orb, it looks like, into U-Haul. So you could actually try to stay anchored up here for Sato and really try to hold the aggressive line and be more reactive on the side. So he will keep playing alone towards, oh my gosh. Nagza continues to open things up here for Reta, and it's making it a winning possibility for the Latin side.
Well, that's a really good snake bite, plus the elimination onto the wingman. Means that the defense can't start to commit on over, but the problem is they've lost Luke Show inside the site. Sato trying to rotate in, and he actually catches 2 on the exit. No. Oh my goodness, just when you thought right that was going to be able to pull the spike, teleport over, and have a free A site. Now it's just down to a 2v2 where there's just classics being held on to for Raiders post plan.
All of the guns that were left behind here for the pick, I mean, there was a Spectre that was the easiest one to pick up after the openers from Nagzit. But this is a saving grace as Sato gets a 2K and a chance to turn around back in favor of Galores to convert here the anti-eco.
What a decision just to try to peek and poke, and that turns into 2. Paint shells out. Got to tap away at the classic. Decent damage from Maurice. Follow from Sato, very easy, but Delzik! What? From around the back, he does get that Spectre like you called it. What a difference maker that becomes as he finds the final 2.
Oh my god, man. It was part of the plan all along. Just leave that Spectre after getting that pick and U-haul it, and then it'll become the saving grace to win it towards the end. A nice little 180 towards the end. And again, when it comes down to the synergy maybe lacking on how things could maybe happen on the hits for the team on the side of Reta, you always have the experience of these players. And it came to Nags with the openers with the Sheriff, then over to Delzik to clutch it out towards the end. Pulling up the big boy pants and saying, hey guys, we could actually get it done. We'll keep this game close. Eco back in favor of Galores, but they have a showstopper to work with. Unfortunately here, Shift, it's a little bit too far out to go for a trap play to where Reta's currently positioned on a B-side lean.
Oh my gosh, that was sick. To put it plainly, that was absolutely sick. Okay. Oh. Once again, one tap's coming through. Opening first blood, counteracted almost immediately. Stay 4v4. Nags. Evil's been antsy on this angle, and I believe Nags may have seen it go. But Urango from the front is good. Oh, angle a little bit off for a moment for Nags. Takes a lot of damage, but can move back over to Maurice and get himself at least back to 100 HP. Problem is, Sato's got a showstopper, and that could be a major difference maker in this round.
The thing is right now, though, I did like the push from Rude outside of the teleporter, but now he pushed all the way out towards short at market, so this leaves a gap. A map like Blind Reta maybe will decide to go for a TP and work back towards the A side as they group up for the heal. But if they commit into this B site, Sato is 100% going to use a showstopper.
Double blast pack at the ready, plus the boom bot. If they need to confirm some information, a slow lurk from Rude back over towards Hookah. What decision does Sato want to make? Takes the guiding light to the chest, shakes it off. Now the smoke is down. Showstopper's out into the corner. Finds at least the 1-for-1. Gives a chance here to Rude, but he's just got a classic. Over the right click! He catches Maurice trying to pull out some sort of utility. Oh my goodness, he just pushes into his own smoke, and it's just a double right click to win the round. What is happening?
That is too good there. Towards the end, the read coming up from Rude.
Scotch. Out of charges.
Sato's having fun for sure. But that was all off the back of Ruango with that 3K with the Sheriff. In the open, you saw just as he died, his position in front of the Radio Knight boxes, repositioning every single time, and the mistake that you have there from Reta for trying to peek back one-on-one to just try to fight back. Hey, we have Vandals to work with. We can play against the Sheriff. Let's just try to beat it. But it's Ruango playing close range to be able to guarantee the headshots and confirming the kills, giving a chance for Galores to turn it back in their favor.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be this type of game.
Yeah, it feels that way. And you know what? I'm here for it. Give me some chaos. Give me some unpredictability. Full weapons for Galores. Still formidable, though, is Reta, Bucky, Vandal. Oh, and here comes the Bucky right down Main Street, and whoa. Doesn't quite connect for as much of a chunk as you would have thought on the first nor the second. So first blood comes through. Sato still alive, if only barely, and he's just going to step on into the Viper's pit, take down Nags. Are you kidding? So now all of a sudden, you've got the defense looking strong. Dizzy over the top really doesn't do too much in this defensive setup. And yeah, the poke from Evil is good to at least deny the spike from being recollected.
Dude, Sato so far has been at the right place at the right time for these openers and given a chance for Galores to just not give any breathing room for Reta. There was a chance there as they moved inside the pit to get the plan. You saw from the positioning from the defensive side, or sorry, from the attacking side, that they really wanted to try to play an aggressive pulse plan inside that pit. Because as soon as that went down, a lot of players were out in the open and got caught, unfortunately. But it almost looks like right here, I don't know if we're going to catch it. No, we're not going to catch it in this replay, but when Sato got hit here by Snowzine satcheling in, it almost felt like the Bucky gave him a knockback and allowed for him to survive in the back of the U-Haul, and then he double up to get the kill. But that was just a nice little push through the smoke to get that pick to Nagzet. So that is the pit down, and thankfully, though, it was a lower buy that we had from Reta, so they have an opportunity to fight back within this gun round and going more for a default, trying to maybe listen up if we're trying to prioritize orbs on extremities, because you know you're close to the orbital strike. Rude is already there with Sato. They're just going to try to hold that angle and try to play that clock while Nagzet with his experience do the same thing. So pressure on that side, trying to see if we can tap an orb on the audio on that side too. And Nagzet, if he answers and takes control of showers, we could go for a late TP back for an A hit. But all of that is a stalemate after an exchange of utility on the B-side long.
I actually love the decision making there for Gallerus just to kind of let that happen and not even bother with the contest, because you're really just waiting for a commit and then the Thrash is right there to deny.
Agreed.
It's not one of those let's hunt for information with the Thrash and hope we catch somebody. So really it's kind of a little bit of a stalemate. Nobody uses anything, nobody gains anything, nobody loses anything.
Well, they gain a showstopper with the orb.
Yeah, that's the only other thing, is that it gives you entryway back over. And how about Nags by himself, eliminating and isolating over towards Showers. Brilliant play coming through. The wingman will get the glory of being able to plant the spike, and now it's a 5v3.
Patience and experience once again from Nags, and finding the timing after the execution of the Neta, so that he can come through and get the backstab kill onto both. So far, superstars for Galores' side that gives him this lead. Sato falling down.
Hold on a second though. If Maurice falls, the Thrash is already at the right. They're going to use this, and they don't even need to actually hit it onto him, so you can recollect the Thrash. Luxo doing his job now. Thrash denied on the other side, but now it's Delzic's turn, but it's immediately countered out. Now the Nightfall comes through. Nags is going to have to try to make a play, and he's completely decayed out. It's Evil for 4. What an unbelievable play from Gallerus. Just enough time for the defuse, and they're gonna go 4-1.
Oh my God, and not any chaos going in with the Sheriff, but the chaos in terms of how things have been so good for them right now, for both of these teams. They played a 3 versus 5 retake and convert that into a victory on the defensive side, all down to a crucial kill that Evil kick to have a Fade ult. And you saw the mind games that came through. He goes for the Nightfall, taps onto the spike, and then just goes out of position. The reason why is because you won't hear the tap while you're being deafened by the Nightfall. So you're going to have to move forward and try to look for the visual cue if there's actually somebody sticking onto the spike. And he plays a slight off angle, wins that 1v1. Galores is now ahead by 3. Talked about hero moments from both Sato and Rude, but just like Emily was mentioned before, the whole roster of Galores has their moment to shine.
Oh, but how about this? Reta offensively break apart the B setup with stingers and an orbital strike. Healing also gets them back to at least 100 health, and this makes life very difficult for the side of Gallerus. But Rude, if he can find one, maybe he gets an orbital strike, but there it is. Just comes down to, is there enough time to actually pop this and break down this post-plant setup? May not be worth it. Evil's a bit stuck at the moment. They're trying to find him an exit over towards the backside of screens, but you're gonna have to cross through some very open ground here. That's not gonna feel good. So Evil on the corner, well, he'll get denied. Snow turns the Bucky into a Vandal plus, finds the kill on to Rude. Brilliant bounce back from Reda, only dropping 1 in the process.
Yeah, and that Stinger rush going in with the orbital strike was really the starting point here of how they just stayed as a death ball, and we weren't really ready for that on the side of Galores. Tried to play really tucked in within the container and dance around the hit that may happen with the Stinger, but they didn't put into account the orbital strike. It may look surprising here into the repeat that you saw from Rude back towards the spawn, but you saw just there before we go into these headshots, there were still a lot of economy left available here for Galores.
Yep.
Go for a buy, a push down towards short.
Oh, Sato through all of the toxins, still able to connect onto 1. So Nags is out of the picture. That is a huge loss for Reda in terms of being able to separate the A side. Do they have to just give this up and try to play for Sky Smoke breakdowns at B?
Might have to, because as soon as he gets this pick here for Sato, he went for a boombot right into Hookah and it doesn't spot anything. So doesn't force the early rotate over from the defensive side of Galores. They could still stronghold a 3-man site hit, but they have to turtle back a little bit more. The orbital strike still available for Rude that could delay even more. Things are not looking good right now for Red to really gain good map control on the execution towards what seems to be the A site for now, because there's absolutely no control towards the B side to really have a safe TP.
I mean, really
hit the B site.
Yeah, the only real execute they have is to drop all 3 smokes and then throw a guiding light into the corners. Yeah. And they're going to use 1 just to try to block off the truck for a peek for Snow. So now you only have 2 smokes left. These are going to be spent likely to block those 2 choke points, but problem is you've lost some of your entry power as Snow will drop. Delzik stays alive. There's those smokes. And that'll be enough to try to work their way back in towards the site with Seekers to supply as the support. Sato trying to challenge this. Messy through the sky smoke as the wingman does get the spike planted. We're going to stay 3v4 and a reset in the post plant.
The dog went in and got information on at least the Gecko.
Oh! I mean, follow-up from Sato as the smoke drops. Headshots galore, but what an opening beam from Luke Show at Heaven. Wow. Unreal stuff. And that turns it all of a sudden into a 5-2 tally. Again, good first blood conversion success rate for Galorus here.
That's off Sato so far, just continuing to push forward without really any type of support util around there. There's no fake dog, there's no Dizzy being thrown that gives his position away. He's just continuously walking through, getting an opener, and satcheling away to safety. And already, always at the beginning of these rounds, within like 10 to 15 seconds, there's a 5-4 advantage for Glorious. They almost converted over on that side of Reddit, though, and it's almost been that story so far. That the scoreline that we currently see of a 5-2 doesn't necessarily dictate what has really been happening throughout this whole game. Because Reta has been doing a really good job having hero moments where they could turn it around in their favor, but they just lack a little bit of positioning towards that pulse one, especially in that last round. Because we mentioned Rude with the orbital strike. He got instantly picked as he got one kill there onto short. So that's no orbital strike for delay. Seeker's got enough information, but then right after that, the dog that goes towards spawn, you have one player that's stuck inside a dog. Nobody could really react on the positioning of where they're currently at to play these off angles to play against a retake of where Elise was known for two members of Galorus rotating back from the spawn, and unfortunately it just falls short for Reta. So this is an important timeout because this is once again another moment where they need to fine tune. It looked pretty good in terms of the macro and how they're able to set up for these pulse plants. Or sorry, at least go for these site executions, and now it's just trying to make sure that they're able to shut down Sato, avoid Sato, and then now having to avoid Luke Show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Luke Show has a chance to shine now.
Well, Galorus have looked much improved, at least thus far on the defensive side, compared to what they were doing versus TSM. And it really doesn't feel like they've done anything too crazy. It's just better discipline, I think, more than anything else. You know, more cohesion around the call that's being made. This time it's going to be aggressive with a showstopper right behind the Prowler towards Showers. No one's home, though. And all of a sudden, you look towards Urango and say, all right, brother, find yourself a battleground to stand on because you're about to be in a 1v everybody situation.
Controlling Hookah is huge here. A big battle between Urango and Maurice. Going for a solo play. I thought trying to clear Sands, allowing a TP to happen, but now he goes for the aggressive push. This is great, but there's a wraparound for Maurice in this pulse plan.
The thing about this, though, is again, there's no support from Sands, so Galorus can just walk in, but finding two is a bloody miracle. Painting Shell's also finding value. Suther will drop to it. Nag's trying to hang on through deep, but they have to contest the spike. Evil's already on it. He's got support around him. How about Root for the opener, and then the double swing to finish it off? It's not going to feel like the most incredible heroic moment, but Urango winning out Hookah and holding on to that a little while longer, pushing out Rada's offense to Sands, massive because this post plant doesn't have the ability to stay on site.
And also not giving a chance for Maurice to have even more Sky utility to help the players within that site.
Absolutely.
And you're absolutely right for them to just focus on coming back and flooding through the spawn. They could just focus on site. They could focus on back container and also just flood in through elbow where they could focus on that spot too and not have to look at the extra vertical angle back into Hookah because that was already controlled by Ryoango. So yes, definitely a win in terms of the positional battle of how Galorus is positioned in that pulse plant rather. Luke Show is potentially trying to jump spot. I don't know if he's going to pit right away if he sees somebody there because it's going to come down to if Reta instantly temples up behind
Monster on the loose. Poison's
well, there's the other issues that there's a thrash involved. But Urango still gets one. That's off the long flank over towards Stance. Delzik has to hold his ground, but he does well. Wingman gets involved. Boombot tried to follow up. But it's Sato who collects the kill. Luke Show, another over towards elbow, plus the absolute blistering lockdown in place means that it's just down to Nags, and he gets caught looking the wrong direction. Galorus defensively looking immaculate at the moment.
Yeah, and another nice little attempt by Reta after realizing that double flank coming in from from Sands. They try to push out towards Elbow to find the area. But you know there's always somebody that's going to stay cool in that moment, and it's going to be Luxio. He's already watching the angle, and at the same time has support from Evil Kick if the contact play is there and he misses the shot. They're funneling Reta so well into their traps, and they're just spinning it quite well. And if you're going into these pushes into elbow and losing that, we're like, okay, well, we don't have a choice but to play a pulse plant within the site. Well, we've seen what Dolores is able to do so far this whole series on the retake so far.
First blood goes the way of Urango again. Evil, and that's free. He sees all the information. I just... Oh, okay. Forced play by Delzik. Doesn't matter. Wow, dude. I mean, Rita has nothing to work with. Now, again, you don't expect them to work with much in this round, but it's the fact that they still can't cleanly even find a 1v1 anywhere in the map.
But that's the thing. It should have been a 2v1 this because of the situation that we're in. A bunch were by. Look at how Snowzine walks up first. The second one walks in. The third one runs in finally with the stinger to get that pick. But then you have nobody else to support you for the actual hit to at least try to get a plant down. So they need to be a little bit more grouped up here on these type of plays. Maybe not now when you have rifles. I would respect that for players who are playing it more solo. I mean, that sense, everybody has the aim to be able to do so and win these 1v1s. But in those moments when you have stingers and shares, I'd much prefer a buddy system if you already intended to have 3 players walk up towards that to take control of Uka at the start.
Well, the problem into this round, regardless of map manipulation aside, Viper's Pit's locking down B long. Thrash has now made its way over to play around A, and you've got a double focus play over towards Showers, so Breeze is already back off. I mean, once again, Galorus is just in a power position, but a good kind of gut check flash comes out. That's enough for Murray's to play his own life and still find one. Did they expect that Rude played up, though? No, they don't. And that, again, just continues to dominate map control for the side of Galorus.
Because the jiggles that we saw from Maurice only played that 1v1 against Sato, and we've mentioned it before. Sato plays these positions alone usually. So they inserted Rude, gets that pick, another orb, one away from an orbital strike. That's a nice little selfless play by Dolores towards the end. It looked like an overheat, but there was a method behind the madness.
Oh, and wouldn't you know it? I was going to say, for a second, Rude actually sidesteps the showstopper, but Delzik watches the back and finds the pick. So now Delzik can reinforce his post plant by way of a orbital strike if things get messy. Nightfall is ready if they want to pop it. Haunt denied. Snowzin playing over towards bench. Dizzy up and over. That maybe tags one. Luxio looking for some sort of a cross. There's the Prowler. That reaches the player onto bench, but the crossfire setup is perfect, and Reda will get themselves a 3rd round.
And those, again, when it comes down to weaponry and these 1v1s, you could trust that a team like Reta could win those. That flick that we saw there from Suther to take control towards U-Haul was a nice little start that really initiated a beautiful crossfire in the end in the post plant. Yes, you're playing a 3 versus 2. You're at a disadvantage at this point for Galorus' retake, but they have been winning so many rounds in a row. The economy, even I think some of them are 9K, even losing this round. So pushing through, trying to stay within the buddy system, trying to keep the economy low here for Reta, to not give him a chance to close this off in an 8-4 scoreline. And Sato, once again, is about to do some Sato things, holding on the other side of the Viper's wall to watch the short, while it's smoked on the right side. And Reta understands this early aggression that comes out of Sato. They're going to wait that smoke out from the Brimmy. So that's 20 seconds that's burned on the defensive side. You'll take it at least for Galorus because you're winning the time battle on the defensive side.
Absolutely you are. And there's just so much reinforcement here, not just by numbers, but also by what ultimates could potentially be played. Evil says, no Boombot, not today. This is my hookah position. Poison Cloud up and over. Good look at what that is isolating towards that backside at U-Haul. Prowler sent through Sands on the defensive side. Smoke replaces. So again, that Poison Cloud gets countered and Galler still own the map. It's just down to how does this fight go? Because it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, it's going to be a 5-on-2 in the middle. And if this ends up going poorly, Ozzy Thrash may actually not even be popped at all, but instead it actually gets used early. Plus the detainment with the orbital strike. Oh, what a combination! Dizzy also follows up. The read is perfect. It's just down to Maurice. He does well to catch the first. Seekers are out, but he can't get the gun up in time. What a beautiful play by Galorus. The timing is absolutely exquisite.
Switching sides.
And that, again, another position where you think that Sato's going to be overheating. But there is, once again, the method behind the madness. If there was actually players pushing within that smoke, he would have played enough time to give a chance here for the Urango to come out with the thrash, and the orbital strike gets hit towards rugs, towards carpet, towards the A choke. But instead, he went through the smoke. He holds that timing. He gets 2 on the right. He could focus on the fight on the left and just not give a chance here for Reta to really get a nice split towards the A site. And unfortunately, another one of those moments where Reta is playing without trying to really gain too much map control. It's make noise, cut noise, and re-hit, and pivot back to where they really haven't figured out what the position of their opponents were.
No, and
you saw how Naxo was a little bit scared there towards short.
Could you count on more than 2 fingers the amount of times that Reta held on to either hookah or showers? Because I can't.
Yeah.
Everything was down B main or through A mid.
And that's what you were mentioning before too here, Shift, is despite the amount of util that's being thrown on the attack set of Reta, there was really no counter aggression coming back from Galorus because they have the good strong side, right? If there wasn't a second wave or anything being utilized on that B side, they're like, okay, well, you don't need to over-rotate. Let's just trust the foundation and the strat that we had for this round and just commit to what we have. Again, because they know that they could trust how good they've been on his retakes and how good Sato's been in terms of activating at least for 1 kill before it goes into a site hit to give a chance for his remaining members on a strong side to fight within that site. So aim is definitely on point so far for the Galorus side. And what a turnaround so far, if you're looking at it from the story of Galorus, Shift. They started 0-2 really in this group stage, and they're about to potentially make it across and try to stay alive here in this matchup. If they win this one here, they are going to be at 2-3. Reta would also be at 2-3. You might have a quintuple tie going through, but at least if it comes down to head-to-head, this is going to be Galorus going over Reta at this point.
Yep. Again, map count's going to be a thing. Round differential may be a thing. There's so much that is going to be into play here because, again, we're going to have tiebreaker situations without question.
Oh, yeah. Make sure, chat, you follow RKT. I think it's RKT Caster. He's got a golden sheet getting ready to let you guys know, but we'll follow the action now.
Decent moment. Nag just pulls the offense back to touch. Back and forth we go, but it's Galorus who have the final say in the battle for B. Dizzy also will be collected evil with the plant 3v2. And it's just down to Suther and Snow. They're going to try to split hit this for the retake, and that's not great news because it's a double stack at elbow, which means that Suther is going to be in trouble here in terms of trying to work his way back in.
Too. Both players have no chance to really try to fight together, so you're hoping that these pop shots from the Sheriff is going to wait. I know. We're good. Yeah.
For a moment, though, I thought that Pain Shells was about to get all 3.
Same.
Wow.
I think in a previous version of Raze, potentially.
Yeah. I mean,
might even one-tap them.
They all ran into the exact same radius. It's like, guys, not like this. But a pistol win sends it to 10. It essentially means that this is going to have to be an anti-eco round. Otherwise, we're force buying the rest of the way through at 11-3.
I think it's down to that point. You might even have to just force.
It's tough because they found 2 kills. That's all they got were 2.
And you have no plan to invest it into the Sheriff in the previous round. If you're going for a force buy, it's not going to be the best buy. It's actually going to be Fries. They're out bankrupt.
Not good. All right. This isn't the ball game yet, but it'd be a substantial step towards it. And I think Galorus knows that we need to be careful here just in case. I think in particular, you got to watch out for the Frenzy, the Shorty. Of course, this Marshall up over towards A showers could be an issue as well, depending on the timing of these peaks. But realistically speaking, if you're Galorus, you catch one bit of intel and you utilize that. And that Prowler, I believe, does see nags. So this is going to call for the walk up past the poison wall. Delzik trying to play some sort of a counter smoke setup with Suther, but here comes the walk around. Oh, and it's just everything in front of Luke Show, who's not going to whiff. 2 kills down, plant on the way.
Planted.
And there was a chance there with Snowzine's aggressive position with the Marshall to try to funnel those players back. That's what the smoke was there too. So now he's going to have to retake with the Marshall. This is dire straits now for Reta. It's looking to be an 11-3 scoreline for Galorus. and potentially even converting into a Black Light Fall as the last two players, Nagset and Maurice, holding back towards the spawn, trying to go for exits, trying to die the spike, as you definitely do not want to give more ult orbs to three players currently that's been owning in this series. Luke showed a little bit more in the second map versus the first, but Sato and Irango, all of them pretty much at halfway point, already into their ults. And then when you're in a lead now by 8 rounds, it's only a matter of time that these ults are gonna bring a lot of value into your side of the attack for Dolores to close this out into a swift 0.
Yeah. Wow. Oh boy. After the stun on their own map selection, Reta has provided very little in terms of contest here in map number 2. Bonus on the way. Reta's gonna have to talk about a lot. Flat out. And most importantly, not only do you need to win this round, you need to do it convincingly. You need to start getting some ults built up. You need to get the eco really set in stone, because you do not want to be in a spot where you're possibly looking at your tournament life. Don't want to say it for sure because, again, tiebreakers, but very possibly your tournament life could be on the line of having to force buy and take wins. So this is a very important round towards at least getting something going in the right direction.
It's so hard in this moment right now for Reta with this timeout, because you haven't gotten you haven't had a chance really to play any attack rounds in your favor. So the strat that you're trying to discuss here with your team is not necessarily on how you could anti or understand how Galoris currently plays the map today. You have to fall back into the last notes of how Galoris played in the past, but if they change their side something slightly different, which seems to be the case with how Sato's been very aggressive on the defensive side, then it kind of throws you for a loop. And what other surprises do you have now for Galoris on the attack side, right? And Sato, despite for Galoris' loss against TSM on this very map, Sato still popped off. There was a loss that happened in overtime for Galoris, where Sato went like 8-2 in terms of first bloods and first deaths, and Galoris is going to continue to try to leverage that here on their attack side to be the tip of the spear here to open things up on a B-side lead.
Well, Prowler sees Nags again. This has been a reoccurrence over these first 3 rounds in this second half. Utility to follow up just to be sure. Boombot not going to fully get in towards Garden. But Radar, they're trying to hold the front line from inside of these forward kind of smoke positions. Now they have to force the fight over towards Long. Good shot starting to come through from Sato. Follow-up should surely take care of Suther. And to make matters worse, Nags, whoa, hold on a second. Let's say he's also being hit by the snake bite, down to 31 HP, but he does at least take 2. Maybe a chance for more. Good prediction towards Rude, but it doesn't make a difference. Galoris will take the bonus, and now it just feels like an inevitable circumstances have made their way into the forefront of our conversations.
Yeah, I was about to say, for better, it was actually played against Daxet, because he almost made that possible there against that push happening from Hookah. But when they've lost so many players on that fight towards Long B, a 2 versus 2 that actually went in that side, that went to a victory on the side of Galoris, it's that extra body coming through here on that split to the B side that was just too overwhelming for Nagset. So unfortunately here, Reta at a point where they might have to, what the Des was mentioning, just sit in the sidelines, fingers crossed. That map differential, round differential will give him a chance here to make it into playoffs. So far though, it's before going into those stats, it's down to the players, and Suther doesn't want to go down yet. A nice little opening kill that's gonna force the hand of Galoris trying to peek out towards Hookah. Would manage to escape out of that, get information on top of that too, and force a rotate of 3 players. A stronghold now towards B. A jump spot from Marines that spots 2 more.
Oh, and I mean, are we joking? We're just pushing right through that. Sato, Paint Shells, gets his own trade. 4v3 situation. Mid still being owned by Reta. 2-2 split. And Durango, if he can get this, yep, Thrash is going to be earned. The only question will be if he takes this teleporter and joins over through Showers, it means that there will be this 1v1 between Evil and No.
Tried to go for a fake here, a la Dead Zone.
Get out of here.
Or Dark Zero, rather, just throwing the wingman into the B side to try to fake that, but the wall was good enough to make them understand that the fake did happen. But nonetheless, Galoris still gets the opener within the A side, and Thrash is available for Rocco.
Offensive smokes will make this really difficult for Reyna to move their way back in. Thrash at the ready, over towards U-Haul. Support is here. Rude just holding over the top of the corner. Reyna taking their time, breaking down as the smokes will dissipate. Molly's out. Thrash immediately denied. Now the defense, a chance to try to step forward. Defensive Molly gets thrown over towards the cross corner. Good team shots coming through, leading Rude by himself. Plenty of health to play off of, plus the angle. There's the tap. And it's going to be Delzik with the Guardian through the corner to finish things off. Reyna will stay alive, but again, the economy is not great.
Oh yeah, it's going to be the name of the story right now throughout the whole half, pretty much. You're going in for a half buys. You're going to have players with Guardians, just like Maurice did on that last round. And yeah, it looked like it was going to be a throwing play that we just saw right here, but the wall was actually activated behind him. He had to make some sort of play. It's exactly in these moments where it's dire. Your back's against the wall. You're about to lose this series. You just feel the pressure of having to make a play. And thankfully, he was able to get a 1-for-1 to give a chance here for the post plant to happen for the retake for the defensive side. But it was trying to mention before here with Dark Zero, Stellar did one of those calls too where it was throwing that windman towards that B site, and he went for an A site hit after. And it did work out though to open things up and get the picks here towards the A site. They just couldn't pull back a 2 versus 3 in the end with the Molly and ult that was available from both the runway.
Showstopper coming out. Lots of forward pressure and the 1v1 towards Showers. That would have been pivotal for Reyna to hold on to the site at least somewhat defensively, but instead Delzik takes care of a couple of low health pools. Double in his name. Offense weak. Orbital strike to clear out U-Haul. Here's the issue. You still have the ability for Sato to hold this corner. And on top of that, the crossfire setup for Rude is good. So now it's just down to everyone hold their angles. Guiding Light is through. Evil at range finds him another pick. Just down the Maurice. 1v3 situation. Has to have it. Haunt denied. Maurice. Prowler out. Not going to be able to stay alive from that as Sato finds elimination. And Galorus will 2-0 Reyna and at least force a couple of teams into a tiebreaker situation.
Oh man, you could definitely see it, how happy they are in the camp of Galorus. Again, starting things off at an 0-2 in terms of record to start things off, to kick things off in the VCT Ascension Americas in Mexico, and they turned it around into the later halves. A very tough schedule that they've had so far, and having to play against some tough teams so far for Galorus. And you know, you were expecting for this #1 seed for Galorus to come in strong, and then it instilled some doubts into, can they actually make it past the top 4?
Yeah.
But now for all those fans in South America that's been watching and praising this roster of Galorus and how good they could be and what they were known for, I definitely started seeing that in the last few matches here of this roster.
I think the thing too is it's not just the collective skill is starting to really kind of showcase, because like we said, it's been a lot of Sato, a lot of Luke Show that we were kind of praising, especially the matchup they played versus M80. But were they hiding map picks? You know, is there a level of that with Ascent in the mix? The improvement that they just showed right here on Bind after losing it the other day, already significant in the nature of them being a more well-rounded squad, because when they were playing maps like Breeze and things like that, that was their strong suit. We didn't really know what map was going to be their strong point moving into this series and this overall event, but now we're starting to get an idea. But the desk is standing by. We'll be back for our second matchup, but now time for our breakdown.
Very nice win on the side of Galorus, and it has to feel good for this team. You could tell how excited they were of getting this win, and it was important for them to win 2-0 as well. They just made the first step into what could be them making it to playoffs, and it was domination, specifically on this map of Bind, a 13-5 that they're, or 13-4, I believe, that they were able to get away with against Reta. And even from Reta, Emily, the frustration from his nose and towards the end.
I know, but he's rightful so. He wanted it so bad, but when you were looking at Galorus' faces, they were just laughing and having a good time throughout the game. And right here was actually after a round where Sato just had an insane whole map. I pressed tab at some point, I think it was round 10, and he had 17 kills already, and the next person had 8. So he had a really good game, and they were doing what I said they needed to do. Just control the pace. They really played their game to the best of their ability, and they were doing a really good job on using their util. They were peaking together. They weren't doing 1-by-1s, and Reta, unfortunately for them, they just weren't ready for that. And look at the post plans, 4 out of 5 won. In comparison to Reta, 3 out of 8, exactly what I was saying. They just couldn't hold the retakes from Valores.
It's hard for Reta because when they struggle like this, it's so difficult to see this team that we sometimes see do quite the opposite. But it's great for Galores though, Roy, because this is the win that we mentioned they needed. And this is just the start of that 5-way tie that we might end up ourselves in at the end of the day.
Drydy, you and I are in sync right now. The second map win was exactly what Galores needed to increase their chances for playoff clinch. I mean, also, this is the Galores that we've been expecting all tournament, and I'm glad they were able to display it towards the end. Now it's just a waiting game. Like, we need to see all the matches unfold. Everyone's got their fingers crossed. They're all stressed. I'm sure no one's going to be eating anytime soon, but it's going to be a pretty magical day, I think.
It's shaping up to be that way. We get to see once again Sato, the guy that we talked about for the last couple of days. We saw finding some success on the kills department, but it was not enough to close out these series and these maps. And today, I mean, what an impact that he had. Emily, 24-9 that he ends up this map with, 368 ACS.
Oh my god, that ACS is huge. He has been consistent like this throughout the entire group stage, so I'm happy for him. Like Roy was saying, that they actually took the wins in the last 2 matches, which really mattered, and it's gonna be so fun for the rest of the day to see how it's gonna play out. I was a hater on the fade, but actually it worked out for them because they were peeking and utilizing the fade util on the perfect timing and not just throwing it to throw it. So you know what, good for them and good map picks overall, and they won 2-0, so good for them.
Yeah, it's great to see. And for Galores, I'm assuming that there's always going to be those people asking, what are they going to take? Again, we don't know until the very end of the day. I believe they needed to get this win 2-0, and the next step is for All Knights to lose 2-0. So and that is not even guaranteed because this is the 5-way tie that we're talking about. So it might be a possibility that we see that, Roy. Honestly, I love the KOs, so I really want to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to remind us that we have a match before that last one. So we have to have 2G play M80 next. That is going to be a really interesting game. Of course, M80 has been the most dominant team. That's going to be coming up here shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's an M80 going against 2 game, and with the way that M80 has been looking, there's a good chance that they can get away with that win, and that would also help into the narrative that we're building, that everybody needs to keep watching until the very end of the day. But we're going to do a break, we're going to have an interview, and then when we come back, we'll talk about that second match.
Embarrassing gaming moment? I think just one that I was like scratching my nose from the other angle. It looked like I was scratching inside my nose, but it wasn't. So I think this one, and it was in the start of the first split, I think, in this year. It was kind of embarrassing, yeah.
I was in the first strike Brazil event, the first one, and we got like 13-0 in the match. Fate was with me in that moment, so I guess that's it.
Absurdo! Que seria difícil? Que será impossível?
I would probably say like every time I whiff on stream, it like a little bit of my soul crumbles. So I think every single time I whiff on stream, that kind of hurts my pride, you know.
Olha isso! Ele atira andando!
I mean, it's not embarrassing in a funny way. It's embarrassing because it was really embarrassing. It haunting me to this day. It's when I was still a player and we lost the final of the first master to Australs, and we were playing in Weigers with Kesnit and not my former my teammate Suter. We were playing for Weigers at that time. We lost 3-0, so it was pretty tough because we were the favorites in some way.
Probably my whiff against Paper X in Iceland. That was pretty embarrassing.
Force, they never make mistakes.
Jing just got 2 kills in mid, by the way. This kill, well, yes, might be impactful.
Kill them now!
He knew!
I don't know, it's not really like embarrassing, it was more sad, but like losing to the guard last year when like we got #1 seed both years, like we just couldn't keep up the format like an international like fully. I mean, second's still good, but like we obviously really wanted to win. Like it was pretty like I guess embarrassing because like people were like thinking very highly of us when we were going into it, and we just didn't show up when it mattered fully. So this year will be different.
I think it was 13-0. We lost a lot back in 2022 Challengers. We actually were playing our best map. I think we never lost a map before, apart from the problem we had in Champions with Breeze. And then we played Loud and they absolutely crushed us like 13-0. 13-1 maybe? I'm not 13-1 I think it was. At least not 13-0. It always was like very embarrassing for us.
Ele contra 3. Acerta o primeiro de Marshall. Será que dá pra passar? Mas não.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with Evil Kick. He just won this really important match for them against Reta. And the first question, of course, that I want to ask him is how is he feeling right now? Então, como que você está se sentindo agora nesse momento?
Muito realizado, né? Porque o começo do campeonato foi um pouco difícil pra gente, a gente estava meio sem ritmo e, cara, te falar a verdade, a gente tá um pouco acostumado já a apanhar no começo e buscar o prejuízo.
So yeah, we are really happy. We also are really we have the custom of like starting from the bottom and just playing and winning and just getting the win. And yeah, we are really happy that we just got this win. The second question that I want to ask him is which team he would like to confront in his first match. Qual time vocês gostariam de se enfrentar no seu primeiro match?
Eu quero buscar a minha revanche contra a M80, porque ficou um gostinho de que a gente poderia ter fechado o mapa, assim como os outros, mas a M80 pra mim, eu não sei pros os moleques do time, mas pra mim é a favorita daqui. E a gente ficou com aquele gostinho de que a gente conseguia ganhar deles, não conseguimos, mas é o time que eu quero a revanche, é M80.
We would really like to play against M80 because we couldn't win from them the first match, but it was really close. So yeah, we would love to play against M80 again. and win. The second question that I want to ask him is if he can talk to me how was that lower run from them, and how could they just keep that mental intact without just coming back and winning the 2 last games that were the most important ones. Como que vocês fizeram para manter esse lower run com o mental intacto e também para ganhar essas últimas 2 partidas que eram muito importantes para vocês?
Pra gente manter o mental, todas as partidas foram muito close, muito perto, exceto o segundo mapa da AK, que a gente entrou um pouco, deu um apagão no time. E a gente é um pouco acostumado já, como eu te falei, a sair de baixo e ir pra cima. A gente entrou meio sem ritmo no campeonato, a gente foi buscando ritmo dentro do campeonato e, cara, a gente conseguiu conquistar nosso objetivo por agora, mas ainda tem mais.
So we still have more going on. We are we know how to come from below and just win and get the win and be the best ones. So it was basically that. We started a bit messy and we just couldn't just close those close games. The last question that I want to ask him is that if they expected that this Ascension would be that difficult and the level would be so high, and also if they expected that it was being really difficult to classify to playoffs. Então, vocês acham que o nível do Ascension ia estar tão alto e também se vocês achavam que ia ser tão difícil classificar para os playoffs?
Pra te falar a verdade, a gente veio muito confiante, achando que nós éramos os melhores. E chegamos aqui um pouco sem ritmo, fomos surpreendidos e acabou que... Mas a gente manteve a confiança em nós mesmos. A gente acredita ainda que somos os melhores, mas não fala isso, não fala isso.
We were really confident of us, and it just surprised me the level that this Ascension has, but we're still really confident that we can win and just take this Ascension and go to Tier 1. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, guys. Just stay here because we have M80 next against 2G.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Cara, eu acho que não precisa mudar nada. Claro que tem algumas coisas no jogo que não pode acontecer, mas eu acho que a gente entra num snowball e às vezes a gente fica sem ideia, mas não há nada tático, nada individual também. Eu acho que às vezes a gente só entra num snowball e a gente fica sem ideia e acaba no que dá, assim, nos jogos, infelizmente. Eles são muito bons, óbvio, os favoritos do campeonato, mas individualmente falando, eu não tenho medo de ninguém. Eu acho que o time também não tem medo de ninguém, os caras são como a gente, treinam como a gente também. É óbvio que eles são os favoritos, mas eu tenho certeza que vai ser um jogo de frente a frente também. Cara, me aguardem, mano. Eu tô na minha melhor fase, eu não tenho medo de ninguém e é isso, mano.
Yeah, obviously we haven't lost a map this tournament in the first map in this tournament yet. We've always kind of started with a 1-0 lead, so it's a new experience for us on LAN, but nothing we haven't experienced at home. Obviously, like this team, we kind of have this like running joke of like the team last year and even a bit this year is like we never start out hot, like we're always a slow starting team. And so, we kind of joke around about that, but in reality, like it's about how we finish. Like we're a really, really strong team, and the game is never over until obviously map 3 comes around. So yeah, we're really excited that we were able to get the win today because it shows like how much resilience we have, even though we're on the back foot. We've won games, with the map advantage. We've won games with the map 1 loss. So we've won on kind of both sides of the spectrum, and yeah, we're feeling good about that. Yeah, I think we can definitely reach the playoffs undefeated, and I think 2G is a really good team, but with the loss today against VALORANT, I think the way that they play is like, very similar to stuff that we're already used to in this tournament. I feel like a lot of teams kind of play similar, and so we're going into this match ready, excited, and just kind of ready to punch our ticket to the #1 seed, like we finally get the group stage over, get to where the real business is in playoffs and see how far we can go. What message would I send to 2G? I'd probably have to say, be careful if you like to talk shit. I think it really hypes us up, so probably wouldn't do that against us this match. But yeah, other than that, good luck and have fun.
It's time for the second match of the day, and it's 2-game going against M80. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Ascension Americas. And things are getting messier as we talked about from the beginning, but when things are messy, you want that reliable team of M80 to come through and really show everybody else what they're capable of doing. But it's not going to be easy, though, as the past couple of matches haven't really been for them, because 2-game is one of those teams that have surprises right throughout the tournament. They've been doing really good, and the question is, can they get past this M80 squad?
Yeah, I think in the beginning of the tournament, the question was whether 2Games' double duelist style was going to be able to match, the expertise of some of these teams that have played duelists their entire careers. And the answer to that has been undoubtedly yes, they can. They have 2 players that can go head-to-head with the best duelists in this league right now. That's Silence, that's Spike. Both of these players are extremely flashy. They're very consistent, and they also have a great support team that goes along with them to help set them up for success.
Really cool to see this team being so complemented and so well put together to make these kind of compositions work, Emily, when we're seeing a bunch of different duelists played by one or the other, and then you see the support, as Roy was saying, around it to make sure that they're making these work out.
Yeah, in listening to the interview, they were saying kind of what we could tell of how when they were playing that they were running out of ideas eventually, so they kind of just went with the flow. And sometimes it's like that, especially if you go into a lot of OTs, you kind of just go with what you got and what's been working and just utilize that. Spike, we have on the screen his #1 ranking for KDA. 1.8 on that KO. I love my KO players, and Spike is a player that we've been highlighting pretty much throughout groups because he's just a star. Is somebody that you can always count on that will get the job done, and he's been pretty consistent too, I would say, throughout groups, but also through regional splits has been playing extremely well throughout the entire year.
And not only Spike, but we also have the other duelists in the side of 2-game, Roy, and that's Silent, that has also had some great moments. We continue to see the flexibility for these 2 players, and we continue to see a Silent that when he needs to come up and perform, he's going to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I love watching Silence play because you can just tell he just looks super chill. He doesn't really ever look phased, and obviously the results are there for him. He's #2 in multiple areas, including the ACS, damage per round, and utility kills probably coming in from the Blade Storm. And of course, he's incredibly good at finding those opening fights. And this is, in my opinion, such a unique dynamic because we don't often see teams that are structured this way, where two players are playing the duelist roles, but also still finding an immense amount of success statistically and in the game, which is kind of interesting to see. But now they're going to be going up against, of course, the M80 side, the Koala Noob, and that's going to be quite a test of their ability and their skill.
Silence also played incredibly well versus TSM, you guys. I just want to make note of that. That was probably his best game from all of groups. He went plus 26 in that BO3 series.
Wow.
And you guys, he has a really scary op. So if they want a chance against M80 today, they're going to have to really utilize that op because that's what really works well for Silence.
It's a very different style to what we see on the side of M80, where here on the side of 2Game, you have these two crazy duelists that they're alternating between what they're going to be playing on each map, and then you have an M80 that has a completely different idea of how they want to play this game. We have a lot of maps where we're seeing Koala Noob on the Yoru, and maps where we're not seeing him in the duelist at all. So it's very different, but it makes this matchup so interesting too, because we talked about what's on stake, and it's a 2Game needing to win this matchup. For everybody asking, and for all the fans, all the family, of course, watching and supporting M80, they are already guaranteed for playoffs, but we know that that doesn't mean they're gonna make it easy for 2Game. They're gonna be fighting until the very end, because this is what M80 likes to do, Emily.
Yeah, M80 is a team that we think very, very highly of, and it shows. Yes, some of their matches in groups have been close, a lot of them in OTs, 13-11s and multiple OTs. But at the end of the day, this is a team that we all know and love that has the unmatched experience, the unmatched chemistry. Some of these players have been playing together for years, for a very long time, and it shows when they're in game. They get the job done at the end of the day, and that's what truly matters too. You have to think of that as a player that maybe some of the maps should have gone in your favor, but a win is a win, if I'm not mistaken, Roy.
Yeah, I think scientifically speaking, a win is definitely a win.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, I got you. No worries. I got the science studies right here. But I do want to, of course, talk about, the level of skill on the M80 side. They have been undefeated. And here in Gianni's talking about the level of skill, right? The talent that is in this tournament. The talent pool is not missing talent. The talent is here. That is also another thing that is scientifically speaking.
Wow.
Yep, you like that?
We should all put our lab coats on, because this is getting serious right now with all the science. But I like to see this on the side of Koala Noob and what he's talking about, not only praising their own performance because of how well they've been doing, but also praising the other teams, praising Brazil, praising Latin America, because these matches for M80, Roy, they have not been easy at all.
Yep.
And it's, as BCJ was saying in that interview that we just got the chance to see, it takes resilience to make sure that they're winning these matches against these very, very tough opponents.
Yeah, the TLDR of M80 is the fact that their macro game, their strategic game is the best in the league by far, but their individual form has not really been that consistent. They're kind of alternating players right now, popping off, but that's not consistent. They need more than one person trying to pick up the slack and pick up the kind of the heat, right? Because now you're going up against 2G, a team that has very flashy, very consistent performers, and if you're not able to match them mechanically, strategy just isn't really going to save you.
It's not going to be easy, but you mentioned about those players needing to step up, and that is what Net specifically has been doing. I remember 2 days ago when we were watching this guy, he was struggling in a couple of the maps. Then you see him yesterday. Oh my God, Emily, he looks like a different player. He looks like the Net that we know and love, of course. But it's not only Net, it was also Nismo yesterday. So it feels like everybody's having their moments throughout not only the whole tournament, but throughout the series to have to be the difference makers and make sure that the rounds are being closed out because of them, and the rounds are starting well because of them.
When I think of KO, I think of Nismo. This is a player that I love to study if I ever want to improve my KO gameplay, and Nismo's mindset is actually just incredible and unmatched. Even though his team was winning, he said, I'm still disappointed in myself. I know I can do better, and it showed yesterday. Nismo really stepped up to the plate. He had a KDA of 2, which really increased throughout the series. And this round right here was a fun one to watch. He got an ace, he got a 1v3 clutch, and this pistol was so important. M80 really needed that pistol to secure this map win for them versus TSM. And they ended up pulling through thanks to Nismo and his insane aim here. This was very much needed for him to boost his confidence.
Yeah, and Nismo, just to remind us, he is the leader in assists per round. He has the most assists, also the most assists per round basis. His level of support is insane, and he's going up against another pretty insane support player, Zap, a player on the Brazilian side that has really stepped up this tournament as well.
This is a really cool matchup between the two. You see Nismo on one side, and then you also see Stab, that, as we've been mentioning for the past couple of days, he is, and he's been saying that he's giving to the team what the team needs. He's being the guy that's screaming and feeling confident and yelling at the other team, but also the one who's telling them what to do, trying to fix those mistakes as the rounds go by, Emily, and making them work out, because it's not going to be easy against M80, knowing that this M80 team, they made it to playoffs. They have nothing to lose right now.
Yeah, they're 4-0. They're the only undefeated teams for their matches. So they've got it easy right now. Not much pressure. This is the time where they can do trial and error. Test the waters of what could work for their playoffs that they have next week. And I think that's really exciting going in today, because we have 2G on the other hand, who really, really need this win. And it's going to be a tough win because it's versus M80. That's a strong team. I do feel like 2G does have a chance to take the series if they really look and exploit the weakness, if they can find one, from M80 of the day, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, M80's weakness has actually been pretty clear. If you disrupt them, if you kind of interrupt their flow, interrupt their process of retaking, executing, taking map control, default, like if you're somehow finding a way to imprint yourself on their footprint, I think you're actually kind of getting in their way. And that's something that 2G has done extremely well. And I would like them to do in this match as well. Just start the match aggressive, take over the tempo, try to make M80 play on a pace that they're not really used to, or a pace that makes them uncomfortable.
Some teams have been able to do that so far in a few of the maps. I mean, we talk about this M80 team be undefeated before or no right now, but 3 of the matches, they went the distance. They went to the third map, and a lot of them going overtime, a lot of them going 13-11. So this is not an M80 that's destroying teams and taking them down 13-1, 13-2. It's a team that is adapting as they go. And so for 2Game, what they need to do here is understand that M80 are more than comfortable playing that long game, and work around how they're gonna make that their own pace go their way, because 2Game, again, they need this win. And if not, we're thinking about those ties that are gonna be happening at the end of the day, Roy, that none of the teams want to deal with. You want to have your future be in your own control.
Absolutely. I mean, 2G losing right here would feed into the chaos machine, but a 2G win right here would be almost comical, because they would be like, okay, well, we were not really expecting that, and then now the last 2 spots would just be just in shambles. The last 2 spots would be absolutely in shambles. So I think either way, whether a win here for 2G or a loss here for 2G, would be kind of tense for the remaining spots for playoffs.
And it seems like it's about time that we see the players walk on stage. And Emily, I want to ask you, if you're on the side of M80, you're undefeated. You're also guaranteed playoffs already. And the players that are talking about playing like they have nothing to lose, and that's how they're this scariest. How do you deal with it if you're more on the side of 2Game, of this scary team that is already scary by themselves, and now they're playing with full confidence?
Yeah, well, 2G was saying in their interview they aren't scared coming in and playing versus M80, because they've been probably seeing that some of their matches have been a little bit scrappy, to say the least. And so I like that they're coming into this match with confidence, because it is really all about that. And for M80 too, I mean, this is a team who doesn't settle for just winning. They want to win clean. They want to win and make a statement. So I'm expecting a really tight-knit game here from both teams, because like I said, both of them just have this really interesting and strong mindset. And as they come into this huddle that I love to see, this is the moment where they're reminding of all the moments that they reviewed, and just reminding of the game plan, taking one map at a time. Also, yes, they have a marathon of potential 3 maps in this VO3, but it's one map at a time. You want small goals, achievable goals, and this is what they're talking about right now, hyping each other up.
taking it step by step. It seems like that is the dream for these teams, especially for 2-game today, as now we get to jump into the Zippo map select. Let's find out where we're gonna be headed, Roy, because the series for 2-game, more than anything, it could depend on this.
Oh, the Lotus. I love that. I feel like since the swap from M80, their Lotus actually hasn't looked that strong, but I'm assuming because they picked it, they're very confident with the adjustments that they've made and the mistakes that they've corrected since they last played Lotus.
And also remembering that we saw this M80 team running with the Yoru on this map, so maybe something that 2-game has been cooking and understanding and reading on what M80 can do here. And Emily, now we get to see the Blacklight Agent select. We talked about the Yoru is going to be played right there by Koala.
Yeah, it's a good choice for them. He's been playing Yoru on multiple maps, so they're looking very happy going in also. And Lotus, I don't think we've seen 2G play Lotus yet for this event, so let's see what they got today.
Well, let's find out who is going to get the win here. Is it going to be M80 or is it going to be 2-game starting strong with the first map win of the series on their last day of the group stage? And it's time we send it to your casters as Shift and Vance.
Yoru v Neon. Oof, should be pretty saucy. And here's the thing, you know, we've seen Koala Noob on Yoru now a couple of different times, and it feels like flat out he plays well, team wins. It's a lot of resilience and reliance, maybe is the better word, for what we expect from this M80 team, kind of putting all of the effort in towards what Koala Noob can produce for this team, especially when they're on the offense.
Yeah, when you're looking at it with an agent compositional change for M80 that went into this one, and usually a map that you see a lot of raises or neons, it's almost confirming here that Dismal's off that roll, but I don't have time to talk. We're going straight for a fight for C main control, and it's a 1-for-1 to start things off. At least there's still smokes available, but both duelists trying to make a play, trying to create space on either side. Both give their lives away.
Yeah, that's very 2-game-esque. Force the issue early, get some tempo involved, see if we can maybe create an opening that would not be expected. Like you mentioned, it is just duelist for duelist. Hit over towards B on the way. VCJ going to be trusted to throw in the first bit of utility. That's enough for Nismo to peek through, find a counter pick. Prowler now on the ready. That's going to be sent in blindly. 2G just trying to hold on to the ground best they possibly can, but the kills are not there. M80 coming out very nicely with 3 for 1. The essential exchange, and then the shot through the smoke for Xander will also land. Clean retake for M80.
Yeah, when you look back at it, it's so far everything that Roy's been mentioning at the desk, right? 2G trying to up the tempo very early, trying to make M80 feel very uncomfortable, but M80 was already ready with this double mound here towards that C side. And that's what maybe when you look at his composition with the Yoru onto M80, instead of playing a jet that Koala Noob used to play in the past, or a Raze that Koala Noob almost never plays, it's to adjust to what he's comfortable in, and an agent that he's comfortable to play outside than a jet, and it seems to be the next best bet to be this Yoru. And it still allows for you on this defensive side to get this forward position to try to get your nice timings against the Neon. We've seen some nice shots that he's done with and off close range on a Neon dashing towards him on Sunset. I wouldn't be surprised to see this again here on M80's end. I mean, look at him. He's already pushed all the way up with an outlaw, and he's created all that space while 2G is inside C.
Yeah, Net, though, still holding inside this dark cover. Supplying support is Xander. Just getting another smoke in play. Maybe trying to use this spy cam to reopen the doors. And interestingly enough, 2G's not going to back off and play through Mound just because it is just classics in a frenzy. So they have to play by this deeper hit over towards C Hall. BCJ, oh, really good C's. Locks in a couple of different players, and then the follow-up from Xander through Waterfall is perfect. Sure, the plant comes through, but it will be a blacklight flawless for M80 on the retake again.
And that's really important to pay attention to what Net was doing in that round. He stayed alive towards the waterfall, looking at this composition that doesn't allow for you to get too much scans outside of your fade. He keeps the camera tucked inside the C site and doesn't really pull it up until the team's ready to retake the site. So he pulls that up, it sees all the information towards the back of the site. That's why the C's was so perfect. And you follow up with all the concussives around the breach utility. There's no opportunities there for 2G to flip the map and play back towards the spawn, where when they started the map, they had a great read. 3 players pushing over that site on A. They have a Neon, they could book it over towards the C side. They flip the map, but they meet up with so much util towards the end.
Yeah. Okay. Strong bonus here for M80 in terms of weaponry that they've got available to them. but as you'd figure, round 3 advantage does still technically move over to 2G's direction, thanks to the fact of having full rifles, full armors, and a lot of space to work with, at least over through the door towards A. Prowler to confirm that they can move in if they want to, and then Xander through the smoke again finds himself an elimination onto Spikes, and just as soon as he thought 2G was about to hit the trigger, their initiator's down.
My eyes. And the second initiator, at least on the other end, is, yeah, exactly that. Dismal falling to silence, trying to find a timing there, thinking that everybody was committed more towards Rubble. So you instantly tie things up on a 2-2. Close range, though, with the judge, it's BCJ.
Yeah, doesn't even care, just deletes the Prowler instantly. Sees Flash also in the play. BCJ still fighting. Lots of damage has been tallied. And now he can get to work with utility of his own. He's got help nearby. Nets joined the party. And there's just no crossing this small door if you're 2G. They need to find some sort of creation from Silence over towards this backside at B and try to dissuade this setup on the B link.
Definitely going to happen. That's a win con. Break that trip, force the players to turn around, and boom.
Oh, missed
goes the dynamite.
Oh! Or does it? I mean, that's not common for Silent. He has been unbelievable for this 2G squad. He had a freebie at least. Misses it, whips it, and wouldn't you know it, M80 survived the pinch, and that's a bonus win. And like the desk had also said, it's not just the fact that M80 is really starting to come to life from the individual standpoint. The whole squad is just looking much better day to day.
And look at that. The last moment of fighting back towards Unbreakable. As soon as Silence found that opener and got the timing, they push back on that side. They still have support from Xander on the A side with the Bulldog, so it's nice for them to push back into the positioning that was being held very passively by 2G. And unfortunately, that win condition not in favor of the Brazilian side. Breaks their economy going into this one as well. And they have to go back into the tried and true of just trying to prod the information first, maybe trying to get some warps up quite early. Yeah, and that's not going to happen for at least Silence on the C side.
And this is the other thing about it is because that gun round goes awry for 2G, the Outlaw, again, looks like an operator here in round 4. Spike, thinking about the high gear, gets caught in the paranoia. Relay bolt, taunt, flash, all of it being spent. None of it affecting the M80 defense. I mean, legitimately, nothing affecting the M80 defense. Quality almost gets the pistol swap out, but Luis will stay alive. Not for long, though. Xander with his third on the ball, plus the one tap from Dismo. Works out, dropping 2 in the process, but M80 get to 4-0 early.
And you're starting to see as well, like, people were questioning what it was looking like for M80. Maybe not as impressive to have Koala Noob on this Euro to start things off on Lotus, but so far, I mean, I'm liking it. You continue with the aggressive angle, down with the Outlaw, down towards C. You still have Net set up towards the C and B side. He's the one actively watching B as well, so that the focus could be on those that have utility to stall and trade. You talk about players that could frag out. It's not just about utility around M80. You have BCJ and also Nismo that could frag out as well, and they always have the perfect stack.
Opening exchange once again tilts away with M80, and if they can play with this type of aggression and get away with it, I mean, 2G may as well start talking about Sunset. I mean, this has been overwhelming. Nice bounce back though. Silence gets 2. That's going to reveal Net, who now all of a sudden realizes that he is just up creek without a paddle. This is going to slow him down convincingly, and in that moment, Zap is going to just make sure he holds the high ground towards rope. So this should be a very confident post-plant setup for 2G.
Net has been good in clutch scenarios the last time they played yesterday, but overall, though, it comes down to a 1 versus 2 with 0 information. So he's going to have to be meticulous one, but still very quick in the tempo. The advantage here for Net is that there is a separation on the positioning of 2G. Not set up for an immediate trade because Zap is right there with full utility to try to stall in the back of drop, and Silence is going to try to watch his back. So they are banking it on trying to play to win based off utility and not off the gunfight. So the temple's still controlled by M80 so far, despite now Net falling back to save his weapon, and the first round coming in here for 2G.
Yeah, again, it's just, if M80 could, well, that's a mistake. If M80 can keep finding ways to put this existential pressure immediately as soon as the barriers drop, it's just going to force 2G to counteract what their normal identity is, which is playing off of some tempo. So you can definitely tell, and like the desk had mentioned, they wanted to see M80 come out with a little bit of passion, a little bit of, you know, I think fury, and they've done that to this point. So an opportunity to potentially keep that up, but a good bounce back here to get on the board if you're 2G.
You're going to get very soon into the moments where you could start cycling ultimates, and one thing that was really nice watching M80 with these ults, especially the one available from Yoru, is trying to cycle that around the Yoru ult. So as he comes in and he finds information, it allows for you to get all that support utility ground to flood back behind. If not, it's going to be a Nightfall with a TP within those lines so they don't hear him TP and it gets a backstab kill. So there's a lot of coordination that's needed to make this composition work, and you can't just pick it up in your rankings and make it succeed.
Nightfall
and just avoided here, the Nightfall.
Yeah, this is huge for Net just staying alive, but there's a lot more utility being thrown his way. Quick play for Spikes to clear out the dark cover. And, well,
Spike
that will be a post plant now for M80 to try to break down.
Tried to go for an early trap play for Spikes. Paranoia for them to push forward. Nobody was there to greet him. So that allows you to retake with the ults from M80.
It's a good 1-for-1 though for Spikes, all things told. Prize stuck in a corner, not able to shake off the concussive effects. And now all of a sudden BCJ getting to work. He's got himself the Odin, just trying to spam down some of the smoke. Quality working on the defuse already, and Louise and Zap are stuck outside the picture looking in. Yeah, really good retake. I mean, I think a lot of that is just thanks to the ultimates at hand. The Nightfall first, the Rolling Thunder second, just really cleaning up the space inside the site, and the players on Mound just no chance to fight through the smokes.
Once they finally realized, too, that there was an overextension coming out from Spike from the waterfall, BCJ went for the instant ult. It doesn't cover all of sight, but it's good enough to get the ping and to scare the Neon away, to not allow her to get too much space on her side, and even for players to start playing outside of the site. Those that stayed within, you saw it, got caught here by the Rolling Thunder by Nismo, and everything else was history. So it continues to be very, very quick in terms of M80. When I think about VALORANT, I think about Brazil usually. Everybody's been thinking about the W style before paper ranking even started. It's really M80 that's dictating this pace.
So here's an opportunity, but that's a really nice setup with Koala holding the corner with Nismo. First outlaw shots hit, and then all of a sudden they teleport away from it and they split the focus. So yeah, Spike gets one, but it's not enough to actually enter out the B site whatsoever. So really good stuff here. Again, from M80, just diversifying their setups, not getting caught. The transfer, a little bit awkward for BCJ, but Zap also takes a lot of damage. And as Louise falls, it will just fall onto Zap with 21 health.
And concluded with right there, the combination out from the Kitten to Xander. So nice little prowler to spot him inside the smoke, already giving your body away. I mean, at this point where the tempo's been very quick, I would have been okay too with Zap just to hold it back instead of throwing his life away that fast, so that they could actually add more time into the timeout to even continue to talk within the next rounds. Because now you only have a minute instead of a minute and 40 seconds. Of course, there's a freeze time right after, so this could have given you a lot of time here to really figure out how M80 is really trying to work this map. If they force the Euro TP quite early onto one side, maybe they'll realize where the weak side is. But they also have to figure out how to contest against the flood retakes from M80. That's really, really good so far.
Again, it's just one of those things that's like, this play style for 2-game you can appreciate in terms of quick execution leading to quick plants, but M80, we've said this a lot, like I almost feel like I'm repeating myself from just a couple of days ago. They're fine just holding back, not using too much utility, and then spending it all on retakes. It's just because 2-game have to be so heavy-handed with their executable abilities of their own, there's not much to hold off M80 when you've got things like fault lines, flashes, seizes, haunts, Yoru just diving in, decoys. I mean, it's just there's so much opportunity for them on these small sites to just completely overflood you. So you have to try to play a bit of an ability exchange game early, you know, to see if they can like pull out things like a fault line or pull out a haunt or a prowler, make M80 a little uncertain of where the hit is, force them to use some utility just for scouting out and then hit. It's just they're not finding that existential pressure yet. And I think a lot of it is because M80 are finding so much value in just stacking the barriers and playing down, you know, either A or C aggressively.
Yeah, and that's why it almost shows sometimes that you still give a lot of responsibility over to Net because of these stacks, because of utility for floods and whatnot. That's why lurks are super important. You're hoping that Silence or somebody else here could play that 1v1 and make Net not look good on the defensive side to show these gaps that M80 will be forced to, you know, retake with utility even in backlines before moving inside the site.
Yeah, I mean, that's just different right there. You pop a door, Nismo's holding a fault line, but there's no follow-up utility whatsoever. They're trying to instead cut over towards stairs side. VCJ supplies the trade. Damage being tallied on both sides, but Nismo still holding over towards tree is a threat that needs to be dealt with, and it's just there's no way they could do it. I mean, not with Zap having just a flash left and Silence playing Cypher. You just got to win the angle. There's the wide swing. That's really well done by Silence, but problem is the rest of the defense is now here.
Yep. And even if they need it, they don't. It was good there. They had the Euro ult too to try to scout out the last players, and they go for the buddy system once again from M80, and it pays out dividends. And if that's your timeout and you come into opening a door and get greeted by an Odin, and there's no utility behind
Where's the follow-up?
As you open it, exactly. Where's the first part? I mean, you have evading your composition, and its prize right there was at the door. He could have prowled in there to find something.
I think he did. I think he did Prowler, but he sent it to the right. He never even looked left. And then on top of that, again, even if he does get Prowlered, I mean, still, fault line connects regardless. So, tough situation, and now all of a sudden back to just pistol upgrades with a Stinger for Spike. A little bit of aggression showcased over towards Mound. Keep in mind that Qual Noob has gotten the Operator in play. He's seen something. There's the second something. It's almost a full body of the Neon, and well, I think the information has also been mutually earned as 2G are saying, oh, I don't know if we want to go down this road.
Yeah. But I'm liking this at least right here. We're looking at a default that 2G currently has. Silence does have the responsibility to start getting some mid-round information and trying to find his timing so he can try to fight a 1v1. So, or it's going to be Silence fighting against Xander, or it's going to be Silence trying to fight against Net, needing to find openings and backstabs, because that might be another winning condition here for 2G. If M80 are too set in their ways to flood util, they're going to have coordination, as I talked about before. So it's, okay, let's time things out. We're ready. Let's throw it at 47. Let's throw it at 45. And if that type of timing allows the backstab to happen from your lurker, it allows for you to play more totally within the site.
It's just there's so much utility that's finding information. The traps are also landing. It's just M80 are doing everything perfectly.
30 seconds left.
So, Zap, Silence by themselves, two Sheriffs, Qual Noob clearing the dark cover, and with 22 seconds on the clock and the spike down, this is just trying to make things as difficult as possible if you're 2G, or maybe trying to find a couple of kills, but they're not even going to get a chance to do that. Flashes out, mid-door pops, and they will be dealt with only finding a single elimination. A speed run through this first half to this point as M80 find themselves convincingly up.
Zap and Silence just got Zap and Silence themselves. Nothing they could do there when you saw that utility that came out to just flood back towards the mount. But yeah, as I mentioned, trying to test Net within the sites, or he's so good with his utility as how he was anchored towards that C site that maybe now you're looking at a revamped M80 in their last match here of Ascension, where they look unstoppable from any points or any player in this roster. You know, Dan Dryan mentioned it before. It was sometimes VCG on that first day when it was fighting against the ISO on Icebox and winning every single one of those kill contract duels. Then it came down to Nismo yesterday, also on Icebox, getting so many 4K. Xander had moments in the clutch in other matches, but today it really seems that every single one of these individuals are finding their moment at the same time. And when that happens, holy crap, are they looking scary so far, where 2G has no opportunity to find any type of opening.
No, it's actually facts. Well, tack pause about to come to its end here for 2G. And again, like, where do you even start the conversation? Like, these maps are tough to bounce back on because nothing's been going right. It'd be different if it was an 8-1 tally and we're dealing with like 3v3s, 2v4s, things of that nature, where you're dealing with like a limited amount of numbers, but these have been clean. We're dealing with 5v3 situations.
Yeah.
Pretty much from the word go. So lots of focus here, but this is already going to feel like a bit of a must-win round here for 2G. Rolling Thunder at the ready, neural theft as well, plus a full buy. You need to get these back too.
You're also in a competition with 2G where you're supposed to be at the goal line and
later.
Yep. That's unfortunate there. I mean, again, you're coming out of a timeout, and then these happen. Your next two gun rounds get dismantled on the first time in at door, and this time towards an opening on the A side where you don't have your lurk anymore. That win con that we were trying to mention before.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, now that I'm kind of reflecting on how this map has gone and taking that back to the first day of games, really the first 2 days, where M80, you know, I think all of us were sitting here like, what's happening right now? I mean, these guys should be steamrolling teams like Gallows. What's not really necessarily happening. And what you're seeing now is it feels like M80 have understood where the holes are in the Latin American playstyle, where hey, if they're not going to throw utility early, let's just get an operator out. Let's just force it, make them have to win a battle or throw extra utility. And even right here, you got a 5v4. You know there's Rolling Thunder in play. Just back off, play, retake, use our numbers. It's just, it feels like M80 have gotten a really strong read in terms of what these other squads want to do. Oh, good shot.
I was going to say this is where it starts, but the dimensional drift that's trying to find information they can start activating through, but with him falling, it gives a chance then for 2G the Pulse plan.
Absolutely the case. VCJ is an elimination away from Nightfall. He finds it. That would be pivotal. There's the little bait and switch swing. Nightfall now on the urn. That'll be used to make sure no one is playing on the backside of the site. No one was home though, so now it's just down to can you actually break down players inside the site. Really good C's again being played. VCJ trying to come quickly. Does not realize that prize is in the corner. But now Nismo with the bomb, the absolute beat down with the Odin, just lets it ring out, and that'll be a 9-1 tally to M80.
Oh, that was such a nice start though for 2G to kick things off. Yes, you went for timing the push against your opponents to not give him a chance to set up, but it wasn't a backstab, it was just pushing forward, getting that first kill onto Kolonu, not allowing for them to have the cleanest of retakes in terms of utility, but they will have the cleanest of retakes in terms of just fragging capabilities outside of those pendulum swings, those bait and switches that we just saw here, the ping pong swings coming out on the defensive side of M80, and then once again the clutch factor of Nismo winning that 1 versus 2, and again just shutting down 2G.
This time a little bit of movement, finesse from Spike, that turns into a missed shot from Kolonu, man, and more importantly a critical elimination on the VCJ, who has been a difference maker with this utility out of the fade. So opportunity here for 2G. Weapons aren't great, but they still have a Nightfall to use. And of course the numbers, and it's going to be a wide open C site.
And that's what you mentioned here. When there's so many ults, then just let the C side go, and then you can just play the retake. And I love this little switch from 2G. They know that so far from the ults that they've been playing, for M80, they play outside of the site, so they're just using these ults for post plant and trying to gain space.
Yeah, Net's positioning is going to be really important here. Does he try to play over through the waterfall, or does he want to try to deny the mound? Looks like he's going to go waterfall side. Ballanoob, he's going to be able to guarantee that this Rolling Thunder is going to hit a ton. Ballanoob teleports on in. There's the blind side, trying to work its way over towards the backside of the site, but Zap is holding on a very good crossing angle. Decent follow-up from Xander. Problem is, time is becoming an issue. Net is still not a part of the play yet. He's got to get involved, and he needs to get there quickly. Silence on one corner, double up in the other, and the taps are good from Silence. Spike's able to find his third in the round, and with that, it'll be a second round on the board for 2G.
Hard to do there when you have a Nightfall to answer right back into the Rolling Thunder, and because of these pings, they were just trying to smother the first part. But it's your Neon playing towards the spawn. It's easy for her to just run away, and it's only the Omen that gets caught right in that corner. And it's a sacrificial lamb pretty much, because as he's going to get Rolling Thunder, he's just going to throw a flash towards the spawn. So you have to, at that point, throw some bodies away to guarantee some rounds, and you'll take it any day here to at least give yourself a fighting chance. Now they have Overdrive available, and Spike is looking for that kill right away, and that fast lane finally caught. It cuts a lot of that line of sight here that Kolonun's been able to take on the A side.
VCJ sees one in the corner, trying to get to work on the spam to dark cover. Lots of damage has been tallied, but 2G still find their way into sight. And with the neural theft involved, this should guarantee the plant and a little bit of safety in setting up their post-plant setup as well.
It's off there too, the overdrive and a TP towards the back of the site too. That kind of overwhelmed M80 trying to anchor it up on that spot. Just trying to play the aim duel that falls out in favor of 2G with the number of players that they had. First option was kind of close.
Oh, good predictive spam from Silence. I was about to say, I don't know if he anticipates that there will be 2 players here. So getting one is fine. Nice shot from PCJ, and then the follow-up from Net is perfect. They know where Luis is as well. I mean, we just gotta hold on stronger than that. It's very predictable. It's a 2v3 situation, and instead of it being a 9-3 half, it ends up being a 10-2.
A 2-3 retake though with an operator, and BCJ, rare occasion that you would see him with an off, comes in clutch for a nice little quick scope just at the bottom of the ropes. Oh, man, it was looking like it was going to be a good position here for 2G in the post plant. The strongest hold that they had was down towards the tree with an Odin. But unfortunately, no bodies to fall behind because everybody was just trying to watch their angles and hoping that their crosshair placement was going to be good enough to win the fights. And unfortunately, it was not when M80 is playing the way that they are today.
Here's the other side of it from the macro level of not just this map, but the matchup overall. For 2Game, their most amount of success, maybe the best way to frame this up is the difference between when they play from an economical advantage versus when they have to play from behind. I think anyone would assume that the numbers would favor when you're playing from ahead, but in particular, it's that way for them. 70% win rate when they're on an eco advantage compared to 25% win rate at an eco disadvantage. The numbers on that is it ranks second best overall in the group stage for the advantage stat, the worst by far when playing at a disadvantage. So you want to talk about M80 coming out and doing what they need to do. They set the tone, they set the pace, and most importantly, they're making 2Game play against one of their worst statistical categories, which is playing from behind.
Yeah. And at least for now, for everybody else that's currently waiting in the sidelines, watching this game, they are happy of the results so far from M80. Because once again, it continues to give a chance for those that are chasing the opportunity of making it into playoffs. They need this 2G loss. They talked about it at the desk a bit, but it stems deeper than that than just 2-3 records. But the map differential, at least right now, if it's going to be a 2-3 scoreline and you're getting smacked the way that you are right now for 2G, if it's a GG go next into the next round, you're hoping it at least goes into a third map so you have map differential, an added tally to the map differential on your opportunities and on your advantage to try to make it through. So 2G here not necessarily out of the race yet here of playoff contention, so they have to keep that in the back of their minds and not worry about the results that M80 is currently showing so far from a strong start on the defensive side.
Oh, big time. And the problem is the numbers don't get better for 2G when they swap the defense. In fact, their offensive side is where they've gotten the majority of their work done inside of their region. So
don't say that.
I'm just the numbers are there, the writing's on the wall. I just got to say, you know what I mean? I get paid to talk, fans. You know this.
The numbers are there as scientifical facts, as Roy would say here with Emily on the desk. But no, it's true. It is going to be a tough one too. And you're looking on the negative side of things is that 2G loses this as an 0-2 with these type of scorelines. Now the round differential becomes very important that you need to close the gap. So, you know, now that I think about it, you have to think about the scoreline in front of you.
And
try to win this pistol, 2G.
Yeah, this little spam around the corner. Then do they have the damage? Zap inside the side. Ooh, almost an opportunity to double down. Doesn't fully work out. Leaving Spike now with really a lot of the legwork to be done over the top of the B side. He can only collect a single Leland. So, Silence working his way in. He's going to realize the bad news, which is that no one else is still here, which means it's going to be a 1v3 post plant. Defuse required. And to make matters worse, if you don't find these kills, you're going to be force buying into essentially a 2-11 tally.
Spike planted.
It just doesn't feel good.
Yeah. And that's the good news for M80. Starting things off, knowing that Silence playing towards the C site because none of that Cypher utility is there. Towards A, so it's just individual 1v1s, but on the side of M80, they have been hitting shots, so they are okay of playing these forward positions in solo spots. And it's basically what you've mentioned here. It has to be a 2-11 scoreline comeback. Attempted now by 2G, and potentially now just 4 spies after 4 spies, and it's only a matter of time at this point, unless you're starting to see the cleanest VALORANT from 2G on the defensive side, where they always keep 3 or 4 alive to make sure that they're always going to have a strong buy. And in a game like VALORANT, where it's an MR12 and you have an opportunity to focus on objectives, defuses, and kills like that.
Whoa!
Spike down, C. I have retrieved the spike.
That's one way of doing it. Fault line out, and Net says, is it my turn? Still looking for it. Tough fights over the top of mounds. Just pixels on both sides. Paranoia is going to be exchanged as well.
Oh, I love
Net
that.
does not get affected by it, so he's on the move forward. Teleport out, and okay,
Spike
Zap
down,
will get just enough help to allow him to take another 1v1. So Xander, 1v3 situation. Still very winnable here, especially with the Vandal, and especially if he catches Silence with the pistol. I was about to say, maybe he catches timing because Silence actually had the knife out, but No, the shot will land, and that's a massive round for 2G with a couple of the weapons to just immediately get recovered.
Oh yeah, and that's how you want to start things off now with spikes. Again, focusing on what's in front of you, in front of your screen, and catching really some opponents off guard now for M80. And I love this huge quick dash that's going down there from the high gear, because I honestly think that's really going to time the utility that might be thrown by initiators to try to get info quite early into the C-mount, especially with the haunt.
Oh,
he's gonna keep doing it. He's gonna keep doing it. He's gonna keep doing it.
That's one of those things of like, that's just different. I mean, there's no analysis needed there. That's just run, shoot, click good, get double.
While sliding.
Okay. Profit.
While sliding. From a bulldog to a phantom. Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And the right click burst rifle from LZ also working out, leaving Nismo by himself. And if Spikes can really start to turn things up like this, you never know.
Talked about clean rounds here, Shift. Clean rounds, but they have to keep 4 or 5 players alive, or 3 to 4 players alive. Now they have a Black Light Flawless into this round, and the econ is blowing now for this team.
Now, I realized when they made the patch to Neon that it made running and sliding a little bit more accurate. I didn't realize they said that it made it fully accurate.
Yeah, yeah. You see, you never left CDL. You're pretty much Captain Cold Duty.
Yeah, what the Cold War is that slide cancel? Holy!
Oh my gosh! But at least there, it comes to show that this is still a composed M80, right? You don't want to let this lead slip. They're going to call the timeout right away. They want to stop the momentum that it's already trying to get built up here by 2G. So I think this is a great moment for Happy to call this timeout. But this is also like, oh crap, guys, they are sliding Neon very quickly in these early rounds. Should we stay back more towards the spawn now, if that's going to be the call?
Well,
or
yeah,
try to use more util to fight back. But if you're going to stay more back, your Shift, you're giving more space now for 2G to activate around the map.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's the other part about it is, you know, the conversation, and this kind of stems back to when we sometimes saw even triple initiator on this map, is like, do we try to counter pressure with pressure? Or do we hold back, let them throw things, and then hope that we can kind of work it back at a later point? Like, there's only one of two ways to do this. Either you hit hard and you hit fast, you try to just hope you win out those battles, or you stay super passive, and then you play a long game that ends up having you executing with about 20 seconds left on the clock, it feels like. So
seems to be the first part. Everybody stay towards spawn. Triple watching towards a long B push and using the extremities to try to figure out where the Neon could be at first, right? Xander giving his body to, you know, kind of stick his ear into the wall, and while Net on the other end has the camera to look out. So you are trying to use a little bit more protocol, which is actually pretty good for the side of 2G, because you see that they're not playing as aggressively or quickly before, but they are forcing a little bit of utility at the beginning of these rounds out of M80, which then gives them less to take the site, which then gives them less to hold towards Pulse plans. So I'm liking this mind game so far for 2G. If they keep this up right now, that might be a good game plan to play against M80 so far.
No, I like it. I mean, again, you see it. The initial dark cover gets thrown by Xander over towards this front side to make sure there's no early aggression.
Who's next?
Then it gets replaced by 2G. And with the dimensional drift out, fault line, Prowler, that's all going to hit later. Thanks for playing. Follow-up though from Spikes. Are we joking? What game are we playing? Spikes still around the corner with the finger guns now out. He's dealing some damage.
Spike
Prize follows up on it. 1v1 around the backside A. And oh, it's just the widest swing you've ever seen from Xander. So now we get a 2v2, 22 seconds on the clock. Spike is in hand, but it needs to make efforts over towards A.
Jump Spot sees him though, at least. So that's body on one. So information that they have to commit towards this A site because there's only 11 seconds left.
Yeah, Zap's on the corner already as well. Catches one for
remaining.
free. 7 seconds. Net gonna commit for the plant. Fault line, the aftershock, not fully gonna reach, but doesn't make a difference. They could spam him down anyways. Great round from 2G. And I don't hear my volume a little bit. I hear a little bit of a pop-off coming out for 2G. Okay.
Yeah. And they kept only 2 players alive this time around, but they've got flawlesses and 4 games before keeping 3 players alive in this round, so their economy is still pretty good. But you see it from the timeout being told by Happy, keeping it simple, right? Wait towards the spawn where the Neon could set up, and when you're giving them that space, and they're going to take that space here for 2G, you fight back with the dimensional drift to get information and use a utility, just as if you were playing that retake as you were on Lotus. And it worked out to spot, you know, Spike towards Rumble, but there was a lot of bodies there for 2G getting ready to play around the fade, around the overdrive, around the crossfires. It looks so good, and it continues to do so.
And the thing about this is, like, Neon just does that because there's no punish for it. Doesn't even need a flash, doesn't need a fault line, just high gears the corner, slides it, runs back.
Well, Zap was there at least with the flash this time around. It did blind a few players. And then it allows with the fault with the concuss here, the relay will Spike to fall back and it'll check the corner.
Oh, wow. Okay, Spike's good for 4. How about the ace? All right. Right into it. And the thing about that is that get the overdrive back? I mean, he just used it last round, but pretty much ready to have it again. So,
yeah.
Okay.
He used it, died, and then now gets an ace. At least at 6. Get it, you can count it right here. 1 away.
Wow, dude. That's filthy. End analysis. That's what else do you say?
Just digest it. I mean, there's nothing else, right?
Oh my God. That's crazy.
Oh, Neon.
Oh, Neon, you crazy lady. Hair's on fire. Wow, bro. That's actually disgusting. Okay, well, M80 stay alive in the first 30 seconds here in this offensive attempt. Already success.
At least now, though, they're trying to clear trips for M80. You know, here one close, they might want to try to just, okay, I was going to say, maybe you want to walk in and play the contact, but whoa, they had 2 players on the side here for 2G that were really good and ready to just watch the angles, and yeah, things are falling apart.
Yeah, as soon as Louise gets at least attempted to be isolated, Silence watches the other corner. Perfect play to keep the defense safe. Spike will still be planted, though. 3v5 flank on the way. BCJ trying to work up over towards Waterfall. Double stack there. Zap trying to flush them out by way of the aftershock, and then the Rolling Thunder immediately afterwards. Here comes the Neon from the other side. Nice shots from Nismo. Prowler doesn't land. Doesn't make a difference, though. Prize has got the Odin. Sprays it down. And 2G is starting to boost the volume.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely starting to make themselves heard here so far in the second half, which is not what I would have expected here coming out of 2G because of this composition that you usually see on paper. It's supposed to be quite fast and overwhelming on your attack side, and they haven't found the best results out of that. But in terms of trying to find proactiveness results out of the Neon slide in the first few seconds, kind of like what Dante does for All Knights, but on the attack side, they're doing that well here for 2G on the defensive side here of Lotus. And let's see where the Neon's at right now, getting ready to just run down towards C. And there's just an M80 getting ready to walk up here towards the A side after the spray. Yeah. It's going to hear all of this triple flank happening so far. And he's going to hear the pullback too.
Oh, but Prize, Odin up. Gets some damage in, tries to get the trigger pulled again, but not going to happen. The Rolling Thunder is good for the isolation. Silence, next one up, and that might be all they need. Double from him. Paranoia comes out, and Xander just sidesteps because, wow, he was tagged and he nearly dropped. So now, 3v3 situation. Spike, Zap, LZ. Last left alive for this retake. Would they anticipate Net lurking this deep? They don't. Check it, and Net's not going to miss his window. Leaving it all now to Zap for a 1v3.
That's why, like I said, it's so important, and there's a lot of responsibilities around Net to get information on either sides. Defensive and offensive side. But Zap at 30 HP, 3-2-1 swing. Oh, wait.
Whoa. Winnable. Aftershock drops down. Nismo just trying to kill the clock. They know Zap is at low HP, so he's going to trust the classic with a right click. Zap on for at least partial defuse. Zap gets the shots in. Time is not going to favor him, though, I don't believe. It'll be close, but no, not close enough. They do enough to hold it off because, wow, if he pulls that 1v3 off, we may have a full-on reset into our conversation about how this map is gone.
And that's the unfortunate thing there with trailing behind 10-2. It just takes that one round that's just going to knock the wind out of your sails as you're trying to really swim to shore and not drown here in this battle, in this matchup against M80 for 2G. And again, I was talking about the responsibility from Net. On the defensive side, solo anchoring B and C to get information for the team. Passive information. This time heard all of that towards the B side push. And is allowed to find his timing to flank from
Whoa, and now the paranoia is here. Plus the relay bubble quality steps into it, finds the trade. And that will immediately push the defense back towards their side of the map. But wow, is Spike a difference maker? Luis in trouble, teleports away from Mound, flash to make sure he stays safe, but the pressure is not done. Fault line in, Aftershock sees all of it. Luis, Slater, dude. There's nowhere to go. And M80 will back off and take their numbers advantage with them the rest of the way.
And that's just unfortunate because I think he was trying to jump on the boxes before and he got hurt because he missed it and the water made the sound and they just trapped him. Thankfully, though, still a Nightfall to play for the retake, but solo hero plays from Zap towards C. You're spreading and thinning the defensive line from 2G, all solo anchoring. Maybe, though, they seem to be wanting to decide earlier on to pivot towards A where Bolster utility was there to support Prize, but now at least it's back on to C.
Yeah, I mean, because Prize will have the ability of backing off as soon as he sees information and committing to the Nightfall if he needs to. The issue here is this. Dimensional Drift is going to scout almost everything out. Koala will not fully recognize how close Silence is, but it may not make much of a difference because the hit is already underway and they're going to rotate back over to B. Prize, odds, caught, completely flash, decoy power. Just things, this Yoru thing. And now it's just down to Silence Operator. I mean, 1v4, this clip would make Reddit if he pulls this off. No, not gonna happen.
You think so?
Nismo wants the knife. Wait, he do it!
Wait, it will go on Reddit.
Oh, it's still gonna go to Reddit! Reddit's still gonna be happy! How about it? Nismo will finish with a backstab, and they're saying, where's the noise now? Really tight second half, though, I'll tell you what, especially considering it all started with a force buy in the anti-eco.
Yeah, it definitely kicked things off in the second half. I mean, it's kind of like us here, Ship. We had a slow start here in our cast, but they had a slow start in their series for 2G. But they do look better right now ever since they switched sides. And now they have an opportunity to play on their map pick on Sunset, where that Neon does definitely get a lot of value into that composition. So we're hoping to see here that flash in the pan continue to just create some sort of beacon light and hope here for 2G to fight back in this series and push this to a third map.
And I will say, I think encouraging for 2G fans, you see the cams on stage and there's still smiles like, we gave these guys a go. Like, this wasn't just a one-sided affair like it started on the first side of things. Definitely some momentum to come back into the 2G camp, especially as they will move on to their map selection next. Head off to a break. We'll be back with the desk for the breakdown right after this. Peace.
A 13-7 goes the way of M80 on our map number 1. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Ascension, where we're seeing this M80 that, oh my god, Roy, in the first half, they look insane. It was a 10-2 half. Going into the second, there were a couple rounds here and there that T-Game were trying to get, but they were just not enough.
Yeah, sadly, they were heating up towards the end, and I think that is a future sign of life, though, going into the second map. But I kind of do want to talk a little bit about the Yoru on Lotus. Like, at first, I was kind of skeptical, and it was hard for me to understand what the vision was. But now that I've kind of like, the more I see it, the more I kind of enjoy it, because the A and the C lanes are the only ones that are pretty much used on this map. And Yoru can get across both those lanes quite quickly to challenge both sides at the same time, which is kind of a cool idea. So I think M80 is cooking. They just didn't have the greatest performance the first time they played it, but they seem to have learned a lot from that first showing and coming into this match versus 2G.
It's a back and forth that needed to happen, and it seems like almost in a way, Emily, this 2-game squad, they started really cold. They could not find a single answer on that first half, and sometimes that's just how it goes. You can see them warming up more and more, having great ideas, but M80, it's just, they are overwhelming to play against.
Yeah, M80 definitely had control of the map throughout. I mean, the entire first half, it was 10-2.
Yeah.
Their retakes as well, I think they won pretty much every single retake other than the first 2 rounds that 2G had. And you could just tell, I mean, they're very coordinated, very detailed, and they just have their retake combos down to the T. Once we swapped to the defensive side for 2G, I think they were finding their footing a little bit with Spike on the Neon. He was getting multiple rounds of entries, 3Ks, 2Ks, and ultimately it was just a little bit too late. They didn't have too many rounds to work with.
It's hard. It's hard in this map of Lotus as well. That can be so momentum-based for these teams, Roy. And it was a map that continued to allow us to see this M80 squad evolving, working around their strengths and making sure that way they were able to close it out, even when things got a little more tricky.
Absolutely. And now I'm looking kind of towards Spike right now, because although they did get kind of swept, he was having a great game on the Neon, and we're going into the second map of Sunset, in which hint, that is another Neon map for Spike, and he looked amazing throughout the tournament on that map. So I'm not giving up on 2G just yet. I still genuinely think there is a chance. They just have to replicate a little bit more of that success they were having towards the end of that first map, where they were challenging, they were kind of holding their space, not allowing M80 to run their script like we were talking about before.
That map of Sunset, it can mean everything for this out of 2 game, with the way that these last day of the group stage is playing out to be. And it's a map of Sunset that we've seen quite a lot. It compares a lot, and it's very different to what we saw on Ascent, that we've barely seen as we got to see in the match number 1. This is Sunset that we've seen for teams for quite some time. We already know what to expect. We already know how to expect these Neons to play out. So Emily, how much do you think is 2Game going to be able to capitalize from their own strengths, from their own ideas, when you're facing this M80 team that is merciless?
They're going against M80, who has all of the details down and situations prepared for. So if 2G is going to want a chance, I feel like something that they did not do on their attacking for map 1 was kind of push the grounds a little bit. Double push or triple push an area, maybe to gain some space and overwhelm an M80 to not allow them to go in their typical retake positions to utilize their util and combos that they've done so many reps on. I think that might work well better for them if we're going into Sunset. So gaining a bit more map control and overwhelming them for the map space might work better for them.
And another note as well with the kind of the Neon matchup is Cypher on Lotus is still kind of uncharted. Like there is a lot more room for expression with the Cypher, where it's like it's a little bit harder to predict how the traps were, and it really did feel like 2G was sort of struggling with it on their attack side. But again, now we're going into Sunset, where the traps are a little bit more pronounced, they're a little bit more obvious, and they have a more direct counter with the Sova. So I think Spike is not going to be struggling as much on the attack side, especially when he's running into those traps constantly. So I think there will be some change in the performance for Spike and the success they're having on getting into the space and the site specifically.
Just yesterday, we got to see this map of Sunset being played by the side of M80 against TSM, and it was actually TSM that surprised us, and they took that win all the way into the other time. But once again, Emily, that has been kind of the narrative of this M80 team, that a lot of these maps will go the distance, a lot of these series for them will go the distance, and then they're able to close it out. When you have so much information, though, it becomes a little more tricky for M80 to deal with, but they've been able to do so every single matchup so far.
Yeah, this is a team that just, when they're dominating, especially for Lotus. That's something that we've seen consistently from them, is just being strong on getting the ball rolling and keep rolling with it. But, I mean, we still have more maps to play against, and they haven't been playing their full potential for groups that we've seen from them so far. Today, I feel like we're seeing a different M80, the one that we all know and expect to see this style from. And Sunset, it could go either way. And I only say this because towards the end of map 1, we were seeing momentum being built up from 2G, and they need to transfer that over into map 2.
Well, it is a map of Sunset, and it's time to jump into the Blacklight Agent Select. Let's find out if there's going to be anything different. Honestly, Roy, at this point of the group stage, on the last day of the group stage, when it matters the most, both of the teams are getting these wins for M80 to get the confidence and for 2Game to stand a chance to make it to playoffs. We're expecting things to remain the same.
Yeah, I do not expect any changes all the way until playoffs, where they'll have a little bit of a break to kind of, you know, reconsider their formula, reconsider their approach to the maps. Again, no changes. It's the same old, same old. I think this is going to be a very good matchup between these two teams, and I genuinely feel like this, whether 2Game wins this series or not, even getting one map would definitely make the difference in terms of them qualifying and clinching one of the open positions for playoffs.
I mean, that's how it's shaping up to be for a lot of teams, down to the maps and down to the rounds that we can see towards the end of the day. So, Emily, when you're looking at these two compositions that we already know, we've already seen, what do you think is what the teams should be looking for on each side?
Well, I think for 2G, especially because this is their map pick, they saw that M80 hasn't had the most strong Sunset so far. It's been very scrappy and brawly. So, brawly, not bally. Like I was saying. They ball. Actually, you can be balling on Sunset. And so that's something that they just have to take away with it. Look at the weakness of what wasn't working for them when they were playing. They've played it 3 other times in groups so far, and just really exploit that. And like I said, they have to try these random double pushes or triple pushes or just something to get the control out and get the game more on their side.
I want to see how this is going to play out, Roy, because it can be another one of those 3 map series for M80 if 2Game are able to get the ball rolling right from the beginning. They have a chance to do so. M80, out of the 3 series that they've gone to 3 maps, 2 of them have been that second map that they haven't been able to close out. So for 2Game, that's something to work with, and all the vaults especially that they have on this map and all the rounds that M80 has played.
Yeah, and I think one final point before this match goes live as well is the difference in initiators, because M80 does have the Gecko, which is not exactly a strong counter to the Cypher. So I think that if 2Game can get a little bit creative with their setup and with their utility, they can minimize a lot of M80's value on their attack side.
There's a couple of things to look forward to between these two teams. 2Game still needing to get these wins, trying to push the series to the third map, and an M80 that continues to be undefeated and wants to keep it that way, ideally closing it out in 2. It's time to send it to your casters as Shift and Vance.
Yeah, I hate to reduce this matchup to the Euro versus Neon conversation, but it was impactful when 2Game had played it before, when they were playing up against All Knights. I mean, it was just flat out, little unstoppable. It was kind of a Neon versus Neon battle where Spike was all over the place. So I figure that that's going to be the case here once again. The other side of this for 2Game, in terms of why you should feel comfortable if you're a 2Game fan about this map, is that Silence has been unbelievable on this map. He has been so good as a lockdown defender, has kind of been trusted to be the only guy left on one of the two sites. So there is a lot, I think, to be looking at in terms of how 2Game could possibly send us to a third map.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I feel like we could actually narrow it down to a Euro to Neon composition, because yes, 2G looked good on their previous map on Lotus, but overall when you're looking at Sunset and M80's performances, it's a 14-12 win over All Knights, it's an 11-13 loss going to distance against Gallerus, and then it's also a 12-14 loss against TSM. But what was the common factor around all these compositions were that we had Agent Comps change going from TSM playing the Neon Com, Gallerus played the Neon Com, and so did All Knights. So they are able to find good timings off this Neon based off this type of composition that M80 is currently running. Although, albeit when, you know, Roy was talking about the Gecko playing against a Cypher maybe not be the best, we have a pretty decent sample size now as we're playing against the exact same composition every single time. M80 has been finding some good successes more on their attack side than they have been on their defensive side. And the defensive side, again, it's potentially, again, in those moments where you're having that win con of trying to get your operator out onto Yoru as fast as possible, but the rotations and the angles around this map is not the same thing as something opened up like Lotus, for example. So it gives a chance really for you to get some much cleaner rotates and pushes forward and catching some players off guard, off the barriers, opening up like this right here into elbow. And thankfully for M80, they stay behind in this pistol.
Yeah, and more importantly, they don't just stay behind this opening play, but they also don't get revealed by the recon bolt, so they can still contest elbow here. Small moment of doubt, though, in terms of is this actually a hit. Spike came in mid, reveals some. Trade is decent. M80 can hold on to their position at A, and maybe most importantly, Spike is out of the picture. So now they're going to have to do this the hard way. And Luis, whoa. That's an uncharacteristic set of misses from Net. Xander also a bit awry with his shot to classic, but helps on the way. Plus a great paranoia allows Nismo to nearly line them all up.
Cover going out.
But Luis will sneak away with the spike. Xander's low, but he hears the footsteps. And all it takes is one shot to put the round out of contest and give M80 the early edge.
Easy kill towards the end, and it was tough there for Net, right? He was walking up. I mentioned they had to be grouped up here for 2G to really get the best value of top middle. But Net found the perfect timing to really cause that chaos into 2G, forced to turn around, fight against Net, and then you saw the support utility from the crossfire of both Xander and Nismo all along that really didn't give for you a chance for you to even escape as everybody got concussed here by the fault line. So, yeah, despite Luis or LZ still managing to get across here towards the B site, he was limping towards the B site, which became an easy kill there for Xander. Already an outlaw coming out on the second round, or in the second round, sorry, for Kuala-Du. And it's an easy TP out.
Yep. Yeah, and that's efficient value and ability exchange for M80. You pull out the fault line early, you pull out the recon bolt early, and a bit of a dash from Spike. And now everything has to be done the old-fashioned way. And even on top of that, to make matters worse for 2G, they get spammed through the Radiant boxes by a Guardian. So now they're essentially stuck, having to commit off this play through the elbow. Decent shot from Luis. Time to jump. Kuala-Du, feeling a little bit of pressure. Tosses the decoy. Silence keeps him safe, but it is still a 2v4 with just the Sheriff Classic setup. And yeah, that will do it. Good clean follow-up from M80. You talked about it. The flash ability is also very well noted.
Yep. quite good here in terms of communication around M80 to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed. We saw the TP being placed there, the gate crash by Koala. It's kind of out in the open towards the back of the B side, so BCJ's responsibility is just to cover that exit by watching the elbow, by not pushing forward, so that Koala could be activated around the map. So he pushes forward on in a different extremity, gets an easy pick, and as he TPs away and people are focused on trying to swing for the trade, Nismo swings out the smoke after a flash and gets a kill. I mean, all that is continuous good pendulum swings. They just have to be ready now from these back and forth pushes that we can actually see. Yeah, that's a nice little fault line that came through.
And it's a preemptive one as well, mind you, from the defense. That was about to be the exact same offensive setup. Recon dart, fast lane through A, slide forward. This time it's stalled by the defensive fault line. So the battle for elbow continues. And Spikes, usually super true to his word about sliding in and finding one. Gets punished. Luis on the follow-up, good for 3. Net still holding inside of the dark cover. Could break a little bit of timing here, but this is not a fun challenge. Here's the footsteps onto Zap. Doesn't expect Luis to be sitting in the corner. And with that, now he's on 4, looking for a potential ace, and Xander wants to give him a try at it.
Yeah, hard to do here with the judge. So he's gonna have to play the classic long range, gonna be even harder now, as the first contact will allow for you to go for a double swing, but it's a fault line instead to go for the swing. At least they spot him, but nonetheless, this still becomes a pretty decent round now for M80, especially as Xander now picking up the Guardian could do some damage here.
Oh, and he's actually slipped right underneath Luis.
Oh, no.
For a second time. Now he's got to go quickly. The problem is Silence is right there over towards mid to shut down any potential 1v3 antics. So nice stuff there from 2G, in particular from Luis, getting 4 to 5 after Spike initially kind of opens the door for them.
Imagine if that was a 1 versus 2, though. That was a win for Xander at 100%. Thankfully, Silent was still alive to watch out towards the drop. But overall, I still think that the execution for 2G was actually quite nice into the site. It was just unfortunate that we couldn't get that swing into the kill onto BCJ. And that's something that M80 is going to have to be ready for as they forfeit position and they give up the fight here towards A main. When it comes down to the site execution, there's a lot of util coming in from the attack side that will not allow for you to hold out Diag or the slant or Jenny, however you guys like to call it, but it'll be one of those three.
Ooh, BCJ misses initially. Follow-up, though. Pardon me. Koala misses. BCJ with the follow-up. That will work out for first blood. Koala been a little bit of trouble. Just has to play the backside of the site. 2G still trying to find quick entry to A. I mean, this has been tempo. But spike down often means that they need to find someone else to commit. And in this time, it's going to be Luis trying to keep the hot hand alive while Prize watches over through mid and tries to maybe even connect through the spam of the dark cover. Not necessarily going to happen. And now here comes M80 with the retake attempt.
Already in.
I mean, hello? Wait. Are we going to check? It's already the halfway. Here comes the follow-up checks, and wow. I mean, I get it. It was a 5v4, but you get your post plant back to elbow, and then we're just individually peeking by the look of it. I mean, the fact that no one even had a look at someone even walking in to get the early trigger on the spike is very bizarre.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having your Gecko in your composition as well for the Flood retake. You went from Flashpoint from your breach to a Paranoia into a Dizzy towards the air. So as you're running around trying to dash utility or trying to look up to break the Dizzy, you're getting hit by another flash, and you're forced to play outside of sight and to fall back into safety. And then the smoke doesn't allow for you to get a good line of sight. You could have played some sprays potentially outside of elbow. But as soon as the smoke dissipated, you saw everybody from 2G just instantly dying because the plant that you had was not a plant where you could actually spray from either. They played more in the open and try to use the short A side as the win con and not go for the spray into default.
Definitely a breakdown in terms of what that post plant was going to look like. And this time, the idea of trying to break the aim of M80 is not going to work out. Aftershock also send into the dark cover. And Zap will have to wait for this to dissipate before he can even bother trying to collect the spike. Will fade. There's the shoulder. Clean shots. Another black light flawless for M80. And 2G are desperately in need of finding themselves a full gun round here.
And after 6 rounds, I think you're going to start exploring somewhere else around the map, right?
Definitely could. Yeah.
Every single time we're trying to go quickly towards the A side, it's been, or just, I mean, I like it because the condition that they're doing here towards the A side for M80's side on the defensive line was that they always had Koala Noob and BCJ just hold back passively towards elbow. They got punished when they re-cleared towards the pistol round, but every single time they hold the elbow, they spot some aggression, they turtle back into the site, then they play the retake. This time around, they decide to push down, and 2G were not ready for that.
Where is
everyone
hiding?
That is a play.
That was bold. That was
yeah.
I think some of that, again, is just, again, the condition that we've seen from 2G has been aggression through A, so you're trying something sneaky, doesn't work out. Now Spike has gotten deep through this A setup. Dimensional drift at the ready. Rolling Thunder in combination for that. There are the pings. Rolling Thunder on the corner, going to be unleashed. And how about it? Walden even just breaks it early, finds himself two. Fry's trying to hang on the best he possibly can. Silence there after the Rolling Thunder fades away. And how about it from Silence? He's going to catch 3. Zap gets 2. And that essentially was a 2v5. We'll call it at least a 2v4 from inside the site. Really well done from the side of 2G.
Very, very nicely done. For M80, I think it was just them reading that, okay, well, they've tried so many times hitting the A site with no success. They got to switch somewhere else. Even as I called it before, I was like, wait, they got to explore somewhere else at this point, right? Because the A site continuously fails here for 2G. Yet, for the 7th time in a row, they're still going A. And that's M80 that had a 3-player pack towards B to start things off. And they tried to pinch from behind with Xander on the TP towards spawn. Now it's back towards A. I mean, there's another side that exists here on this map.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is just like Neon can break these corners so much easier than she can over towards B main or over into market. But you're right, it's becoming to a point where M80 are like, do you even have a B play? We're just going to set our Cypher utility up and then I'll stack the other side. Nismo tagged once, sidesteps the second, so he'll stay alive. And we'll keep it into a 5v4. That told, Nismo and BCJ are on limited health pools. So there is still a chance to follow up, but Spike once again dropped for first blood, but Prize deals with the high-low setup. A little crouch standing setup doesn't work out. Paul Noob responds with 1, so we'll keep it 3v3.
Love the idea of the high-low, but you mentioned it, the health pool wasn't the best. Xander trying to go for the hero play. Paranoia, the kill, and there's the support. They don't even need Net. Net's gonna have the quietest half ever right now on Sunset.
No, for real. But what is he supposed to do? Like, Net just keep setting your stuff up over towards B and then like kind of lurk at, they just kind of keep lurking middle. We'll play a 4v5 the rest of the map over towards A.
Yeah, sometimes playing Cypher is the most boring role you could actually have on this map when you're playing with over-aggression as a composition, so respectable for him to have that patience and not really be like, hey, I want to be a part of the action. Let me go fight as well. Let me overheat somewhere. He's staying disciplined in that case, while the rest of them could just do what they need to do here on the other end of the spectrum now for M80's defense.
And just on the other side, since 2G is going to talk this over, we need to figure out what these post plants are looking like. I mean, we've had a handful of very clean executes, or at least situations where we can get to a 4v4, 4v5, but we have the post plant down. But we're not finding a single kill after the post plant starts. I mean, at least not on average. Maybe it's 1 or 2 at most. It's just not enough. Like M80's retake is just getting so much success. I mean, hell, you go back to like 3-4 rounds ago, they walked onto site because they just threw flash utility and then just started diffusing. Like, we just got to be better than that, especially for a 2G squad that's only approaching A.
And are we at the turning point where it's going to be a little bit too late to see what M80 could be doing here on their B side?
I wouldn't say it's too late to try something, but again, it's just like reflecting back to how 2G played this map versus All Knights, it was a lot of this. Slide out with Spike over towards A, get elbow control, get some of that mid-link control. The problem is, because again, they have to spend so much just to get onto the site, they don't have the ability to scale any further forward. In fact, as I'm saying it out loud, I'm remembering a moment when Spikes had tried to scale deeper into like the backside of A. They even committed a flash for it, and he just got punished. It's just, at a certain point, you can't play super aggressively, and now 2G on a limited buy are going to flex over towards mid-market and in towards B. Ball Noob does hit a shot, but it's a partial through the wall. So now the defense rotate over to deal with it.
I like it. Net's about to get a backstab through because he heard the TP and saw with the camera. Close the door and now start fighting here towards the B side. I love the Rolling Thunder answer back though.
Yeah, it just doesn't really hit though, is the problem. So Nismo walks up, takes care of the first blood on this re-engagement.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Yep.
They get rolling thundered as they were closing the doors, so Spike can go in and get the kills.
Well, Prize takes advantage of a trap wire that gets triggered. Holding in the corner is Luis. And I don't even know if you check this if you're M80. They don't. Doesn't matter. Shots don't land. Again, the weapon advantage is so significant. Teleport across now for Xander, spamming through the smoke, and that'll be enough for Quality to get the final 2. And 80 will get round number 6. And again, it's a post plant where they only lose one person. It's getting ridiculous.
Wait, is that Alex from Paper Rex just slapping his desk?
Borderline.
But again, just a little bit of a funny moment there where Zach kind of saved those 2 players going outside of middle by getting hit by the rolling thunder as the door was closing, and they stayed inside. That was an easy 2 kill there for a Spike potentially, but you mentioned it is so many players are staying alive every single time at the end of these rounds here for M80. That said, though, I finally did like that we tried to go for a split with the lower buy into the A site to kind of prod where the Cypher setup could be and how they're currently playing it. And now that they've seen it and they've realized that they could actually get a plant here towards the B site too, they might try to revisit this.
It's just tough when, again, our plant success rate's great if you're 2G. It really is. They're just not putting themselves in positions to hold on to key utility to stabilize their post-plant setup.
Yeah. Now there's an opening gap, though. You see 2G is actually walking into the A site where all of M80 were looking to converge back towards middle behind a Cypher camera from net.
Sure.
They were hoping for that re-hit from 2G after they exploded on their lower buy, and 2G goes back into the tried and true of an A site hit, but they took way too long.
Well, way too long. Oh, this could be interesting from the shadows. Oh, no, just puts them on the site. Okay. Odd. Could have done that with a straight teleport. Spy cam to be placed deep. I like this from Silence. Do you expect this side cam? If you're M80, because we're going to use the dimensional drift, there's the flash behind it, but Prize good to at least hold on to this mid connector. Xander's paranoia, not really going to affect too much. So you got to do it the hard way. And wouldn't you know it, he just does it the hard way. Yeesh. Sometimes you can be critical of the fact that the post plant setup isn't good. Other times you just say skill gap.
Yeah.
It's the latter. 7-2 M80 up through 9.
Trap play from middle. Winning condition, potentially with the dimensional drift to regain space and information like they always do here with this Yuri in their composition. But when Koala Noob's down and you just gotta fight, it's, again, immediately just like it was on Lotus. Koala Noob got picked off right away towards the waterfall in Lotus, this time around on a retake towards the A site. But you have Xander, the IGL when he needs to step up. He's been a silent killer in the first map too. He was actually topping the charts in terms of KDA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Continuing to do so, but we've been just praising on how good it's been for Spike for the slight kills in the very beginning and just a overall amount of utility that's being thrown by M80. But the one getting really all the kills so far has been Xander.
That's so frustrating for 2G. Price looking for something with the Hunter's Fury. Nismo in trouble, and he does get caught. But it's not before Spike drops, and Xander's got an op on site. You even got the Gecko in play for BCJ just to make sure nothing comes through elbow, and the long play from Koala Noob is already behind this. All drone deleted. Xander has to go V-angle, but BCJ now activated over towards elbow comes out. Dizzy just to check, no one home, but the Thrash is at the ready. BCJ has not had to use it yet. One will be detained, and there's just no shot locked in for Luis. Wow.
Well, remember when I said that M80 didn't have a good time on defensive side against the Neon comp? I think they're doing just fine now.
Well, that's the thing.
It took 3 reps.
And the thing about it is, the way that this half started, it looked like Spike was just going to get away with all of his usual antics.
Yeah.
And then what? Like, it's kind of like the momentum shifter is the one round where they try to pull the same offensive strategy they did in the pistol, where recon dart into elbow, you slide into it, but this time it's met by a fault line. And since that point, One-way smokes have been tossed, and we just have not seen the same kind of opening 20-second success that we've gotten used to from this 2G squad and on Spike in particular. He's 1 for 10. He's 1 in 10. And the first kill came through in round 1, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they are shutting him down. Yeah, that was the first kill to quality by that first point. All right, a battle towards the B main, and finally something. Silver lining right now for 2G. Closing that gap, a wrap from behind.
Xander was caught.
Xander stopped, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Spike planted.
Surely they close this round out. Now here's the issue. Nismo connects right here. He's got a rolling thunder. He knows the whole setup's back this way. Wait. This is all about timing. There it is.
Oh my god, he's got it.
Oh
he's got it.
My goodness. They're going to see if they can trigger it first. There's the information. Both hands up. Here comes the rolling thunder. That'll boop 1. Now Nismo can get to work trying to get it to halfway. Nat's trying to be the hero. He does get stunned up. Nismo has to give up the hold on the plant. Ah, it's a greedy call. But it does not fully work out. 2G will get their third.
Thank goodness that Fry still had an owl drone. Thank goodness that Luis still had a paranoia. And thank goodness that Zat avoided the rolling thunder in front of the B main, because that were all the win cons in the post plant with Nismo's sneaky kill in the front of that site. And I love it. The tap on the spike, you're trying to see how many players are spraying. And I love that they actually didn't use... I don't think all 3 of them sprayed.
This is one, I think,
yeah. It gives you an opportunity to think, oh, maybe they're actually going for alert towards the back of the market side, right? And now they're finding success. They want to fight this.
Wow, okay, that was bold from Koala Noob.
Did he just try to decoy?
Yes, he tried to throw his gate crash behind Spike's timing to run through B main. Okay. He was going to try to split the difference, but Spike saw it, so... If he got away with that, bro, I would have lost my head. That would have been sick.
Oh, man. Right now, though, Silence is not running over. They weren't really trying to commit to try to throw the hat. He was already trying to lurk towards the A side, so they're like, okay, well, Quality is gone. Well, let's just try to pivot here towards the A side, where Net is the one that's trying to watch the passive information. He's finally going to get some action
I was about to say,
in this half.
Vansili, this is all a macro strategy that Net's calling, saying, all right, you guys all go B, I'm gonna go A. I just want to shoot the gun once or twice.
Yeah.
Spike,
you know what?
Mid.
They'll listen to him.
And they did. Well, no better time than the present here, Net. Neural theft out. It reveals that there are 3 in front, plus he gets the info, I think, a little bit too late. That Silence is behind him, and it will be an 8-4 half. So, all things told, considering that the Neon was ineffective outside of the pistol, this has been, I would say, salvaged from this from the side of 2G. And apparently, hi, Sean. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Sean? Dude, you guys should check out his watch party. Yesterday, he was actually even throwing pictures up of his Hot Boy Summer when he was playing back in the Tank Top Cloud 9 summer of
mercy.
CSGO. Oh my god, his biceps were huge.
No way Sean's thirst trapping on stream. That's crazy.
He was. He's actually wearing a tank top today.
Wow, what a guy.
Yeah. And that's really the only heat we're getting so far. Sean Garris's looks. We're not seeing too much here from
they pulled, let's be honest, 2G pulled back a salvageable, I would say no, it was an unsalvaged map, number 1.
Yeah.
To make it close, this is better than what we saw in the first map. So you gotta hope, you gotta think there's a chance.
Yeah, I agree. And the reason why I said they're going to listen to Net here on the defensive, on the setups is because apparently Xander even said into one of his streams that Net will be calling a lot of the defensive side and the defensive holds that they actually set up here for M80. And now it's more on Xander's responsibility on 90% of the time of how he wants to initiate the calls at the very beginning, and Net goes into the mid-rounding calls. So there's a lot of layers once again that, you know, it took a lot of time because remember, Xander, this is probably, I'd like to say, his rookie year not casting, of course, but IGLing for a team, because it used to be John Cuter's responsibility. Now you brought in players, and you brought in Nitro that was supposed to be your main IGL for the team. It didn't work out, so you're trying to find a responsibility mid-season to give it to somebody. And Xander took the helm, and you know it didn't look the best going into the mid-season, but he turned it around, and now as you're seeing, you know how they've been playing in this last match of group stages and how dominant they've become, you're starting to see that finally gel, and they're finally finding their level of comfort in terms of first IGLing, secondary calling, and just fragging out here as a team.
Yeah. Well, 3 and 12 half from Spike again shows the ineffectiveness of the offensive Neon play. I bring that all up to say that don't be surprised if you see Spike continuing to hold W a little bit. He likes to get active from the defensive side as well. The other part about this is we're still waiting for Net's first elimination as well. Just getting all the bad vibes out of the way early. So see what happens. Z80 on their pistol will find a free walk up through elbow, and Prize in the corner will have to just hold his ground and hope he can connect on his first shot, because here comes all the utility. And he's going to be completely isolated, but does well. Catches the first. Paranoia out, still connects onto the second. How about Prize in the back of the site? Finally dealt with, but wow, the damage has been dealt.
Yeah. Spike's still alive, though. Here's a chance with Paranoia. Lines 2.
Good. They don't expect Sanders, though. Who lines him up? Oh, no. And Net was once again like, I'm on the way. Help is on the way to you. Doesn't need it. Oh,
hey guys,
no.
I'm helping here. I'm helping. Yeah, that's unfortunate that the lineup happened onto Xander. They couldn't get that trade. They were both at full HP too for Spike and LZ. And unfortunately, it's Luis that's crouching in the back and just shooting shots in the back of the Neon as they were trying to go for that double swing, unfortunately, and it just became a meat shield that allowed here for Xander to connect the last 2 kills. So this is going to be another scenario where unfortunately hurts. So pistol round lost in your favor. That could have been yours here for 2G on the retake. But M80 now has, once again, full economy, but look at this buy from 2G. So it's a risky play, but we know how the shares could be good here in the hands of these players so far.
Pixel peaks and long-range angles. Problem is there's Guardians and Bulldogs in the play.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a freebie. BCJ counters. Prize still holding. Best he possibly can. No commitment on the site yet. And Prize will just throw the recon bolt to say, I know you're still sitting back there. And with that, Silence will join him inside sight.
Caution. They'll just have to wait it out right now for 2G.
Yeah.
You don't want to let M80 know that they have that many bodies within the site and the camera is going to be enough.
Wow, this spy cam is going to get all the info. Wingman denied.
Cover going out.
Stalls things out a little while longer. Dark cover out. Silence going to reposition the trap wire, but fault line Paranoia combination starts to come through, and here comes the scaling forward for M80. Zap has denied some space nicely. The fault line also well placed. Allows a chance for an exchange. 3v3 situation. But again, we're still dealing with Sheriffs, and oh my goodness, Silence! How does he hit both of those? BCJ, 1v3. Silence looking for the ace. Spike planted. BCJ looking to get aggressive. Now it's his turn, but no. Prize will save the round in 2G like they had on the previous map. They find themselves an anti-eco dismissal, and that's a key round to keep them in the game.
The combination was so nice from both the initiators. Within the chaos of what was happening in the sites, you saw the concuss happening towards the free cam out towards the right side of the pillar, which really allowed here 2G M80 to scale up and try to wrap around here 2G that were getting stunned. Then the counter stun that came out from Zap just allowed Silence to also wrap around the pillar and get these picks. BCJ almost got that going back in their favor, but it comes down to that gamble of the Sheriff buys that converted into a round. When they bought those Sheriffs, it's 800 across the board, and I think they had all of them at 1,100, maybe one at 1,200 remaining, so that's going to put them in a confident buy going into here. You can see the M1 coming out. They have Vandals, small shields, and a hero rifle, though, for Kuala Noob on M80's side, and he's solo on
down
mid.
B.
This is what Silence can do. Oh, yep, this is what Silence can do. And this is what Silence can do. Have I said it? That's what Silence does.
Oh, my.
That was
filthy.
filthy.
Silent. He kept me silent for sure.
I mean, wow, dude. I mean, Silence, he really has impressed. I know it hasn't been necessarily the most formidable start to either of these two maps, but another moment where you really see the ceiling. And he sets the bar just as high as anyone else. That's unreal.
Yeah. And that's just going to reset things around now for at least for M80 to realizing now that they are trying to go for some sort of aggressive plays, trying to keep the game close, trying to come back in this battle. And you already see it. Look at how forward now you have Spike on this minimap. Trying to clear out towards the front. Went for a slide already. And that's going to allow here to put Luis up towards the A site.
Now 2G holding back. Plenty of tools to try to hit this retake with. They're focusing a lot on market. And initially, they do get a tag onto Koaladu, but he just gate crashes back to safety. So this is something we saw 2G do a bunch versus All Knights as well, where they try to retake through market side. Now all of a sudden they had to find a way to break over through main, but look at M80. They're not staying back. They're actually moving forward back into the site again. So now you've got an opportunity to take this fight on site itself, but all through the dark cover, Pride's able to find a couple. Spike also involved, leaving Koaladu by himself, 1v3, trying to change up the angle, and Zap gets the read. Good trigger discipline on the retake call from 2G. Never allowing the spike to be planted. They clean up market.
Exactly.
Really well done.
And that was the thing for the last 2 rounds where they converted onto the Thrifty was also just having your Silva walk inside the smoke, use the camera to ping the wingman to break the wingman. Because M80 at that point were just trying to plant and play a little bit further back. That time, same thing. Spike was already denied. Wingman plant on the staircase. All of M80 were pretty much ready to play the bedge spray of the B main site. And then suddenly they had to run back into the site to try to pick it up. And they just waited for that second wave for the hit for 2G to flood back in and get these picks. They're still in this game now. Much closer than it was to Lotus in terms of how 2G are played on the defensive side. I mean, it was still an 8-4 half instead of a 10-2. You'll take it. But they are looking much more composed here on their defensive side than they are on the attack.
So 2G finding value in a way that is a bit unique to what they were doing versus All Knights. I mean, it was legitimately the Neon show. Now all of a sudden you're getting some good lockdown moments and good mid-game game calling where you've seen, again, the quick decision of we're stacked here at Boba, let's just all reflood over through market. They almost get baited because they get a reveal on Koaladu who just teleports away, but they stop the plant. You use that as a position to keep fighting on top of site. And again, you're just not allowing M80 to get themselves set up. That has to be, I think, the takeaway here for 2G. And Silence is going to really check to see if he's got the hot hand here. Is the Outlaw out? And yep, he connects again. Fault line will lock him into place. Just touch, calling his teammates forward to see if they can keep him alive. And they've done very well, very well. Silence even finds another with the shorty. He is really heating up.
And that's the comp that M80 has here instead of not having a Silva to be able to drone towards main. The idea was there. They were trying to spot to see if Silence is going to try to play the Outlaw back towards B main again. And BCG just tried to go for a jiggle with the Dizzy to confirm that position. But he also got confirmed by one tag through the wall and a second tag to take him down. There's no opportunity here for M80 to really scale back within the site. And as I say that, though, 2 players have walked through, and they'll guarantee at least a plant.
Yeah, and Xander's position is going to be effective if someone does try to wrap around through Bubble with the Stinger in hand. But the problem is, Spike can just high gear this corner if he wants to. Gonna do it the slow way first. Oh, and he gets caught. But, oh, no, never mind. No, he doesn't. Should have been caught. Spike's still alive. Now here comes the response. Nismo hanging on. Sheriff out. That will land. An opportunity for him to still hold on to the corner. He's going to be able to swap over to the weapon. But what does he want in a moment of indecision? Keeps him away from finishing off what would have been a heroic clutch, but instead 2G with the numbers and the weapons will get this back to within 1.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any bullets left too in the clip when he was trying to pick up the Stinger. And then realized that, went back to the Sheriff and was hoping to get some more one taps, but that's good econ damage being done now by M80 in the pulse plant. So that's 2 kills. Rolling Thunder now available on top of the credits. That's 300 across the board after the plant. Not too bad, but right now trying to deal with spikes within the site would actually be huge. Because of Spike's forward position right now, if they were actually able to catch him right away, that's already the Cypher utility gone in the site. The default to start. Mid control is going to be the name of the game to start things off, and extremity control for information of both Net and Koala Noob.
I was just about to say, the more they can control mid and stop the quick rotations from 2G on defense, I think the better. The only problem is you also don't want to get caught lurking at mid to where all of a sudden the defense can just overwhelm you on the outsides because of, again, the speed difference that they have with Spike in the play. So there's a lot of things that kind of have to be decided on. This time it's going to be just a simple play over towards, instead a simple play over towards the outside elements of A, but Spike's is able to find Koala Noob and almost turns it into a second quick rotation back over to mid though for M8.
Big kill from Xander that might come up now. Has to wait the drone, or wait the dart. Trying to bait out the shots here as another one's hiding inside the smoke. There's two players now buddied up. I love the re-hit on the A side. There's still two players there rotating back towards the shot.
Yeah, Silence saw the toes of Xander on the rotation back, so it makes that movement very easy. LZ can bait the sound cue of the teleport. Zap, mid cross, looking for more, a bit greedy. Overdrive also shut down. 2v3, but BCJ is on 5 points of health. Mosh is also not thrown in the right position, so with that, it all rests with Nismo, who is just going to back up and save. We got a tie game, and 2G's defense really coming to life.
10 seconds
Especially
left.
at 10 HP remaining, you're definitely not going to go for anything there, but M80, we're trying to just go for some initial utility on the top and middle. Just one simple smoke, hoping to pull away any type of aggressive angle that's being watched onto short, so they could try to go for the pop within the A elbow. Get that space and get the Rolling Thunder back within the A side right after. But it comes down to a quick, small ADS, a pixel corner being peeked here, watching down towards the A orb, was going to be the play to activate the trap so that Spike can move down. But instead, it was the decoy thrown up by Koala Noob that was so close that still activated the fault line out on the defensive side and still rendered a good value and good result here, as Spike was still able to score a first blood onto Koala Noob. So,
yep.
Now, all that being said, we're tied 9-9, where the narrative has to shift a bit, where it's not the M80 dominance that it's been one-sided every single time that they start off a half. But 2G are playing a good defense.
Fans, we were talking about this. This is the second map where it starts with an anti-eco win.
Yeah.
From the side of 2G, Rolling Thunder going to be out. Here comes the teleport through. Decoy just trying to get involved just to make sure Koala Noob can stay safe, and the A side is now gone. On the return, if Zap can find a pick, that'd be nuts. It would give him an opportunity for the Rolling Thunder, but you also have the Hunter's Fury in play, but things are looking really solid here for M80, including the Neural Theft. Rise trying to catch something, but instead it's Spikes who's dropped, so 3v5, and 2G may have ran out of their window in terms of how they actually try to go for this retake.
Yeah, especially now that they use a Hunter's Fury finally towards elbow to hopefully to get some picks.
Enemy remaining.
It's not going to happen. All of them are going to fall, potentially a Black Light Flawless, until Zap is not going to give that away. Yeah, he will. So he's going to try to save his weapon, but he's looking for exits instead. Exactly. But I almost feel that they should know here at this point for 2G, when it comes down to Koala Noob with the Dimensional Drift, and there's other ultimates available, you have to be ready for these type of plays where he's just scouting for info and saying and finding that timing for that. And if I think we could have preemptively used a Hunter's Fury while they were scaling up towards the site, instead of a pulse plant where M80 is already set up and you're kind of gambling what the position could be. Instead of having the Hunter's Fury that could funnel them from elbow, for example.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think it's just at the same rate, like 2G are stopping that combination from being a definitive round-winning play. The problem is M80 are still committed to it just to find a single elimination. So it's like, even if the Rolling Thunder or Dimensional Drift catches one and the Hunter's Fury counters the play forward, it's still 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, they still lost Luis in the process, and they also lost all the map space for the retake, too. That's the biggest thing. And M80 playing turtled inside the site, you know they're going to be good for these trades. Sometimes you got to throw these Hail Marys. But then again, they have been doing a pretty decent job on the defensive side to keep this game close. It's not over yet.
I don't... What? No. I was going to say, I don't know if we really needed the Rolling Thunder to clear out B main. The other side of the issue is this round is not over yet. I mean, yeah, you win back B, but there's only Luis home at A. Now, granted, he's 2 bullets away from winning the round, essentially, but
Spike
still,
planted.
that's a plan for M80. Nismo's going to get deep back over towards the defensive spawn, and we know what Xander can do from this position. This is still really dicey, although there's a paranoia fault line, 2 flashes. Spike has got a full belt utility. It should go the way of 2G, but this is taking time.
Yeah. You're right on 2 shots. Shot to the chest with the Vandals is enough to take these guys down.
Wait,
Spike's trying to find a space.
Okay, Nismo's trying to come back over. The fuse on the way. Spike's trying to hold him. And that will be enough. Okay. Aftershock. No, it gets to halfway. Okay. So we're chilling.
Good.
So 10-10. And a round that started to get a little bit hairier than you would have expected. It's an expensive round, though. Let's be honest. For 2G, I just don't know if we need the Rolling Thunder to clear out B main.
Yeah. I don't know what would have been called there. I think Nick was throwing the camera towards the B main deep line. And maybe they were thinking that it was going to be a push towards that side because of the early leans that they're trying to do here for M80 is use utility quite early within the B main before they try to scale up within the site. And they probably thought here on the defensive side he caught some players off guard.
Yeah.
But still ends up now being a M80 tactical pause, tied up 10-10, and in true fashion of M80 playing a map of Sunset against their opponents, it's always been fairly close in this Ascension tournament.
This is going to be interesting to see what the call is going to be here for M80. I still feel like there's something to be said about them working through mid, putting some pressure, spurting the defense up, making sure that Spikes has to make a decision in terms of what he wants to do from the get-go in terms of what site he wants to play instead of being able to fast rotate like he has been. Well, whatever the call was, it seems pretty confident. M80 coming in with a head of steam, it looked like, after the fist bumps. So, important round here, honestly, for both these two teams. For 2-game, you win this one, you put some financial concerns back into the forefront of M80 minds. On the flip side, if M80 find a way to take this offense after maybe even an execute leading to a post plant, it makes the defense feel a little bit more second-guessing about what they have, especially considering there's not a lot of ultimates on the table for it.
Toy to make controls for 2G instead. They close the door and walk out. Oh my god, they're not ready for that.
Yeah, and then the counter fault line is really well placed. This is going to lead to immediate aggression, but Silence has been so good by himself this time. He's not going to be able to deal with 2 defenders at a row. So now it's just down to what Spikes and Zap can put together from the backside of the site. Flash out, Zap trying to find a way to play the BCJ. He plays a perfect counter flash, and then the overwhelming pressure from M80 finally gets to the backside of the site. Xander just going to get back into safety with the from the shadows. Nismo not committed for the plant yet, but now they've got the post plant that they want. 3v1.
Spike planted.
With the timing, finally Klug watches it. Oh, but he dies. Winnable.
And the trade's not there. I thought for a second this was going to be a 3v1 because Jose Luis
not winnable.
Was isolated. Hold on a second. Prize still has a shock dart or 2.
Yeah.
Definitely a chance to push someone off an angle and isolate. There's the first.
It's just Xander's going to be contacted and you're playing the fault line for a double swing. I think they're mine. Yeah.
It's a hell of an effort, though. I love the idea from Prize. You throw one of the shock darts out, you isolate, you try to get the couple of steps. Maybe you get a 1v1, but does not happen. And that, again, was a crucial round. M80. Too clean on, again, getting the read through mid and then taking that to an immediate gut check call to play deep through B.
Yeah, it was all on those initiators once again. You called a perfect timeline, a fault line rather, coming out from Nismo just to save Koala Noob, who got caught with utility in his hands. They did not expect for that push down towards middle and for potentially Spike to run him down after the fault line came up here from Zap. A little bit of a change of tempo, and an early Gecko goops Spike and doesn't allow for them to overwhelm here M80 towards the A side. Early paranoia too. Yeah, so much utility being used.
And I gotta say, this is the game right here. 2G, if they lose this, they will not have an eco to play with. So this is the match right here. And Silence is caught. Really good paranoia. Xander gets a second prize. Looks like he was primed and ready to go for the trade. Not to happen. So now you've got M80 cutting off the rotation through mid. Spikes has to go bananas. And he just doesn't have a chance to. And they're gonna save. Wow. I mean, I get it. You 3v5 without having any mid-map control is pretty much an impossibility, but if they drop weapons here, the map might just be over.
They are, and they are getting hunted. Xander's already there. ADS with the kill, and maybe that's the silver lining. Only one weapon to be able to get saved by Luis out towards the short, but there's no trip broken there, so M80 knows they could smell him, that he's close. Overall, though, I love the pivot back from M80. I'm pretty sure there was a double stun that came through from Spike and Zap, and then their early paranoia. So as they identify that there's already 3 players out towards A main, and they're trying to go for a crunch down towards that spot, that means there's no fault line to stun and slow down towards top middle. So they instantly smoke the right side. And usually with this composition, it's not as easy to go for a split all the way back towards spawn at Boba. Usually it's a Raze or a Neon that does that in the comp. But when there's no utility to stop you, you could just deathball as a group, and they got overwhelmed there by 2G over on the B side.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't want to simplify it too much, but it almost feels in a way like kind of a blind counter, because 2G are trying to assert that aggression again through A main. It gets countered. They feel the pressure. They force a little bit of extra utility to see if they can earn it back. Not the case. And then I love that from M80. Like you said, hey, if they're going to stack a lot of stuff over towards either B or A main, let's walk up mid. See if we can find a little bit of pressure there, stop the rotation from the defenders from the other site, and that works out beautifully. And of course, we also have to mention the fact that Xander is playing lights out right now. I mean, he's had a hell of a series.
And again, it seems as though, like, as we're watching these games, you're calling his name, and it only made me realize, hey, have I been talking about Xander enough in this game? And I feel like I haven't. Again, being just a silent killer, at least in my eyes, because just on how much util tradability is happening right now between both initiators of Zap and Nismo. They've been a strong supporting cast here for both of these teams, and if it wasn't for silence on the defensive side, this would have been over by now as well. Going for the hero play in the Sheriff buy that they had in that round number 2 of the second half. Really started snowballing the comeback here for 2G. Now you're going into facing a loss here in this series against M80 with little to nothing into your buy. But they have converted that before, as I've just mentioned with the shares. Now, a little bit more firepower could be enough too.
Oh yeah! Monster
Well,
on
it's
the
a free
loose!
play at A. Thrash is going to force some discipline from 2G to play back the site. And BCJ will say, job done. Let me go ahead and collect my friends, and then get to work on a plan. Wingman will get the job done for them. Opportunity to possibly scale forward here. Xander's got the paranoia if they want to try to commit. And here it comes. It's queued up. Does not get thrown, though. And in that moment, Silence able to find one, plus the overdrive for a second. Oh, looking a moment of indecision right there for M80. Did we want to actually clear the back hallway? Thrash coming forward. It does connect on to one. Recon bolt out. Zap able to provide a try. Now it's just out of BCJ. 1v2, he gets hit by the fault line. Prize and Zap. Now at the greatest weapons, but they've got the numbers, and the double swing is good. 2G stay alive.
There was almost a moment where there was another lineup, this time for BCJ to just kill them both, because the spread that they had on that swing still almost lined them up. And thankfully here, it did not happen, and they have a fighting chance once again. A lure buy that you had for 2G. You're able to convert that one, but with only 2 players alive in a defuse, you know the buy could be potentially scraps once again going into the last round of regulation. But just before we got into the round, you saw the vibes here for 2G. Despite here about to lose the series against M80, they still remain calm.
Yep.
It looked like they had this in the bag. They felt like they had this in the bag, and in the bag they did. So look at this broken buy.
Yep.
2 Spectres.
Thing about this is both of our breaches are 1 away from Rolling Thunder, and Zap is going to get the A orb for his. So now, moment of decision for what does 2G want to do with this extra bonus of having the resource. Rolling Thunder called immediately. Prize is going to find the opener. Spikes trying to chase down the rest of the set mid. BCJ responds only to 1, and then the follow-up is perfect from Spikes. Nismo takes it to a 2v3. Definitely doable, but the map has been lost. Neural Thef's going to try to get to work reclaiming it for side of M80, but 2G hold every advantage.
Yeah, that was so nice there by Zap. A big con too. We'll talk about it in a bit, though. Rolling Thunder answered back from Nismo's side as they take over this B side for a plant.
Nismo has to use that, though, just because he was queuing it up, and he gets hit by the trap wire. Silence. He's just going to step on in. Aftershock's going to be exchanged. Nismo isolated. He has both flashes to play with. First one comes through, Silence clean on the headshot. Now it's just down to net. 1v3 setup, does have the spike to play off of. Doesn't want to reveal his position yet, but gets to work on the spam. Dark cover now in place, fault line sidestep. First shot's not perfectly clean, and it's Silence to find the kill and send us to extra innings.
It cannot be an M80 game on Sunset without going the distance.
Correct.
Another match that's going to be decided now into overtime, and a chance here for 2G to push this to a third map. And again, it came down to just a pivotal play, controlling the A orb. It's quiet now for M80. They pick up the orb, and they can utilize Aura fault line in all the way back, all the way into market if M80 was going to run into that. But instead, they went for the Owl Drone on the other side of market for the Rolling Thunder to connect into 3 players so that Spike could get the most value out of that slide and give that winning condition. Conversion now for 2G to make M80 once again have to rethink how they can close this map or just think of the next.
Well, we've got a glass cannon out for Koala Noob. Operator has been purchased for the defense. That will be used over towards A elbow. 2G taking their time. Got to keep in mind, from the offensive side for 2G, they have not gotten any value out of Spike. So it's going to have to come down to something else. I hate to put it out so plainly, but good control of space would be, I think, the big thing. And I'm looking at Zap to see how he wants to use his utility here to break down this setup.
Great. They've always been so good in his composition to be able to split towards middle, and 2G has done zero of that.
Anyone else?
How about this? How about this?
Yeah.
First shot lands, and then you've got the blind side afterwards. Koala steps up for a bit of an ego chill. Connects again, and Silence, I would say he's probably the guy you want left alive in this 1v3, but he doesn't have a lot of space to work with here.
And that's that was continuing to be that win condition for the team. Camera watching middle, Trips watching everything else, and he's playing passively to make sure that his utility doesn't fall, which then allows once again for Koala Noob to have free reign around this A site and get that pick and give that map and series point back in favor of M80.
Anyone else?
But this is one of those first moments here that they've inserted Nismo. If not the only time that M80 has inserted somebody in that corner that goes unchecked. With the amount of relay bolts, recon darts that were trying to activate towards the elbow control at the very beginning, they decide to let go of that type of protocol, and it bites them in the ass.
Yep, and they've done that before, M80 have, where they've thrown this whole op in towards elbow, then gate crash back, but there's no gate crash, and 2G are like, chase him, chase him, chase him.
Yep.
Ball right into their hands. Hit through market. First time we've seen this as well. Decoy out first. Prize stuck in a corner. Not going to get baited by the decoy. Holds his ground beautifully. Oh, it's a spicy beat the ball. Prize, a beautiful double. BCJ still working on the plant. Nismo still hanging on as well. Aftershock going to get called in, but the spike gets planted. 2v4 post plant.
Bad plant, though. They can't play the spam, so you have to play inside the site, so Nismo has no choice. Up to team deathmatch, a 2 versus 4.
Oh, Paranoia comes out. Nismo trying to get back to safety. Gets around the corner. Only utility left is one flash, and 2G deal with it nicely. Well done, and that's a massive round from Prize.
Yeah, and those are the type of smokes that you want to save. You're not going to be smoking onto the spike while you're defusing, while the other ones are playing outside of it. You smoke at least one corner of the entrance and not the full thing, so players can flood out of it. You're forcing them to now use utility or to just fully swing out of the smoke, out into the open, where they have no idea of where your positions are. And again, in this tense moments, to still be able to play these type of plays here for 2G, you're definitely seeing the calm composure that they're able to bring here towards this game when they had to play the comeback throughout this whole series overall. They're showing so much resiliency now as a team. A second seed in this tournament for Brazil. They had a great start, though, when they started off the tournament. They went 2-0 in their matches and then ended up 2-2 towards the end and potentially might miss going into the playoffs if they lose this series against M80, depending on what happens in the other matches. But that is not the continuation that you want to hear for 2G.
No.
With the start that you had.
No, not at all. Well, it's going to be talked over again. Offense has been the struggle for both these two teams. I'm sure if you're just joining us, you would have learned that in the last two most recent rounds. But the thing about it has been, for 2 games, they haven't even come close to holding a post plan, it feels like. And now they have to worry about the potential of trap plays, especially, you know, the power play being Koala Noob is fine just purchasing an operator and nothing else in these overtimes. So that has to be put in the back of your mind every single round as well.
Yeah, but at least a good win con from both of these teams in the past 2 rounds of defense is inserting a player that doesn't get checked. First one being Nismo in that elbow corner, second one for Prize down towards the headshot, and yeah, the walktail from Koala Noob so he can TP out towards B side to support as well. This is a good spot.
Spy cam does not see that he's in the blind spot. He's going to hear the footsteps. Brother, he almost gets both.
Dude,
that would have been unbelievable.
I would have been mad. I would have been so mad if I was 2G and that happened that I get collided, but that is still an important piece of utility that's gone here with Prize. That's no shock darts to break utility if they're deciding to move towards this B site where they actually are leaning towards to. Thankfully, though, if you're looking for the setup from A80, it's a passive setup for the trips here from Net.
And there's still an angle that Koala Noob can hold, but wow, what a shot that is from Spikes. Luis clears out one of the trap wires. Xander, the rest of the gang, playing over towards market side, looking for some spam. Spike will be playing to the backside of the pillar. Spikes reveal, pushing back around, stays safe to get the dart out. And Net's gonna hold onto this position. Still a Spike, came over the top of the smoke. Dizzy does not connect onto anything. Okay, can we finally see a post plant hold from 2G? Not a lot of tools here for M80 to try to re-clear this space. It's just the Mosh just trying to play a little bit of zone of denial. Wingman's getting to work. Mosh actually finds a pick, and the Wingman gets it to half. But now the hard part, can you keep him alive? Net's gonna find himself at least close, but not enough to get the defuse. Nismo last one left, has to try to hang on to it, and Zap will not let that happen. 2G take the edge in our second OT.
And it's actually the attacking smoke towards the front of 2G. They didn't care to not see where their opponents would be because they have 4 players waiting to spray. So hopefully the RNG is going to be good enough for them to actually get the picks. They almost missed it there onto that Wingman, as Wingman got it at least at halfway. I think even at 60, 75%. But thankfully for the rest, it actually did connect for the sprays through the smoke to give them a fighting chance on their side. A successful pulse plant that has been needed from both of these teams on their attacking sides. 2G has the best chances in their favor now to close things out.
Yes. Especially considering how good their defense has been. Very similar setup, but there's a double swing on the way. Oh, Prize gets caught with the Aldrone out, but silence! Does he get both? He sure does, even with the Dizzy coming through, but Koala Noob provides. Keeping us even at a 3v3. Gate crashing back to B main. His teammates will step forward past Pillar, and now Koala Noob with a plant will have a dimensional drift.
And he's gonna plant a TP back where the Omen could be. I mean, if nobody is here, Luis could actually TP across and it's not gonna be heard.
Planted.
And he does.
Yes, he does. But the problem is dimensional drift is now the opportunity to be pulled out.
But if Koala TP's back, he's dead.
Yep. Luis on the flank. Spike's trying to pull the attention back over. The gate crash behind him! Koala Noob! I don't think Luis ever saw the gate crash position. Tries to respond to the sound cue. Now it's just down to Zap, who's not going to be able to connect on the Nismo. Oh my goodness, Koala Noob.
Switching sides.
Wow.
Time.
You cannot be any unluckier there for Zap. Perfect timing with the TP. And look at this. If it's not on the replay, look at the minimap. He's about to turn. Oh, no, we just missed it. But he was about to turn the corner with shooting at Koala Noob. And Koala Noob went for the gate crash down to 30 HP. And then kills him on the other side of B main. That is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. And sorry, I didn't mean Zap. I meant Luis on that TP at B main. Oh my God. We reset things again.
Yep. And
now pressure.
Enough.
Exactly. There's first mid control, but he's solo.
Yep.
Who cares?
He just keeps changing the position up.
One dead.
Yeah. And Net will punish on the play through mid. Oh, to make matters worse, through the cyber cage. Good old-fashioned Koala Noob is chasing him down the dimensional drift. Prize gives it an effort, but it's just too late. M80 back up on the advantage.
Switching sides.
Oh my gosh, and a win that they get here on the defensive side for M80, and there wasn't enough support here coming through from Spike's moving across up on the top middle. Usually you want to see a fault line coming through, maybe even a smoke, but he tried to just lurk across because for what? 18,000 rounds, 2G went 0 times top middle. He thought it would have been the play, but Net was one step ahead, already holding out towards the spawn. 2G trying to fight back.
No, Spikes. That's a paranoia combination that gets thrown over through tiles. He sidesteps the fault line. Maybe a chance at the 1v1, but it doesn't come through. And now your down numbers having to hold on. The only bit of good news here for 2G is that they have cleared out B main.
Yay. But all of M80 are still waiting towards the A side. So as much as they clear towards the A main, they have 0 value and information on middle. So you still have to keep players anchored up passively on middle. And this forward position by Luis could get caught. If they clear him right here, you're playing a 5 versus 3 retake or 3 versus 5 retake. And thankfully, though, enough time has passed that you're starting to gamble that the hit will be on the A side because Prize has not been met by any piece of util or pressure.
Gate crash left behind. Here comes the clearance. Pings all over the A site for M80. Silence. Oh, he gets baited by the decoy. Oh, not what you want. Luis also seen. And this might be it. Blindside over through mid. Aftershock just trying to delay the plant. Won't work. And now you've got to hope that Prize can provide something magical on this rotation through mid. 2v5. Make it a 1v5. What an effort from 2G. But Prize has the world to fight, and he won't get through the first contestant. It's a blacklight flawless through overtime after overtime, and M80 2-0 win the series and send another team into a 2-3 overall group stage count.
All that with M82 winning with a Blacklight Flawless, but also not eating a lick of damage. That is dominance there for the last round with a trap play that was tested by 2G to try to fight back here and bring it into another extra inning. But yeah, M80, they finished this group, top of the group, winning a record of 5-0, but all of these series so far have been so close against every single one of their opponents, including TSM, where maybe people were thinking they haven't really had the best start or the best continuation in this tournament so far. But TSM now, it's their turn to fight back within the next series and have their own chance of controlling their own destiny to hopefully win their matchup against All Knights to hopefully get a 2-3 and a 5 tiebreaker in the bottom 5. That's crazy. But if not, to talk back about M80 here, it just comes to show that despite them winning 5-0 in the record so far, that the competition has been really close, good, pristine, and competitive throughout all the 6 teams currently competing into Ascension.
Nuts, man. This has been a really thrilling group stage. M80 will come out flawless, but without conversation of them being contested, because they absolutely were. The other side of things, now we've got the possibility of 5 teams finishing 2 and 3. We have the desk standing by to break down the action before TSM plays in just a moment.
Charlotte Garris is hot.
What a way to close it out, fans. But it's M80 who get the win on that map of Sunset and on the series overall, which is, it kind of goes as expected for this favorite team. I know the casters mentioned it, but I wanted to put it into perspective how insane these maps of Sunset have been for this team. Against All Knights, it was a 14-12. Against Galores, it was 11-13. Against TSM, it was a 12-14. And now against 2Game, it was a 16-14 on Sunset. Emily to close it out. That is insane, the amount of rounds that they played on this map.
It is. I mean, it's been the storyline for Sunset. It just goes neck and neck, and everybody has an opportunity and a chance to take the win. But it comes down to individuality, and if they're getting the picks from utilizing the util that we have, which I feel like we saw a lot of that being done from Nismo, for example. He was really taking full advantage of everything that he had in his pocket. I was highlighting his KO beforehand, but here he is on Breach just doing the exact same thing, taking advantage and exploiting the weaknesses using his Rolling Thunder. But also for the 2G side, they should be incredibly proud of their performance because a lot of them had so many incredible rounds. For example, Silent Sheriff, which denied the ecos from M80s, which was another common thing for them to do as well.
For 2 game, they're not eliminated just yet, but they're gonna depend on the last results for the last series of the day. And Emily, you mentioned what we saw from Nismo, and now it sounds crazy that he was not feeling too great about his performance because, oh my god, he's been stepping it up right just on this map. He was able to get 31 kills for Nismo on the Breach. Insane.
Yeah, you love to see that. I think he was kind of having a pretty quiet start to the tournament. Like he wasn't really popping off. He was kind of like the missing piece that I think M80 needed to be a lot cleaner in the early stages. But it feels like right now he's finally heating up. Him, Koala, Xander kind of leading the charge, as well as BCJ. That might not have had a great series that game, but it doesn't really matter because there's only so much stats to go around when you have, you know, Raid Boss, Nismo, and Koala constantly in your face, constantly challenging you. And I do love the Yoru, by the way, from M80. I know they're trying to push it a lot on many maps, but it really does fit their style. And I think that unique identity and the unique flair that Koala brings with that agent has made them a very interesting and very versatile team.
They go a little, it's a little underrated what this Yoru has been able to do for the team and across a bunch of different maps, Emily, because it's a Yoru that has a lot of impact, and you need to be not only good at shooting and getting the first kill, but also having the good understanding of how the whole map is going to play out, being able to communicate that as well, and that's not easy to do. So Koala Noob deserves all the praise because they're undefeated, and a big part of why they're undefeated is because of him and that kind of performance on the Yoru.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought process that goes on behind playing a Yoru. You really have to preemptively plan and think and adapt around every team that you play. You can't do the same thing multiple times. It's just the ability to adapt, which Noob does really well, and also Ops too, and is getting a pick, then quickly maneuvering to the other side of the map, getting multiple kills, and just really great Yoru from Noob.
It's nice to see this M80 team continuing to be undefeated and once again continuing to be that favorite team now that not only they're guaranteed playoffs, but they make it to playoffs without losing a single series. So this is everything that we have for this matchup. We're going to throw it to a break. We're going to have an interview, and then we'll be on to the last match of the day.
Pensilly's cute.
space.
How you doing? I'm here with Ned, and the first question, of course, that I want to ask him is, how are you feeling right now? You guys didn't lose one match. You are 5-0 right now going into playoffs. How does that feel?
Feels great, honestly. I'm glad that the team has leveled up as we progressed throughout this tournament. Coming into the start, we were not meeting our standards at all, and we were playing really shaky and letting rounds that we never really do slip, and that still applies, but it's at a better percentage now, and it's also been unfortunate just because pretty much all of us have food poisoning, so hopefully when playoffs come, we'll be healthy and rejuvenated.
Did you guys thought that you were going to be 5-0 in playoffs?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so the second question that I want to ask you, what was missing in that Lotus for you guys finally get that win?
I would say that I just think we got caught off guard by the proactivity of the Neon and just how fast they were peeking things, just because we didn't have much experience of it, but as the map progressed, we knew what they could and could not do, so we just got adjusted to it.
Right, the last question that I have for you is how have you seen the evolution of the team and personally in this tournament in playoffs?
I would say that everyone slowly, game by game, were evolving and increasing our level of play. Like I said, at the beginning of the tournament, we were playing nowhere near our standards. And honestly, I would say we're not even close to how good we can be. So I'm just looking forward to showing an even better face in playoffs and just dominating.
Thank you, Ned, very much. Guys, we still have one match, so just stay here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
La verdad hoy fue, yo creo que fue nuestro primer pésimo día de todo el campeonato. Entonces yo creo que la calma nos sigue matando. O que estamos como fuera de lo que hacemos siempre. Y eso hace que perdemos. La verdad son bastante buenos. Tienen un Vine excelente. Y la verdad es que nosotros como equipo sabemos que si estamos nosotros en un mood así perfecto, le podemos ganar a cualquier equipo. Pero eso es que es nuestra yeyita. Tenemos que fixarlo. Que seguimos siendo Alnights, los underdogs. Así que estén ahí atentos.
In all honesty, I just think we're falling short when it matters the most right now. We're not playing like a team. We're letting our like mental boom in the middle of matches, and we're just not closing out rounds that we should be closing out. I mean, it's the way we felt going into every match. We can beat all these guys, and we've been so close to beating nearly all of them, you know. I mean, All Knights are a good team, but again, if we show up tomorrow, we beat them. We're the better team when we show up, and we have not been playing well this whole tournament. I mean, I think he's a great player. Anybody who makes it to Ascension, you know, they're all great players. On every single team, we've only been playing great players, and I have a lot of experience, and I think when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, I play very well, and especially the hectic environments.
Well, it's time we move into the second, or rather third match of today. And as we mentioned towards the beginning, this is a little chaotic to figure out what team is going to make it, what team is going to be out 100%. So first of all, let's break it down. Let's keep it easy, or as easy as we can, because it's still not easy for us. So we're going to break it down this way. Whoever wins this match between TSM and All Knights, they're 100% in on playoff. Who else is in already? M80 is in, and Galores is in. And now, let's dive into who's going to be the last one. So if All Knights loses, 0-2 is going to be 2-game making it. If All Knights loses 1-2 is going to be a round differential between them and 2-game. And if All Knights wins, 2-game also make it. I hope you guys were writing that down, Roy, because it's crazy. But now you know what your favorite team needs to make it here.
Yeah, I think literally the TLDR and most important fact is whoever wins this match guarantees their spot. Everything else will get resolved by the experts, by people who can do math. We're not supposed to be doing math, guys. Let's not even try to, okay? So let's actually start the conversation about what this series is, right? Because these teams have struggled. Both of them have kind of had their struggles throughout this tournament. Obviously, TSM has the lowest record right now, so they're looking to challenge this map onto the team of All Knights, who, yes, they've had some low points, but they've also had some really high points. They've shown us that they're capable of being that force in the server, that sort of very oppressive team that can support Dante and the level of success that he's had throughout this tournament.
This All Knights team has turned into people's favorites because they've been doing so fun, and we all love an aggressive team that is going in, that is getting insane frags like Dante has been getting, the A's that we saw the other day from Adverso, and all those individual pieces being able to connect and work together for what is at stake and is making it to the playoffs of Ascension. So it's a pretty big deal. They've gotten fans, but the question is, can they make it now to playoffs when the future is all up to them?
Well, I'm turning into an All Knights fan. I think that Dante is really fun to watch. He just kind of glows and radiates with confidence when he's going in with his neon. And another player from All Knights is Adverso. This is a player who is number 2 ranking in KDA on Sova 1.8, and also has been pretty consistent throughout the whole group series. Although the percentage for clutches is 33%, I have seen Adverso's clutches, and those are important ones. It's not just the random ones where the rounds don't really matter. He shines and has confidence when the rounds really count. So that's when Adverso shines and pulls through.
I just find it funny that he has a 33.3% clutch rate, but he's still number 17 in the rankings. That can't be true. Either that or that we have the best closers in the world. That is awesome. That is such a cool statistic. But jokes aside, Adverso has been not only the IGL and leader of the team, but he's also been a very impactful player, bringing that experience to this young squad who has been an absolute force in the server.
Adverso has been really good, and we've seen him very similar to Nismo, as we got to just hear about recently, kind of stepping it up as the matches go by. Both of them having a similar feeling of, well, at the beginning of the tournament, I couldn't really find myself when it came to the kills department, and now as we get to see them play more and more, we see them shutting people down and shutting these young players down as well, because we have a lot of those promises for all of the regions here in Americas, and they've been able to handle those situations very well. That's what we expect from really experienced players, and that's what we can expect from Adverso, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is where we said it many times. This is where experience matters the most. When the pressure is the highest, you're gonna look to this leader. You're gonna look to their emotions. You're gonna look to see the kind of environment and culture that they're putting forth. It all leads to this moment. What kind of plant have they planted? Right? Is it calm? Is it peace? Is it stressful? Is it chaotic? Right? This is the fruit of their labor. It's about to be right here, right now. It is the do or die. If there's been a moment to step up, it is right now.
And let's talk about the other side too, because the moment for them is also right now. TSM, they haven't had the best group stage, let's be honest, Emily. They've been struggling. They've been having some great moments, maps, but when it came to closing it out and when it came to being that dominant team, they haven't been able to get to that point just yet.
Yeah, you're right. Listening to Proto in the interview before we got started right now, you could just tell his disappointment, and he was right, where they lost a lot of situations where they probably shouldn't have. But the funny thing is a lot of the maps were so close and went into OT, and it was looking like it was gonna go their way, but it just couldn't get closed out, and they had a pretty devastating loss, I feel like, versus M80 yesterday. You could tell that they really wanted that win to prove themselves for North America, and they just couldn't close it out. They did take it the whole way through though, and to remind everyone of their journey to even get here in Ascension, they went to the lower bracket super early on, and then they were the lower bracket warriors. They took everybody home that they faced. A lot of people even doubted that, and so once they got to the grand final, the one team that beat them was M80, and so that's kind of a devastating loss for them, but like we said, this win is what matters. You got to put all of that stuff aside.
And one of the players that has been able to step it up for a lot of these maps and be the difference maker, Roy, has been 7. Especially, I like that we get to see the Gecko right next to him, because that's what AJ and I associate him with. Every time we see the 7 on the Gecko, I think specifically of Bind, but I think of a lot of other maps where he's been able to have that impact and to allow the team to close it out and to find those solutions when it seems like there are not.
Yeah, I mean, and the lore of 7 is the fact that he only just picked up the Info Initiator role this year. So the fact that he is at this level, he's able to compete against the best players in a role that he's been pretty much taken on for the last 9 months is insane to me. Not only is he playing the role well in terms of utility and setting up his teammates, but he's also finding enough room to have individual success within this team of very strong players individually.
It's fun to see 7 play out a lot of these rounds, because it's just one of those that goes a little bit unnoticed until you see him closing them out, finding the solutions, and even being that support for the team, Emily. That is so important. We got to see a sneak peek, don't worry.
Yeah, I was taking a look-see at that. And another thing from 7, just really quickly, I enjoy watching his Gecko. I think that that's a fun one to watch, the way that he utilizes Thrasher. There was a really funny round, if you guys remember, from the other day, where he had the Thrasher waiting behind a wall and then prepped out and detained 2 people. So thinking outside of the box like that is really fun.
Finding answers, once again, when it seems like it's hard to do so for this team that struggles a lot and honestly has struggled throughout this Ascension. So we're seeing if they're going to be able to find the answer today. But one head-to-head that I'm very excited about, and I know we always talk about the duelists, but we just have such amazing duelists in this tournament, is Dante Deos going against Sim. It seems to me, Roy, like they're very different in the way that they play out. They sometimes go for this slightly different compositions, different ideas on the duelist role, especially because we've seen Sim on the Reyna on Icebox. Dante, we think of Dante, and now we're thinking Neon, going in, going aggressive. So a little bit different between the two, and I'm excited to see them going against each other today.
Yeah, there are some differences, but there's also a lot of similarities, specifically to the fact that the structure is built around setting them up, getting them to take fights that are really well, you know, people that are flash, people that are stunned, people that have to deal with so much info util coming at you, right? And that's part of the reason why Sim is leading the charge in first bloods. He's also pretty much tied for first place for multi kills, and that goes to show that he is very strong individually, but there is a structure around them. And Dante as well, he's he's pretty much the highest in ult kills, he's the highest in kills per round, he's pretty much leading in many different categories. So both of these duelists have their own strengths and weaknesses, but it's also built around the team structure that they have that's allowing this to happen.
And it also depends on what maps they're playing, because we see some level of comfort depending on what duelists they're going to be playing. We've talked about Dante Deus on the race, for example, which we haven't seen it in a long time. We got to see it on Vine just 2 days ago, and now we have the possibility to see if these two duelists are put into uncomfortable situations and how they're going to be solving them. But let's jump into the Zippo map select. Oh, now we even get the reactions from the coaches, from the players.
Boy, I love this.
I love to see this, Emily.
Yeah, me too. And like you said, it really comes down to what map it's going to be on, because we also didn't see too much of an op from Dante. And Dante tried it yesterday and it didn't really work too well for him. And All Knights is going to select Haven. Okay, good, because this is where Dante shines, on that neon. Like we were seeing the other day, if they're running out of util, Dante is the util. He's the one that's going in there, flying around and making your crosshair placement all messed up.
In this map of Abyss, every time I see Abyss by anybody, I'm just a little bit stressed out with the way that it plays out. Sometimes it kind of goes out of your hands, and it depends so much on what the other team is doing, how you're able to adapt to it. We've seen some slight differences in compositions, Roy, but I think this is a good second map to see what the two teams have prepared for it.
Yeah, I think Abyss will be super interesting because the difference in compositions, right? TSM is running the double duelists on that map with double controllers as well, so they're actually opting out of the Sentinel, which is kind of interesting. And on the other hand, it's a bit more of a tame composition for the LATAM side. So I think there's a bit of a conflict in the approach and in the kind of interpretation of the meta on that map. But I mean, talking about the first map, Haven, that has been a pretty good map for both of these teams. Yeah, they have not won it every single time, but they've shown that they're versatile and they're quite versed on that map.
And I already see the vision of us heading into Sunset for the third map. I actually do see it happening for this series. We've seen so many amazing sunsets, and I mean, we already talked about what Amady has been playing on this map. They're playing this map non-stop, but everybody else has been playing against them, has been playing against each other on that Sunset, and it makes a lot of sense for this TSM and All Knights match to go the distance. If they win, whether it's going to be All Knights winning here or whether it's going to be TSM winning here, they're guaranteed their playoff spot. So the stakes are on, and you have the pressure to make sure you're able to make it far. Roy, it's not going to be easy though. None of the teams are going to make it easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to point out the fact that, yeah, the second map as well, there is a conflict of comps, but in the first map, Haven, it's a mirror comp. This is literally going to come down to which team is going to play it better. There's really no excuses. There's no, oh, their composition did this and we were uncomfortable. Like, no, they're running the same comp, and that's going to make it a pretty fun dynamic to watch.
The mental games, that's when we get to see the IGLs shine the most, and we already highlighted the IGLs for both of the teams in the way that they're trying to constantly read each other's mind. I feel like Adverso sometimes, and we mentioned it on the regional matchup against Reta, he was getting a little too much into his head, trying to get to ahead when you just need to think about just the couple seconds of what is going to happen after and how you're going to play those rounds out. But it seems like today, Emily, it can be a lot of overthinking too, because they know what's at stake, they have the pressure, and they know that the future is in their hands.
Yeah, you're right. This is probably one of the highest pressured matches that they'll be playing for a long time, and there's so much on the line. As an in-game leader, it's a very difficult role to take on that not a lot of people can do. You have a lot of pressure on your shoulders. If something doesn't work out, it's your fault at the end of the day. Did you make the wrong call? Did you not guide your team in the right way? But that's why I like to say, yes, the in-game leader has a lot of impact, but a strong team is when everybody's vocal, when everybody's doing their job, because that's what takes the win that we've seen from so many impressive teams in the past. So who's gonna show up today? How are they feeling? I guess we'll find out, because that sunset map for the last one is worrying me that it's gonna go the whole way, because that's what we've been seeing so far in groups.
Oh, it will go all the way, I'm sure. I actually have no doubts just with how intense this match is, not only for them but for the teams outside that they already played their matches today, and they're kind of waiting, hey, can you not get enough rounds, or can you actually win for us? That is the mentality of the team. Like 2Game, they're depending on the results that we're gonna be seeing right now. And as a reminder for everybody, there is a giveaway from Blacklight. You can get one of those ultimate gaming chairs if you scan that QR code, or you check that message that's pinned in the chat to see how you can get one of those as we head into the last match of the group stage. Roy, can I ask you for your predictions? Not so much of, who's gonna win, but how is this all gonna play out? Is it gonna be overtimes? Is it gonna be, you can tell the dominance on the map picks?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be one of those where it's like every map is over 20 rounds. I have a really strong feeling that's gonna be the case. But there is one thing that's sort of like looming on my mind. There is one thing that I've been kind of considering, and it's the fact that in the last match for All Knights, they kind of look like they froze up a little bit on the mid-rounding and on the IGLing, and even in the kind of the interview video where they talked about, getting stuck and kind of running out of flow. That's not something that they can afford to have this time around. And hopefully they've kind of discussed it and they've sort of set the tone and set the mood within the team. But that's not something that can happen today. There's no more rooms for mistake. They need to tighten up. They need to be confident, and they need to be decisive.
All Knights, what they described there was a feeling of maybe being too chill, but not in a good way. Not in a, oh, we know how to handle pressure well, but in a, okay, we need to adapt. Can we do it in time? And it seems like when there's no solution, things get stuck, and they can't find a way to answer those questions and find the success in those maps. So that is something that they're going to be needing to work on. And it couldn't be more stressful, right? You're trying to solve all these issues as you're playing potentially your last match of Ascension, Emily.
Yeah, one thing that I want to touch really quickly is what Roy was just saying of the mindset of All Knights going in here. I equally feel the same about TSM though. I feel like from the interview from a proto, they seem really down. We have two teams in front of us that are just disappointed in their last performance, I think. So yeah, this match not only really matters, but you're gonna have to snap out of it and move forward and, just have a good start. So it's gonna come down to how many rounds can we get within the momentum, because these are both teams that really shine when they get the momentum going. And like we were saying, mid-rounding was difficult for All Knights the other day, and so that's where it's going to take teamwork from everybody to step up, not rely on one person to have the big brains. It's going to take everyone, because everyone has different information where they're at on the map. You know what I mean? Everybody has a different intel that one person might not have.
And that frustration also comes from the expectations that you have on yourself. You're talking about the frustration that they had on their last match, and it was those regional matches where TSM, they were very close. They almost took M80 down. They went to overtime in one of their maps of Sunset. They almost made it happen. And for the set of All Knights, everybody was hyping them up so much. It seems like they were also confident they could take down Reta, and it was not the case. For everybody wondering, it seems like there's some tech issues that we're trying to solve very quickly. So we're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we should be ready for the third match of the day. We're so back, and this time around we'll actually seem to get started with what is going to be this match. And Roy, let's jump right into the Blacklight Agent Select, because we talked about this map of Haven. This is the map pick of All Knights, but we also talked about the other side of TSM. They've played this map, they have mirror compositions, and things should remain the same for this series.
Yeah, I mean, TSM has played this map 3 times, but unfortunately they've not had much success on this map, so I can definitely see why All Knights were looking to take it on this map. Obviously, they've lost the first 2 times, 5-13 versus Galoris and Reta, respectively, and then M80 was 9-13. So there definitely have been some improvement on the TSM side, but they have not been able to quite catch their stride going into this match here versus All Knights. But again, this is the finish line. These teams need this series to guarantee their spot in playoffs. Either way, they're going to have to step up. There really is no room for mistakes.
And Emily, when we have these mirror compositions on the first map of Haven, what are your expectations for what the 2 teams are going to be able to do here?
Well, from what we've been seeing is what worked well for All Knights is when they attempted to get an extremity control. So I think that's something that they need to do on their defensive side if they want to have an early start. And to counter that, it's a mirror comp like you just said. So whatever All Knights is thinking of doing, TSM is probably doing the same thing. So I think it's just going to be a battle of who can control the extremity if our util is landing, and also at the end of the day, our shots need to be hitting.
It's very important for your shots to be hitting on a match like this one, and honestly, this is when it can be the hardest, Roy, because you have so much pressure on. You want to start strong, and you need to make sure that if you're not, then you're able to come back like nothing happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to reiterate the fact that last time we saw All Knights play, they looked a little bit more pigeonholed in their playstyle, a lot more rigid. I would like to see a little bit more fluidity from them from the attack side, specifically working establishing A, working back towards garage, making TSM overthink, because TSM is the kind of team that is willing to brawl you on the site. They're willing to brawl into your control, and All Knights is going to need a little bit more mental games if they really want to defeat this kind of all-star team from TSM.
And just a reminder for everybody that is just tuning in, trying to support one of these 2 teams between TSM and All Knights, here's what's stake. Whoever wins here, whether it's going to be TSM taking the win or All Knights taking the win, they make it to playoffs 100%. If TSM loses, they're out. And if All Knights loses, it kind of depends on the way that they lose to see if they're in or out, depending on the map differential and the round differential. But if you want to support TSM, just know that they need to win. And if you want to support All Knights, just know that they would also very much need to win to have the better chances here. And also depend on everybody else. 2 game is kind of in the middle. We're trying to figure out how they're gonna make it in. They're very likely to make it. Reta is out of the tournament, and the 2 teams that are out of the playoffs contention, and the 2 teams that are 100% in are M80 and Galoris. So we're just trying to figure out who the 3rd and 4th spot are gonna be for playoffs. And I love this because it really shows how competitive the group stage has been, and how close all these teams are to each other.
Yeah, and not even just the group stage, just the fact that every region in Valorant is insane at this game. EMEA is a strong region, North America, South America, Brazil, like all these teams are doing so good. APAC, right? Like every single region is so dominant in this game, and they all have their own sort of unique playstyles, and we got to see a lot of that here in this tournament. And of course, once again, All Knights, the LATAM number 2 seed versus TSM, the North American number 2 seed, battling it out here on Haven, and whoever wins will guarantee their spots, as the graphic says. The graphics never lies, people.
Exactly. But I want to know, Roy, what do you think about that huddle? Because I remember what you said the other day about the huddle, and I think that means a lot to this.
Listen, TSM on the first day, they just fist bumped and sat down. Okay, I was not messing with that. I was not vibing with that. Okay, I want to see some huddles. I want to see some synergy. I want to see some fist bumps. I want to see some hugs. I want to see people laughing. I just want to see some vibes. That is the loophole to the psychology, and may the best team win, because they're going to need every edge they can get.
The pressure is on for these 2 teams, All Knights and TSM. They're facing each other for the last match of the group stage, and it's time to find out who's gonna start in the best way possible, getting away with the win of Haven. And with that, we're gonna find out with your casters is Tenrek and Keck.
Thanks so much, Dryad. A duel to the death is the final match of the group stage here at Ascension Americas. One team will net a spot in playoffs, the other likely to go home. Keg, You and I have done the math a million times in our head, but I'll go ahead and simplify for the class. It is do or die for both of these teams. All Night's the last hope for Latin America, but hopes are looking high walking into this matchup. Meanwhile, TSM, perennial underdog, ready to play into the role at least one final time to try to clinch a spot up there.
Even the most advanced mathematic geniuses out there figuring out how a potential five-way tie could work really depends on now who can win up this matchup. It is a scary moment to be in for both of these teams, regardless of map or round differentials. All that matters for these two is success. Again, starting off on a map like this to start things off, it's going to be a little rough for TSM's end. Remember, it was yesterday in an interview they said that, to make it this far into a tournament, when the pressure starts to really get at you, all the fundamentals they've worked on for the entirety of this year start to crumble a little bit. Now, I do think that changed a lot from yesterday. The TSM that we did get to see was a completely different beast. But they have to keep that ball rolling. It's very easy to come into a matchup like this cold, and I pray that neither team does that with how aggressive they've shown to be.
Surely after these regional matchups that they went through yesterday, both of which these teams lost, everyone's got to be fired up. Everyone's got to be ready. But like you said, going into Haven, All Night's pick and TSM's weakest map so far this tournament, things are certainly not looking good for the underdog's start. It all comes down to the side they chose first, attack. How many rounds can they net on their stronger side of this map before we see at this point, it needs to be trademarked, AK attack.
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind what the desk said too. Extremity control is going to be very important for every attacking round for both teams, but also too the Neon Breach duality. We've seen a lot of rounds that succeed by allowing that breach to enable fast stun control, to have the Neon push in and take a little bit more than they should possibly chew, but still get away with it. On the other hand, small micro plays have tormented every single team thus far this tournament, leading to fatal mistakes. TSM early on taking this slow for a pistol round. A camera set up already outside a lobby. Adverso, player we highlighted, in that first contact has to run away. He's the only one with defensive control on A. But All Night is there to save the day with a sudden flank. But look at that tripwire. That'll determine everything.
Yeah, stack into Adverso. What a flick to find a Proto and scurry on back to the rest of the AK stack, who has now turned this fight on its head with one fell swoop. TSM will take that opportunity and run with it first into A site, but then into sewer, but Sabando has the ladder angle covered, and AK can now execute the crunch, and from there, a smattering on A site. TSM can at least get the spike down to farm some creds and keep the following rounds interesting, but from here, it should be an absolute shutdown. GMD good for 2, 7 can at least hold down the site, and the stack will falter, but AK still has a 2v1 on 2 different fronts. Tinshoff is easily found out, but can still win the fight with some HP to spare. All Night's open with the round.
Gotta give it to TSM. The slow push-up and the anglage held outside of A-Long was really convincing to potentially turn this around. Great to get that spike plant into the ground first round. Early money despite the round loss does not mean all is out just yet for this first half. It's still a strong start, and the killing potential that we've seen from GMD still looks fantastic. It got scary there for a second for All Nights. Separated out, taking a wealth of 1vx's. Now we get to see potentially if the ball can keep on rolling for their own end as well. I love this stage, dude. That cyan color is one of my favorite colors ever.
Yeah. I think that the stage has really been set for these players for sure. Everyone down in Monterey did a bang-up job with this setup. And I can't wait to see it showing us the playoff teams. Which one of these is guaranteed to be? And, I mean, how exciting would it be for All Nights, first of all, to bring Latin America to the playoffs, which unfortunately Reta cannot do at this point.
I think we determined that it would take, like, a literal act of God in order to make everything work for Reta. Like, you would have to have... I don't even know what an equation of it would be.
I think at this point, they have been classified as the dwarf planet by NASA. They've like the call has been made, you know?
Well, Pluto's gone back and forth, so I guess that's kind of like Reta's situation.
It's true, yeah. It's depending on how this round differential shakes up. So for
that
those
was the big controversy in second grade.
I guess we can talk a little bit about the math now that we're in the TP. So
fine
All
by
Knights,
me. You
All
can
Knights
talk about it.
currently their map differential is actually one of the worst in the standings, and so a loss here for All Knights is actually pretty catastrophic for them. If they get 2-0'd, they will literally end up last in the standings, behind Reta. If they get 2-1'd, it'll come down to round differential, and they're only 3 rounds ahead of 2game in the standings right now. And if they match that -2 map differential that they would if they get to a 2-1, that means that All Knights have a very good chance of ending up as that 5th seed if they lose to TSM, even in that close a fashion. So a win is still very much mandatory for this Latin American squad to make it, which makes it all the more exciting for TSM, who has been stalling and lacking just behind this whole tournament through, and yet they still have this one window, this golden opportunity to not only make it to playoffs, but very likely get the 3rd seed in it.
Yeah, and I think one big issue that a lot of people have been complaining about for TSM so far through their Challengers run and Ascension is how limited feeling their map pool has been.
Yes.
It's been the bind hard ban every single matchup, and going to a first map that they haven't found much success on at all in Ascension is definitely not the best look. But TSM, again, we've seen them from yesterday, a team that can turn things around and do their homework seemingly pretty easily here. They have a good opportunity on an IGL's paradise of a map like Haven. 3 sites to work with and play around. A lot of mid-round that can drastically alter the course of each and every single one. An early recon ult falls. None of TSM fall for it, but they do have that smoke coming down, so AK are aware about their presence. Cameras down inside of short too. The call's been made to rotate back over. Weapon buy-ups from both sides. TSM still need the 2nd round.
A lot of preliminary clearing here. Not afraid to show where they're coming in. Huge on Sim to execute, and he will with the opening frag onto Adverso. Oh my God. It has to fall apart from there, but welcome Dante to the stage, everybody. He's able to shake things up for All Knight's favor just enough to win them back to space and the round. But again, it's so close.
Nah, we gotta see Dante again. It's every single matchup. There's not even just one moment. There's like at least 2 or 3 where the sliding crosshair placement is unbelievable there. That is wild.
What a lineup. That was so gross.
It just works for him. Unbelievable.
Going somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Dante is statistically, I think, in the top 3 going into today in terms of not even just duelists or even just Neon usage, but just players in general in this event. There has been, like, for All Knights, it hasn't been the best run so far, but with another tech pause, we get to just stew into what Dante has stored up for this defensive Neon.
Oh, man.
And you know, we start off on the defense too for them, right? A Neon on defense for a map like this, dude, that is so hard to find value on.
Yeah, Dante has been so hell-bent on this and Sunset in particular, on interceptions. Even when he's literally on the other side of the map and playing on Neon, he is able to do that. It's just really hard to do that every single round, and yet he tries to. And just the amount that he's able to persist and get in these fights, it not only speaks to obviously Dante's ability, but it also speaks to All Knight's ability to elongate fights that are normally supposed to be those pinprick, one-and-dones that Sim is starting to execute.
Yeah.
But with that force buy, unfortunately, TSM will be far more worse for wear going into this 3rd round. And like you said, a lot of time to sit and think about what they've done.
Well, it makes me worried, and this was a big, I guess complaint's not the right idea, but it was a big thing I was worried about going into Ascension. Dante loves to overheat, especially on this map, regardless of defense or attack. Loves to overheat and play well above beyond any of his teammates. That has changed a lot as we continue through Ascension. Dante, much more in control, playing around his teammates, has not overheated nearly as much, and still finds a lot of value. And here he is playing with his teammate, watching down below in short. Oh, but the lineup early on. He gets removed. That's going to leave Adverso all by himself.
Exactly how you need to take that opening fight for TSM. Sim's first relay bolt doesn't catch as much ground as he wanted it to. The bounces on those boxes can be finicky, but Sim can still find the pick onto Adverso, and from here, TSM look like they've opened the space more than enough, able to take the fights bit by bit. Very good isolation work done by Sim in particular.
Spike planted.
Again, that first opening lineup was just really well placed. Again, exactly the way that you need to take All Knights on for this execute, which they will let go of. And All Knights looks like they'll just have to save with all of that space they've lost.
Yeah,
Here.
especially for a bonus buy too. Maintaining that Vandal will be helpful into the next round. And Sabando, it could be the Bulldog's not the worst option. This was a very not healthy buy for TSM either. We see a litany of Sheriffs and of course Sim with the singular Vandal. Still good to clear away A site. Of course, this is the site too where there's very little utility in terms of stopping the stall against TSM. It was just down to Dante to really be that first fortification against the entire team, and that failed. I'm curious to see if Team Chop is going to start anchoring down A site, and if that's what TSM wants, there's a very good chance they won't want to push A again, just in case there is that big adjustment from AK side.
Certainly. And still when TSM is in a bit of a frail position, post Blacklight Thrifty, All Knights with those 2 guns that they held on to have forced about half of TSM to still buy up. And their creds are still not something to write home about just yet, only 4 rounds deep, so they will still have to play like their lives depend on it. It'll be a C hit to start things out, Keg, you're right on the money.
Yep, Team Chop is the sole body here. There is that extremity control that should be denied with the tripwire inside Garage. He's got right contact, taken right away. Now, AK, again, we talk about the weaponry, it's not great. We could see that sacrifice come in. It could be a flood retake, but that utility usage from TSM is going to be everything. But Sabando took the 1vx. It was good for 1, but already fell. There's a single rifle, and that's Dante's. But he is one off getting the other.
Oh, and they might not need it in there, so with the help of the flashes and the concuss is able to open up the space for Dante to run through the rest of it. And what a duo this IGL and Duelist is. What an intro to All Knights. If you haven't heard, now you have.
Go, go, go.
Absolutely what you're looking for, right? Again, a retake, the basis of Dante only having a rifle, nobody else. It was just pistols. As Virgil enters in for the retake, gets a double kill immediately, and from there is able to clear out for the retake. Great communication, great positioning control, and more so, great timing, waiting out very valuable. Oh, is he doing the? Okay. But like a great timing, waiting out the utility from TSM. Now, we talked about the buys being a little weird for both teams, but we'll be waiting to see what the buys can look like into this next round. I think we need to look at All Knights though, because again, we talked about the Punch's Fury being loaded up for Adverso, the Overdrive for the Neon also being potentially brought into this next round. If you have those this early, go for it, right? Get that early info. Don't buy up into this round and collect the guns away from TSM.
For sure. Yeah, continue to play as safe as you need to. And again, when you can dole out your resources like this, when one player can just sweep the floor,
Are we saying
feels
that the
pretty
goats?
good though. Dude, Dante has been he's become very camera friendly after all of these tech pauses across the group stage. I think everyone's had a lot of media training this week, so ultimately good for the future of T2 Valorant. I think we're gonna have a lot better interviews, I think, going forward.
I mean, I liked all the interviews
They're gonna
so
be great.
far.
I'm not saying they were bad. I'm
But it'll
saying
be even
that,
better.
I'm saying that the players are gonna be so much more charismatic coming out of this tournament.
Having met a lot of the TSM people in the past, they've been super charismatic. Like, I remember they would be at conventions just like standing out for hours on end, and it's like, ah, man, how does your back not hurt?
Oh yeah, the things that these orgs put these players through, brutal.
It's awesome. I'm so happy that we see so many shining faces coming through into this scene.
Yeah. And so many new ones for anybody not from the region. I mean, this has been a tremendous introduction to All Knights for you and me coming into this tournament and coming out of it surely for the remainder of North America. Again, if you don't know, now you know.
Yeah, true. Fans for life. But as we wait into these next few rounds, again, the stakes are fairly high for both these teams, especially on the end of TSM, coming in from the bottom of the groups. They've had a rough run, but they did look great yesterday. These early attacking rounds have looked fairly solid to get onto site, but as we've seen from All Knights in the past so far this tournament, and a lot of the teams outside of America, they love to go for these full team or maybe even a 4v5 retake styles that work out so well. A very brawly region, working for most of the round, being at the very end of it time-wise. So you have to stay alert for these contact angles. You can't just dilly-dally in these early rounds. And going back to what the desk mentioned, I'm wondering if that's where we might see that freeze up in the mid-rounding if the rounds go on way too long.
Yeah, All Knights fights are their strong suit, and the longer the fights go, the longer All Knights reigns. But the moments in which TSM can move, the moments in which TSM can throw AK for a loop, the moments in which AK is forced to reset, the more times you reset, the less times you can fight, the less times All Knights is as viable in their comfort zone. TSM, this attack has to bamboozle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, looking like a mid push here. TSM, again, they love to go for these fast rounds. It's worked well against a lot of these teams. Instead, though, they put that early pressure. They back away. Dante, originally having that extra space upwards to lobby, chooses to back off the same. That early smoke A lobby so good to either force out utility from the attacking team or have them stall their own way out. And yet so far it's a freeze. One of the longest rounds that we've had so far already, magically. The highlighted pings that are red go to show that there could be an early smoke A entrance, blocking Dante's view. A short way, no. Instead blocks sewer, a primary focus to contest Dante right away.
Flowchart from the pistol round will now go the other way.
I'm out of here.
With that smoke, All Knights stack will additionally lean a little heavier into A site, aware of how this could go. But as it fades away again, so will All Knights, so will TSM.
Go, go, go.
Consider alternatives, but with only 30 seconds to go, and Dante catching
30 seconds left.
Bit of a head there, I believe. Unclear as to where TSM could go, except bottle-nosing B site, where no one is present for that matter. And so they find comfort pretty quickly. Hurried Fury from Adverso is a little late, but a little decent, finding some damage and some interruption on the GMD, who will only grab the one. Now it's Dante's time. With the overdrive in hand, will approach Sim. It takes a little too long to kill. Only good for the one because of it. Poised, multitasking with util and frags, while Seven holds it down with 100's Fury of his own. All Knights look to be timed out from here, but with no util, it comes down to how well Adverso can fight. Only good for the one, so Tinshop can recall just after the halfway point of the defuse. And it's all perfectly managed at the end of the day for All Knights.
Great read from TSM, making sure that they can avoid most of the ultimate spread out against Dante's ult, was to make sure there wasn't some immediate sweeps with the Electro Beam. But regardless though, great patience from AK's side. They held down B site, no over rotations. The utility spread from Team Chop covered the entire second half. Well, I suppose I should say the left side of the map for the defense, covering C all the way into B site.
Right there.
Denying the
Right
fact
there.
that TSM, regardless of where they go, there would always be a presence from All Knights, making that retake a little bit easier with some bodies gone. TSM once more, they're wanting to push into C site. It was their most confident round yet. Nico, one off from getting the Rolling Thunder, has not gone for A orb. Not a complete amount of information just yet for AK, but Sabando holding back. Does give the call about the tripwire being shot out. TSM keep faking presence early on in the hopes that All Knights will over-rotate.
Silence.
Catch. Tragedy strikes. TSM yet again. Sim let this ultimate go. Give the C-Run the old college try, and Guimond has opened up a moment. Nico Machine not hit by the relay bolt yet again.
Enemy remaining.
Sim cannot deliver. And All Knights have all the resources they need to come through and finish that round clean. The three still standing. Their economy is finally starting to look decent to take the rest of this half with confidence.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry about TSM's confidence here. Their early rounds where they didn't have to necessarily worry about rifles. They could just barrel into sight. Looked a lot more, again, confident than it is now. There's a lot of over-engineering in the early parts of a round, and it works well against a lot of teams where you break one piece of utility and these defenders rotate the entirety of the site. But for All Knights, they have that communication down where they have that trust of at least getting one kill before being traded out, before that rotation happens. And we talked about those small tactical mistakes that we could see from either team. The relay bolt missed from Sim, leading to his death, is a critical error about taking C-Site.
I really don't think tactical pauses have necessarily slowed All Knights down, because there is also so much for them to be improving as well. Well, I mean, all they really have to discuss is just their fighting, because that's all they're doing. Is just once they're in, it's all about what angles do you take, how properly do you clear stuff, what's the
Yeah,
What's
I
the
mean,
flowchart of util that you use? I mean, a lot of the questions are already kind of answered for the way All Knights gets to play.
I mean, I feel like for All Knights, it's mostly just reinforcing what they're doing already.
Yeah.
They could change up the pacing here, and maybe that's something TSM is expecting to have happen. A lot of teams, after these pauses, will change it up. You play super slow, we're gonna play fast, right on the choke points. And with 3 bodies of All Knights now stacked up on A, they could easily go for the early Nico Machine Stun or the Rolling Thunder and collapse on them. There it is, the fastest of through, the Rolling Thunder comes by. But even then, it's a stall city. What is happening? Nobody can see a thing.
GMD, what a TP in the fracas. And a paranoia to field out Adverso. TSM take all of the space, and it just takes the Omen ultimate and 1 lone body. The rest of the squad will make their way up to A site, and this time, the crunch is on their side.
Spike planted.
Not having to worry about Team Chomp's utility on C or B, you push into A. It was wild. So many different pretty colors to see for TSM to get on the site. But they won the pivotal 1v1s. They won the duels necessary. And losing only Sim allowed the rest of TSM to push in the site. Sabando does have a chance, but a 1v4 on one of the hardest sites in the game to retake, even in a 5v5. Not gonna make things easy whatsoever.
All eyes on Sabando. No longer a proto. Fielded away in the smoke. 7 realizes what Sabando's plan is and interrupts it. 2 up for TSM's attack. All Knights' defense is their better half so far this tournament. Of course, very small sample size for that statistic, but it's clear that there are holes in All Knights' defense if TSM find the way around it. A very easy way around it is a GMD ultimate, just TPing behind everybody else. But how else can you skirt these blockades that All Knights has been able to set up so quickly? More often than not, you use Sim, or you use a proto, but they've been too integral to the fight lately.
No, I think TSM's already found the answer. A 3-stack last round, the early Rolling Thunder from All Knights outside of sewers, and that didn't stop TSM.
Oh man,
that is a major issue. It's already opened up.
But they're staying put. Waiting to see if anybody else chomps at the bit here. And Nico Machine is considering. TSM now considering the rotation. He was trying to field the remaining 3 into the stack on A site, but All Knights is not bent. They've just spread themselves out a little thin here. Sabando will be the bell ringer.
Just a matter now of waiting. They were waiting on 7's timing here for the recon. The fault line set up ready. GMD double smokes.
Stealing sight.
It's all set up for the fast lane. Sabando is going to TP into it. Try to play into this fight despite getting reconned. And TSM, they'll make the call. Too much presence here. Let's head over to the other end where Tinchoff is ready. You have to get more than 1 here if you are Tinchoff. In comes the run from Sim. Tinchoff ignores after doing the chip and can find GMD. But it's a 2v a fractured 4 on TSM. Sim is not difficult to cut down, but now you've got to stall away.
10 seconds
Can Nico
left.
Machine play the clock or play the field? Either way, you've got to play, and that's a good start. Now a 2v2 that AK's turned this into, and a Proto reveals his head, but 7 reveals his hand. Sabando gone. 7 skirting across the smoke. Nico Machine having to avoid so much, but the fault line is able to reset, force 7 into the disadvantageous turn. Nico Machine guesses wrong, but 7 misses the shot, and we try again with less time. 7 still holding all the cards, and still he'll back away. The re-up, and Nico Machine reads it. All Knights receive the Zippo clutch and the 6th round. A blessing here on Haven.
A blessing, sure, that's one way to look at it. What a trilogy of errors from TSM. The entire point of clearing out A, waiting and resetting for the next move was to wait for 7's recon to come back online, clear out A site, and push in as a team. A distinct numbers advantage. The top player of the team gone. A site was clear and the info was there to confirm it. And yet even then, TSM, they rerouted and went across the map to a site they had no information on and lost a series of 1v1s.
Oh, Sim Now hungry, and Verso won't make the same mistake twice, and All Night says, you want to fight? I'm ready to fight! Sabando with 4! All Nights!
Oh, no.
Let's do it all over again, baby!
Oh, TSM, what is happening? They've realized now, yeah, we have to push A, and Sabando was ready. All Nights, they have what they need. They're already good for the half, and they've recognized now TSM only look comfortable if they push A site. And now, that key is, that door's been unlocked. So you're back at the beginning now if you're TSM, a broken buy, what do you do? The red pings show that this should be a B-side attack.
Cage trigger.
7 has that Hunter's Fury set up and ready. But look at the buys. Is it worth using here? There's still quite a few more rounds left this half.
Take flight.
The early smokes try to trick All Nights, and there's more pressure that forces the Owl Drone out by Adverso.
Oh, what a catch by Sabando yet again, but Sim's already in. Able to grab the 1. And that lets the rest of TSM in the door. All Nights will give one more away as well.
Spike planted.
But GMD will get traded out eventually, and so it's a 3v3 for a post-plant. Sims overdrive. Either win it out or flaw. Either way, All Nights don't like their odds. 7 will help out Sim and answer the question for them, and so now it's a forcible entry from All Nights. Dante Deus now the Neon in control. All Nights trying to be the team in charge, but still a lot of work to do. A Proto will win that fight, and so now it's a crunch onto Dante Deus, which he'll have to get proactive in. He certainly does! Style on him! For an 8-2 lead from All Nights. No answers just yet. TSM continue to claw. All Nights continue to rise.
Oh, just when it looks like it should be a TSM round. Dante just, it's magical. Unbelievable thinking, a split-second decision. Which fight do I take first? Even after being ulted, the decision-making skills, the crosshair placement, the nerves of steel coming out from All Nights is impeccable.
They're so calm right now.
Oh. I'm speechless, dude. Okay. All Nights are reading into the fact that TSM, they're trying new things. They've recognized A cannot be the move anymore. Early Owl Drone B does not find a lot of information about the site itself. A tripwire set up. That's bait. The theory now is that the wall from Sim will come up, block off Sabando's position. He can use that trip to take down the Neon. But they're taking this slow again. They're gonna reroute back to A, and Dante's ready for the first pick.
As always.
He has the ult as well. The longer TSM wait, the more util they use, the harder it's gonna be to get to A site.
They double back on the fault line. But there's just a little too much pressure. TSM.
Oh no.
Good rhythm though.
This is so risky.
He's gonna be walking into quite a bit here. And he does not know it. GMD's been holding this lineup. Sabando's gonna be walking into it right as it's supported. How many can he get? Sabando good for 1, and now the paranoia to follow up on top of it. He's gonna hear the shots, but now the aftershock is gonna force out the smoke. Sabando's just gonna have to spray and pray his way through, and he barely has any time to. TSM, way to get on top of that. Crisis averted, but now comes a new one. It's Dante Deus on the overdrive, but he can't make enough space. TSM have enough, and they've outstretched the garage in tandem too. AK might have the firepower still. Nico Machine has let Adverso take the reins on the outside and turn it into another 1v1, and with 7 self-titled on the HP, All Nights are able to cement this round, and no doubt the half. TSM have nothing walking into round 12.
Oh, TSM. There's moments of brilliance shutting down Sabando, overextended by Green. He was still good for 1, sure, but...
I love it, dude. I love it. I love it.
I do too. I live for moments like these. But again, TSM, like, these rounds should be going in their favor, but they're losing critical fights. And that is just the expertise of All Nights, isn't it? Back to B once more we go. A Rolling Thunder from Nico Machine set up and ready to go, but the same can be said for 7. A Hunter's Fury. Good and ready, but he's gonna have to back away as soon as that spike goes down.
Planted.
Surely he won't use ult on site. No, it just wastes more time. This Owl Drone, look at the positioning of Nico. Perfect for the Rolling Thunder to charge down into Garden.
Sabondo's been found out early though, and so they're gonna be able to start spraying at him. A lot of damage done, and Seven wants to take the initiative, but the stun into the ult from Nico Machine, no doubt, it's gotta come out soon. No, he's gonna reposition, get caught by that trap wire, and TSM spots another moment, another window. Dante Deus tries to get active on it, but Everso has been sitting on this the whole time, and Nico Machine able to provide cover fire. Seven's ult is late, and All Knights still get away with it!
Switching sides.
Unbelievable. All Knights. The decision-making in the smallest moments just looked fantastic. And again, TSM, their errors are being capitalized on. The ult coming out just slightly too late. A lack of information, the calls, the comms. Could be a litany of different things adding up. And here we are once more. All Knights are looking fantastic on this map. And we mentioned it before, TSM have not been the happiest of campers on this map. And you can see why. They have the confidence in the early to mid rounds, and they have the right ideas, but the execution's flawed.
It is just not all coming together. They're mentally so boomed. So scattered. So, keep it coming, please. But I mean, just what a tough skyrocket from AK and just snowball down south for TSM over that, what, 4 or 5 round sequence that was? Yeah. I mean, that was 2 big fulcrum rounds that TSM had such a good grip on it. And then they got one on the Eco too. It is a lifeline. It is a finger holding on to the cliff. And All Knights are just able to stomp that finger out with whatever they have left.
Look, it's a 3-site map. Generally considered to be attacker-sided. You have a lot of options to fake out your defensive team, to make them over-rotate, to take down a 1v5, a singular defensive hold. And we saw that quite a bit on B and on C. Really, the only defensive stack-up All Knights had early round was on A. And that's what TSM was able to bypass early on. They looked great removing Dante as the opening pick a few rounds in a row. But then everyone else in All Knights, they stepped up to the plate, and they looked amazing. And again,
how about Sabondo, dude? Having such an amazing defense.
Yeah,
just so much control.
But here's the thing, right? What I'm getting at is that this is a side you do not want to go 2-10 on. All Knights have a clear path to victory to bring things to map 3. To map 2, excuse me. We're not there yet. The Abyss has been an interesting map for both teams. But you have to see how this plays out here. A 4-stack gamble for TSM on A. Recon Bolt finds nothing. A gamble gone wrong. It's All Knights with full C control.
Let it go. You guessed right. And the world is yours. TSM. This retake has to be legendary. And it's gotta be soon.
It's gotta be
stack
now.
with a proto. There is no more time for decision making. It's gotta be now. There is no extra time on this. You have so much to do. A laundry list that Dante is gonna start to stall. Followed up by the smoke from Sabondo. All Knights get to just play this for so damn long. Dante, first step in. How do you do? First one gone. TSM peek out into all the angles in the world and do find a lot of purchase. Sabondo is the only one left on site. Sim is able to clear him out. Tinshoff just now making it, and the spike is not in a very safe position here. A proto can clear him out, and TSM, they will just barely make it work.
Oh, a third of a second left. Who could have been so scary had that execution been literally a third of a second later. This would have been doomsday for TSM. But now we have what could be the start of a miracle. They can have the buy-up rounds. If you recall, all the way back, round 2 of the first half of this game, it was still an All Knights favorite, and we saw TSM with the buy-up. That was scary. But this is definitely a time to turn it back around.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now, All Knights with how many rounds they have to spare, are they gonna buy up? Yes, they do.
Yes! Yes, I love it! Oh, man. All Knights is here to play.
Oh,
any day, any time. But Dante will pay the price. Followed up swiftly by Tinshoff. Seven can hold his ground. And All Knights, the gamble so far, not much to call. your own, and that trend will continue here as All Knights. Space is made, but TSM, they're here to fight, and they'll win that for sure. Yeah, great shutdown to make it a 4-10 game and reset AK, just like TSM was.
And TSM's a momentum-heavy team. Once they get those rounds going, it's hard to stop them. Something they weren't able to activate on when they were on the attack, but now they can play against the pacing of All Knights. Dante, eyes on him now. Very common on this attacking side to overheat. But you could see this being brought back early on. Again, they have rounds to spare. Dante can get away with a little bit more flexibility than usual. Another broken buy yet again. Dante equipped with a Bucky this time of all things too.
So is Nico.
Yeah, looking to go fast in the B though. Dante's going to create a lot more space to be in TSM space with the Bucky.
Yeah, he's going to immediately rush into this smoke and hold it down. He's going to check for presence of early Link as well. He might have spotted 7. I don't know how much V-Sync he's got on. Good paranoia. Oh, it's a channel into C-Link. This is a big risk to take, but it's one you gotta. Good overextension by Dante to at least stall for some time, but can't do much more, especially from the other doorway, which Sim has opened up, and TSM from there should be able to take it very decisively. First tap on the spike, which means the rest of AK comes calling. TSM will answer with now a 5-10.
Great front retake again from TSM. The fact of the matter is that they were willing to give up B for the entirety of the round and play purposely for the retake. Holding bodies on site was done a little bit, but for the most part, there hasn't been a response to these retakes yet from All Knight side. Now I'm curious to see how long are they going to continue to go for these broken buys? Will this be the emergence of the timeout? Or are we going to go a few more rounds deeper before All Knight start to consider a brand new strat? I mean, I think if Dante had just maintained himself inside those connector smokes, that would have been a winning round.
Yeah.
But he overheated and tried to go directly into C.
No other way to open up from there. You've got to be a little bit more reactive when playing, especially from that door. Such a lopsided second that you let go and try to extend one way, especially if you lose the fight.
Oh, that's drone.
Oh, see Sim, I love this cell. Great insertion of Poised. 7's been spotted. Tinshoff does not know he's in a 1v2 though, and 7 will now let him know. Paranoia, easy body. Sim is actually the one to get that kill. Poised still hasn't really revealed himself, and he might not even need to for this take. He still get cleared out. And actually, yeah, now Poised, his position does come in handy. So much that All Knights are uncertain, to the point where they'll start rotating to where Savando has been able to open this up so beautifully. Hey, their Cypher can't be... Oh, a Proto.
This is so good. The shutdown the rotates.
He doesn't spot a thing. Savando, there's nothing! And All Knights, the foot race is not won. With minimal time left, they'll just have to go for it. And Dante's been spotted. Nico has not, and he'll be able to get the spike down, but anything more than that, yeah, good luck. Dante has to try and make a ruckus to force away this first fault line, but TSM will no doubt have another one before the round is done. Nico Machine has to let go of his own up. Link to again play the stall. Dante and Nico are gonna play the site, play the field, and Nico Machine and Dante come through! Both lineups, both double kills, both incredible! Immediately turn around, has All Knights.
I need to see the replay again. The fault line coming out so early, and yet the capitalization off of it. Dante still swings post the fault line with the expectation of focusing on Nico Machine after it had failed. What a great read and a great utility usage of a missed utility coming out from Nico. That was, again, a great crunch. No matter what the odds are for All Knights, you have to watch out for them. A desperately needed round again for TSM. Falling away, the first one to do so this half. All Knights, if they can just get 2 more rounds like that, they are golden for map 1. But they're playing these early rounds a little rambunctiously.
Yeah.
It's gotten scary too, but just because they have 6 rounds ahead doesn't mean they have room to play with either.
And tail of the tape, it's not like TSM are necessarily doing much wrong in the sense of mechanics, in the sense of macro, in the sense of, you know, piling on for the fight. Sure, you could say, oh, but they're playing All Knights' game. They're being forced to retake in stacks. They're being forced for the one and done fight. But I don't necessarily think they're doing that. I think they're playing to their strengths of holding down sites long term and then playing for the for trying to field a rotation into a bad position after planting.
As long as TSM can keep All Knights as a whole at bay, they'll be fine. The issue now for All Knights is when they get into those clutch 1v1s. TSM, they make one wrong move, and it's Dante that can just obliterate them. That's the scary motion to be in.
Know that the trap wires are here. It will not catch Dante, and that means he's able to do something, but only one kill he is good for. The rest of All Knights are unfortunately unable to blast onto site as prepared, but they'll still be able to take the space and the spike, and Verso is able to avoid Poised's LOS, and it'll be a 3v2 in this post plant. That's once again on C site. Owl Drone will be able to get early intel before this fight fully goes down, and Sim has taken lane! TSM, enough time has been wasted, and that means AK is so much weaker. Sim, go collect your prize. Thank you very much. 6-11 now.
Good off the hands of the timeout. A great read early on from TSM to know where All Knights would want to fast push into. Big changes. All Knights still only a single round win so far this half. They have the ult stacked up this time. They have that overdrive. They have the Hunter's Fury. That was something Adverso was looking to gain going into the post plant that last round. They were still down a body and they had no info about the C long flank. It wouldn't have happened. 5 rounds now, TSM behind. They've had to fight tooth and nail to make it this far already with a very poor attacking half themselves. But Dante immediately ults his way into A.
Top the double fault line, but Seven's in a weird position. Weird enough to avoid the recon bolt as well, and makes the fight a little touchy. Proto is also in a fun spot. Nico Machine, once again, it takes a little too long, but the rest of AK has been able to come in through sewer and overwhelm, and Sabondo's going crazy with the stinger, dude. Hello? Sim from on high is able to find an easy 2, though, and is actually going to let this ult fly to try and save the round against Adverso close range. This is difficult, but Adverso very terrified. What a way to end such a crazy round! Sim saves the day with this info clutch and keeps TSM fighting here on Haven.
Absolutely stepped up since the beginning of this tournament. Sim is looking fantastic. This Neon, probably the slowest Neon we've seen in terms of speed. This whole tournament has really ramped up. A great 3K to keep TSM into map 1. This is the TSM we saw yesterday. A team that can just keep it on going. And these retakes have looked good. All Knights are in an awkward spot now. These fast entries that they've been using for so long are being used against them. And once more we go. A fast entry towards Garage, at least to start things off. Early smoke down C to help blockade the backside further the defense. GMD's ready and waiting with the paranoia. Cyber Cage on the call. But All Knights back away. Spike in the possession of Nico. Hanging around with Dante. Still tells me this should be a fast plant regardless of where they go. But the tripwires have been identified not as Garage. They're on A site. This is all still a big trap for TSM. They want this A push more than anything else.
Tinshoff gets to play by himself for the first time all game as well. And even then, Sabondo's going to come in to chaperone a little bit. But it's all for the
no
B plan.
tripwires B main.
Yeah, there's nothing here, so Tinshoff is going to get intel of that.
Off your
that
feet!
makes All Knights reconsider. Okay, never mind. We're throwing in the Rolling Thunder, and we're going in. Dante Deus, a world of support to get away from these tripwires, but it will clear away the entirety of this site. Nico Machine, the first to frag, and now it should be all AK in the kill feed. But TSM still have this high ground, and they're able to use it to drop down a little early. They'll take the fight now, and Proto's still standing. Yet again, here we are, 1v1 in Tinshoff. Finally, that insertion is going to find something. It's going to find a flank that is caught by the camera, and then a Proto. They'll keep the party going. It's a defensive haven today.
Just great protocol set up by TSM. The fact of the matter is that they were able to stall All Knights away from Garage, force them over to A site, and you could see the positioning, especially apparent from a Proto, and I believe Sim near connector of A, backing away, fully anticipating the Rolling Thunder coming out from Nico and the fast entry. The only small hitch in the plan was the fact that a Proto wasn't able to sight down on Dante. That made me very scared for a second. The fact that this Neon was hit by both tripwires and yet through the smoke could not be eliminated. But that's where the rest of TSM came in the way, and they were good to shut down the ground forces. Another attack pause coming out from All Knights. Remember, it was a 10-2 lead for All Knights, and now they're down by what? 3 rounds.
Yeah.
They have not found an answer except for a singular round.
The TSM shutdown game has been really solid. And of course, their players have come up clutch here on the defensive side, just as All Knights did in that first half themselves. Now, going into these last couple rounds, I mean, does All Knights continue to play a default to any degree? Or do you start playing the mental again? Because I like, interception is clearly so much of TSM's game plan at this point on defense. If they're gonna A-stack, they're going to catch you and they're going to beat you. They have figured out this push fight.
And look, you know, most of the time when we from America, we see like the response to attack timeout being just default, play for picks. That's not something All Knights really does. They don't really default that much. They 4-1 split. That's kind of their default.
Oh, this is gorgeous from Sim. Can't finish off Sabando. Good paranoia to stall things out. And now Dante is going to circle back from the other side. Welcome in, All Knights. But Guimond has not been taken care of. And again, TSM is already here. And so the fight's still pretty even. Sabando with no health at all and peeking God knows where. Unable to catch anything. And so TSM retain advantage despite such a quick play style. 7 watching, but in the 2v1 loses out. And All Knights can once again even the odds. GMD Proto will stack for the mid round.
Yeah, but keep in mind too, utility for Proto has not been discovered by All Knights. They were on C site, no tripwires found. That must mean it has to be on A or B. Ult available. Adverso could hold down C long, possibly with that Hunter's Fury post plant. I know, a big smoke set up already. That's going to force out the recon bolt from Adverso and give away the plot for C. Still shock bolts available. Someone's got to watch the flank, but the crossfire is going to take priority. All Knights, they have to plant somewhere unorthodox. The smoke goes down.
30
They're
seconds
lined
left.
up. Nico
Last player
1v1, a
standing.
singular
Spike
HP.
down, C.
25 seconds, you can't rotate.
And a Proto is still being found out. Nico Machine will peek back and a Proto will finalize. What a reposition that All Knights were not expecting in the least. And that has been how you beat them. Doing something they are simply not prepared for. Especially not fight. You get yourself in those angles where you're still able to win out.
Enemy remaining.
Like GMD did once Dante and Tinshoff got on. Then TSM can retain control, and those blowout moments that Dante makes look so scary at the end of the day. A far cry from a decider in the round.
They go for it again. All Knights cannot find the proper answer.
Gauge 3.
Again, All Knights, how willing are you to take this fight? Poised, laying in wait in the smoke. On the window, and TSM, they're already inching at this front line. This could be a clash in the garage, but Tinshoff will again just be inserted. This is a very readable play from All Knights if TSM has done their homework.
I don't know, because the thing that TSM is expecting is maybe 1 lurk, but not 2. There's Sabando.
Yeah, waiting in the cubby up C long. All Knights considering options. House hunting here. And C lane looks to be the move, at least at the 55-second mark. Tinshoff, what do you do from here? Everything else has already been set up. Question is, when do you press this trigger to go lurk? After Dante lets the fast lane go, it's still 2 in garage. TSM will play entirely for the post plant. They got a feeling that somebody else is coming up from the way back. They're correct. Hunter's Fury from Adverso, he will go hunting actually early into Link and catch some big chip damage onto Sim. All Knights can play entirely from lane, ready for the flank, but it's all from Link, except in garage, where again, these Cyphers are having a little standstill. The rest of the fight rages on in C lane. From site to lane, a Proto will finally win the duel, and now it's a 4v3. TSM can play a little more aggressive, maybe throw a body in front of this if they need to. A Proto can most definitely hold for half, that is for sure. Slide in from Dante, now the double smoke. TSM, they don't have enough AK! They can spray through, and Adverso will finish it up. AK, they have just enough to get over the line, and that is what they will need once more to escape with this map.
Great alterations again. The play as a team. Dante not overheating and playing for C-Long. Not losing bodies at the beginning of the round was the name of the game. Keeping everybody alive as long as possible. And instead of setting up Dante for success, the basis of the round was setting up Adverso. Making sure, again, get on site, let the Hunter's Fury fly, have the recon for the late round, get maximum information. A big weakness for AK up until this round. And one thing they weren't even aware of was that Seven invested in the Odin. Not to be seen here. A huge Rolling Thunder once again. It just barely doesn't connect.
Wanted to pick up on that fight immediately. Really thought that they were going for the full stack, but Dante was pretty ahead of the pack this time. Now, Tinchop, this is a fun position to be inserted in, and he'll come out a little bit early. Only good for one, though, and TSM, again, crisis management, very solid here. Seaside has been taken, but only by 2 members of AK, and TSM, they are ready for this very early on into the post.
Nico is so close to that Rolling Thunder. He's gonna push up and try to get 2 off of this ammo drone just to confirm the ult.
Wow.
He needs 1.
We switch it up again. Aftershock to stall the push. It's gonna be on GMD's Paranoia. In rushes Sim. It's gotta be a Veriso first, and it's found! Proto, the off angle of the garage. Once again, it's perfect! TSM will make it 10-12.
Big thing we said about TSM yesterday was that their individuality was their strongest suit. And it's still just as true here. But the calls, the synergy, the strategy that they're making has worked unbelievably in this second half. This is the TSM I was really hoping to see for today, and this is a TSM that does not want to fall and drown in group stage of Ascension. Remember, Ascension life is on the line for both of these teams in this series.
Life or death. This matchup is
2 rounds. It was 10 before.
What a defense that TSM has made for themselves to mirror AK's. 2 opportunities for this attacking side to wrap their choice of map up.
A free A orb? Dante can pick that up, get the overdrive alongside Nico Machine's ult.
Right here.
Be pretty big.
He doesn't.
Dante, yeah, he'll instead just run right in, and TSM, they're not here early, which means they'll have to play the retake. Seven's ready with the shock bolts, though, and Adverso is going to take the brunt of that. Things off. Spike still not planted. Great timing with the Rolling Thunder. From the other side, they've been prepared for this flank, but can they win the fight? It appears not. The gun dip is still too strong.
I'm out of here.
Nothing doing for All Knights here, as they'll get the spike down, but nothing else. And it'll be a Blacklight flawless in the penultimate round of regulation.
Retake after retake, TSM. All Knights are making it easy for them. They don't have to do much in the early round, just a simple piece of utility to stall them back, force out early util, early audio usage from All Knights into their barrel rush attack. And from there, great IGL call made just to go for these simple retakes, take these fights through smokes, really make All Knights fight through all this utility and not get the simple 1v1s that this team preys on. Another tactical pause. What
No better
a
a time.
comeback.
No better a time.
Yeah, I mean, what time left is there before OT?
You might as well.
There's just the answer has not been found outside of a singular round, and even then, you could call that up to luck, getting that swing off of a missed piece of utility that All Knights had when it mattered most, and TSM even then still bounced back. The morale still high.
And you got to do it one more time. You've got to hold them back one more time before we give them another chance. And All Knights will have the bye. They will be remarkably close to a bevy of ults, including Deus's overdrive, so you can amp up the tempo of the fight whenever you want to. There is a lot here that All Knights can play into when it comes to their strengths. But TSM have been avoiding moments in which All Knights can play to those during this defensive half. The question is, do you lean into who you are as All Knights on this attack round? Or do you stray from the path? Do you do something new? Do you do what TSM was able to do to net what few rounds they did on their attacking half?
Right here.
The rounds that we've seen successful from All Knights was straying away from that path. Seven investing into the Odin, Hunter's Fury in tow. Sim having old Dante one away. These orbs, so important to fight for, but it seems TSM are barely doing so. They may swing. Oh, man. But even then, it gets chilly. The push isn't there. Sibando holds Cubby corner to find the greedy push here. If Sim falls, that's devastating.
Oh, but Sim!
Sibando! The smokes are gone! How do you push?
The freest pick you will ever see. And TSM barely have to lift a finger. All Knights now, it comes down to Tinchoff as the lonely insert here on B main. Where again, there is no Cypher util, but there is also no time at this stage for AK.
Right to the trips.
It's gotta be here, and it's gotta be now. Shock darts to clear. A blind to field out a Proto as well. And there's the overdrive. Here and now, Tinchoff will call out the 3 steppers from mid. And All Knights on that proc will double back just as TSM makes their way over to A-Link.
Unbelievable.
You do not have much more time for this, but
30 seconds
TSM,
left.
they have been completely bamboozled. All Knights with 25 to go. They have a completely vacant B site for themselves.
But the retake.
But just for good measure, they've got to clear. Fault line, relay bolt, Adverso holding it down. Hunter's Fury just in time, and it's not far enough. TSM will go the distance, just as we will here on Haven. A Blacklight flawless to take us to overtime.
Overtime.
Still no answers from the All Knights. 2 rounds and a half, save for both teams. This attack has been brutal for both. And now, as we enter overtime, who's gonna win that one attacking round to bring it home? I'm sure we can assume that these defense rounds will be traded back and forth to each team, starting from the ground up and recreating something new. An identical roster of agents for both sides makes it so difficult to find an advantage. And TSM, as you mentioned, they've barely had to lift a finger in the early rounds. They just wait for All Knights to make their move and respond reactively. See that 4-1 split this time from TSM's favor. An early smoke. Dante overheats.
Here we go again.
Maybe he won't. He abides by the smoke, but there's that Cypher camp going down. It's destroyed. Put on a timer. That's going to be a big crushing amount of info that a Proto won't have.
Once again, he'll dip in. No smoke this time. This is risky. Such a wide open space. And Dante, after taking the brunt of the aggression in the fight against Sim, will say I had my piece just in time for Poised's fault line to not reach ground in time.
Off. The camera. Give away the entire plot. Still majority of defense, still stacked up on A site. No ult available for any members of the server. A Russian's called. No util available to stall out Sim. Backside control already given.
All Knights are not prepared to fight this. All the util that's on timers will be reset. That fault line will be ready again for this retake. You have everybody. You have things in your kit. But what more? Sim will get caught out early on. A lot of damage done. Dante with the finisher. And AK have sight. But now comes the hard part. Into the trap wire. Dante will fall. It's neon for neon. Fault lines back. Now the spray. AK have to weather the storm, and some kills will certainly help. Sibando, what a spot to be able to find some extra damage on high. GMT is the only man who can play this, and AK make it work from such a tough vantage. But the defenses have been what is strong, and so AK, they will once again have a game point to try to springboard off of.
This might be a very long overtime, man. All it takes is one team to get an attacking round. A defense round, a retake, it's essentially a given for both of these teams. You really have to outsmart on the attack in order for us not to have a 4-hour-long game. But the way things are going right now, the steam for TSM is looking great. And All Knights at times, they're mid-rounding. It was mentioned on the desk, they freeze up, it falters. An early pick. Again, the smokes are gone. How do you push this? You have to dedicate to C.
You've got to rush it down, and you've got to kill GMT. You've got to do it now. Dante can't. That may be too much wasted, but Adverso is deep. Adverso is good. 2v2. And All Knights just might have clinched this. Adverso with the ultimate, but can't use it. They have to fight instead. Sim, what a peek. What a slide to save TSM in this defense. and take us to OT2.
Another defensive round. Seaside seemingly the place, the weak spot for both of these teams is anything but. Everyone's prepping now for the fast retake. Even without Cypher utility installed against the Neon, they know to expect the backside slide and then go for the early trades. And Verso has been the real difference maker here. All Knights, a 3K last round was not enough to bring home the attack. We reset once again. Odin investment once more from 7 has yet to find much impact in this match. It could be this time though. And TSM taking it so slowly. They're the team I'm expecting to go default, play for picks, and play this so much more slowly. That's where their confidence shines. An Owl drone used up already by Adverso finds nothing. There's a smoke in the way. Double trip wires are set up purposefully to be smoked off to get an easy pick if possible, and Dante's ready to respond against the B main control. But TSM's decision making, they're just trying to find something. Any sort of information to give an advantage to push in. But when they find out there's only one defender on A, that must be the way they go.
They've got to just dive it. And so the responsibility falls on the IGL once more. Adverso, the most experienced player on All Knights, one who has been to champions, fighting for the chance to even play for it again.
No call to rotate.
He's not going to stick around on Garage either, or Sewer, excuse me. TSM, make the call and make the push. It'll be an A retake. Adverso is already ready with the shock darts for the early damage. 7's going to stick it. Good position to avoid both of those bolts. He is still full.
Sim hiding in hell. No info given just yet. Very careful, calculated approach to one of the hardest retake sites in the game.
Dante steps out, he's got to mix it up, and he will. Enough space for AK to get in, and that should be all she wrote from there. A flurry of kills, but Sim is still standing, and it comes down to the 1v1. What a slide! Sim! Making a case to be one of the best Neons, nay, the best duelist in this tournament. He has come up time and time again, and he might have just done it the most for TSM this map.
The path for victory is clear. The attacking overtime round was found. Now all it takes is the defense. You can only hope you don't get the overtime special where the sides suddenly flip and nobody can win a defense round. But playing it so slow, finding that tactical release in the A site, and the fact that All Knights had played that retake so cautiously, it goes against everything they've done so far in this tournament, where they bombastically go for these opening picks. Yeah, attack pause is necessary. TSM understand what gift they've been given. An attacking round when they could only achieve 2 themselves on their own attacking half. And it looked like a blowout beginning to this map. The first one still of this series. They cannot squander this defense. It has to be played perfectly.
Their singular chance this map to turn around All Knights' pick going into Abyss, which again, still a gigantic question mark over that for both of these teams, would be monumental.
This is for their Ascension life. This round could determine not only if they go further into Ascension, but if they have a chance to make it into VCT.
It starts with Dante and Sim, feeding with dashes, to insert Sibando, but the cam will catch and Sim will strike! The Viper collects! Another first blood, and another disadvantage for an AK that is starting to struggle.
No smokes. For B-site attack, how do you cover the connectors? You can't poise the perfect angle.
It's gotta be such a huge opening into at least one doorway. Dante has got to make so much space. Stall for so long, and all it takes is one blind to shut it down. TSM, the stack converges. AK do have the firepower to fight on one end, but it creates still a 2v3, still one man down. And so it's time to move house. Where, oh where do you head if you're All Knights? TSM could be bloody anywhere.
That's right. Adverso so close to their ult. Nico's gonna go for the plant backside control, not fighting for Garden. Up close and personal. 2 smokes, GMD available, and 7 has recon. Maximum info.
Standing ahead. Expand in this recon bolt. We will show just the one. A potential sell, so Nika Machine can open up with his fault line a little bit easier. Easy stun, but Inverso can't complete! The one opportunity gone, and Nika Machine only good for the one! TSM, the underdogs, will underdog and receive the opening map in this series to potentially save their Ascension chances.
Defenders
What a comeback. A beginning, only gathering 2 rounds that first half and slamming away afterwards. What a statement from TSM to start off this series. A map that they've struggled so much in Ascension. The practice pays off, the adaptations, the individuality, and their strategic making evolved already so far this tournament.
All Knights
It's anybody's game.
They could not be unabashedly themselves on their attacking half. They could not meet the speed that they are used to. They could not meet the enabling that they are used to. And it was because TSM were either early to the fight or had enough to come in on the post plant. Either way, AK could not meet those standards just enough times. What an opening to this match, and yet again, all of Ascension has been thrust into disarray.
That's right, it's anybody's game still, and we have an amazing map after this one. And if you thought Haven was great, you haven't seen anything yet. Stay tuned with us as we go to a small break. We'll be back in a little bit with map number 2.
What just happened? What just happened between TSM and All Knights on that map number 1 of Haven? It was insane. Yeah, sure, we can talk about the fact that it was overtime, but I think I'd rather talk about the fact that the teams could only get 2 rounds on the attacking side. It was 10-2 for All Knights. They had it right there, Roy, to close it out, and then it was round after round on the defense. TSM, they made it happen, took it all the way to overtime, and they closed it out that way.
Yeah, in the first half, All Knights, it looked like everything was going their way. They looked smooth. They looked confident. Everything just looked so well constructed, and Dante was popping off. I was like, oh my god, this might just be over. If this is like a quick sweep on the first map, this is definitely going to be an All Knights series. But then TSM gets on their defense side, and suddenly All Knights is having the same problems that TSM was having on their attack. They just couldn't close out these rounds.
You see these early clips of all of them feeling happy, smiling, hyping each other up.
Oh, no.
And then it's like, if you're an All Night fan, this is where the map ended for sure. But if you're a TSM fan, oh, you kept watching. You kept watching until the very end, because what a comeback they just made happen, Emily. That takes a lot of strength, a lot of resilience, and you can tell how much it matters to the players. This is the kind of win that you need, not only to boost yourself up as a team on this side of TSM, but also to shut this side of All Knights down.
Yeah, I'm laughing because of the standing up and the benching that was happening, and then flips around. Oh gosh, my heart hurts. I can't even imagine how All Knights feels right now. I was writing down clips after clips around happening, and then we swapped over, and then the same thing was happening with TSM. But you know what? That was probably one of my favorite matches to watch throughout the whole group. It was so exciting. Kept my toes, Roy.
Yeah, if that second half is not the TSM brand, then I don't know what is, because this is literally their identity. They look weird, they look off, and then every time the pressure's on, they level up to it. They never crumble in that pressure. They always, when they need it most, their strength, their superpowers, they come in, and that composure to come back from a 10-2 is just, it's madness.
It's insane. We see the 18 first kills that they were able to get as well, and the conversions that ended up happening for a lot of those rounds, but even turning things around in every way possible. Again, this was a 10-2 half for All Knights. They were all hyped up, excited, and almost trying to close it out. Adverso had some great moments, almost closing it out with an ace before it went into that overtime, into that second overtime, but TSM and GMD were locked in and hyped up for this moment. We see the players that we sometimes wonder, how are they going to be performing, how are they going to be playing, how are they going to be reading the game, Emily, answering those questions in such a strong way.
Yeah, I think they read the game fine to me. Even on TSM's attacking side, looking at their stats right here first, though, these are so elevated, and these are just so insane. The KD on both Sim and GMD, 1.8 and 2.1 for Neon and Omen. These are the players that shine throughout this series. And just to go back to what you were saying, their attack side, although it was 10-2, they were doing some of the right things. It's just they were losing the impossible situation I thought they shouldn't have lost. Don't you think, Roy?
Yeah, I do think so. I think there's some of the symptoms that we talked about before from All Knights, where it's like they don't seem to have a deep mid-round read. They have great starts to the round. They have good ideas on how they want to end the round.
True.
But somewhere in the middle, it's becoming a little bit kind of diluted, where it's like we're just skipping from one phase to another without any real depth. And I think when we're going into Abyss, that could be a little bit problematic.
And we also don't want to take away from All Knights, because they look really good on that first half, and that is the close-up matchup that we kind of expect and we continue to see probably on the map of Abyss. There was a round, I believe, on that round 8 that we got to see that All Knights, Emily, really get the chance to shine, and they go this back and forth between the two.
This is one of the rounds where I was shook, because it was a 5v3, wasn't it? This is the one that was this was a 5v3 round, and here we have Nico coming in here saving the day, and he's just so proud of himself, if you can see his face. they won again, like I was saying, a situation they shouldn't have won with the 3v5. So him going in there and getting all of those kills really took it to the next level for them.
And honestly, yeah, speaking of situations that they shouldn't have won, this whole map for TSM, that was it. That was it, Roy. Oh my god.
We're in sync again. I was going to say that. Speaking of things that they shouldn't have won, the whole map. Yeah, no, but TSM, the level of form from Sim and GMD was unreal in that first series. I mean, yeah, GMD had a lot of stats, but I think the impact of Sim's clutches and the 1v3s and just like the scenarios that he saved TSM from were just so unreal. It really felt like a fever dream. So I can only imagine what the players are feeling right now.
And we're heading into Abyss next. This map that we've talked about quite some time, comparing the compositions, the way that these two teams like to play and implement their own style into this. But I'm still a little bit concerned about All Knights and their ability to reset going into the second map. Their chances depend a lot on them at least taking one map away from TSM. So that means a full mental reset needs to take place. Let's jump into the Blacklight Agent Selector to find out what they're going to be playing on this second map, Emily.
Yes, so we've got Dante on the jet. We have the Yoru. Oh, your favorite, Roy. The Yoru is in play for Abyss. And okay, so yeah, this is a good agent select, I think.
Yeah, I actually think that this map kind of favors All Knight's calling style because, again, they're not really that deep in the mid-round. And this is one of those maps where there really doesn't need to be that deep of a mid-round because there aren't that many objectives to accomplish on the map. So as long as they have their executes down and their slams down, I think that will favor All Knight's attack side. And because their defense has been pretty good so far.
Adverso in the past has been honest about struggling to reset mentally when it comes to these kind of situations. So all those smiles, they're good to see at least out of All Knights because we want to see a third map between All Knights and TSM. Let's find out though if that's going to be the case. And we send it to your casters is Tenrek and Keg.
Ooh, Ascension, life on the line for both of these teams. TSM winning out against All Knight's map pick is a pretty considerable start. You always want to win your map pick. Enemy team hypothetically should win theirs, and then you fight the decider. But winning out on your enemy teams and then going into your own is an easy path to victory.
Recovering it.
But you stare at the Abyss stares back at you, it can be very difficult. This is scary, dude. And already a fast push potentially into B. This is going to be All Knight starting off explosive.
Fog of uncertainty placates both of these teams in pistol round and in future rounds. All Knights having elected to start on this attack would tend to be explosive with Dante at the forefront, but if Sim can shut him down the way he did last map, then TSM are on the road to that sweet 2-0.
Cage trigger.
That would net them a spot in Ascension. So late to those standings, but they will have the numbers to back it up.
Absolutely. Stars down on B, a lot more malleability with the utility from TSM's side. All Knights much more reliant on being there and present to make that utility the most of what they can do. Back to B we go.
Sabando now taking that default position because he is the one planting. And All Knights will try to extend back out to spawn. No flanks from TSM this time around, at least just yet. GMD could get a little creative. That Cypher cam should slow down and probably stunt any idea of it. In fact, the entirety of TSM is here, and GMD is still over in mid. This is a little bit of a fragmented defense, but there's a lot of TSM still here, so still feel pretty comfortable with it. Oh, Nico Machine, great shots! GMD's flank has finally come around, though. It's actually good enough to field out Adverso. And TSM, with the volume on B and the help from the flank, will get that first pistol round.
Yeah, these flanks are going to be so important watching TSM throughout their defense. They have the Astra that can use her utility anywhere on the map. Very important for flank control. Very tough for All Knights to keep a consistent eye on and have a mental approximation about what the pathing of this Astra could look like. Now, usually that's bad in of itself, right? If you're up against an Astra. But now you have a Yoru on top of it too. Two agents whose entire game plan is to mess up what you think you know about that team's information. There's going to be a lot more guesswork for All Knights, and if Haven was a big struggle for their attack doing that already, you added two very spicy ingredients into the mix now for them to deal with.
so much that is not completely certain here for All Knights. This is the second time we've ever seen them on this map. I believe for TSM it will be the third recorded,
Yes.
but obviously their scrim history is going to be a little bit different. I imagine TSM has more experience in the comp matchup than All Knights. This has been a little bit more of a North American comp for Abyss that I've seen. Of course, All Knights being more geared towards the fights, they will go more towards that Ascent look. But it doesn't mean that it's going to not work. I mean, if Dante is able to get these opening frags like we're so used to seeing him do, then All Knights can look so much more alive immediately off of just that. It was a big reason why the pistol looked so much weaker, is that Dante looked out an open window and then died, and then that's all he really did that round. From there, you can't really have much momentum into the B push, which is kind of the whole thing of Abyss attack, is momentum.
I mean, I suppose so, but that's what the Yoru and the Astra is great for, is that stalling potential. You have the ability to pre-place yourself anywhere you want, and even with a Cypher or however many Sentinels you really want, it's still tough to have a proper marking about the flank usage from a defensive team like TSM. That is going to be a gigantic struggle. We're going to be seeing All Knights have to take these rounds either very slowly or very fast, just like we saw before. And again, we know their specialty is they'll have those fast, aggressive plants onto a site, usually towards B, but sometimes catering towards A too. It's really just a matter of whether or not the calls for TSM's utility usage can be as on point as it was on the first map.
Yes.
The Astra, very tough at times to get the proper calling down, but when you have your leaders to help do that, have that proper timing down, the Yoru on top of it as well, you gotta make sure everything works perfectly, because this is a mechanism that can break very, very easily.
Yeah, Astra in particular, who I will always advocate for, like every second of every day. Love this agent. Never has such a diverse agent been so able to like freeze the mentality of a lot of teams. Coming into this Astra meta, I'm talking about mental for yourself. I think that compared to some other agents in which, you know, your mobility grants you a lot of options, or your ability to place this particular piece of utility, there's a lot of different things you can do with it. That's Astra's whole thing, but it leads to an overwhelming of choice that can muddle comms if your team does not have a strict playbook. It's like going into a streaming service thinking what you're going to watch, and then you're just overwhelmed by all of the choices rather than settling on one show. TSM, they have not entered that mental freeze with this composition just yet. But the rhythm of these fights that they take, especially against such a normally fast-paced team, like you said, have to be so carefully cut. When do you place those stars down? When do you enact the grav well? When do you decide to smoke things out? When do you let most of these stars go? How much of a fight does TSM want to take at a time? They have all of the freedom to make that choice, but they've got to make the right choice.
I see what you're saying, and I do agree in a vacuum, but I think TSM, again, with the stakes of this game being what they are, bringing out the Astra, having used the Astra every time they've played this in Ascension, they have all that Astra utility down. It's more of the worries about All Knights and how they respond to it is my big factor, is that you have a lot of these more structured compositions in terms of utility. The Omen Smoke goes there. The Sova utility needs to go beyond here. It forces this. There's a lot of ifs and then ands afterwards, or ifs and thens. With Astra, yes, but you have the entire playbook to your advantage. You can change that up, and only TSM are going to be aware of what the then after the if will be. So, could it be a smoke into a grav well? We've seen that for years now. But there's a lot of options here for the team to switch it up. Not to mention, too, the Cosmic Divide is essentially a substitute Viper Wall for great rounds. Now, given it is the defense they start off on, when we look towards the attack, it's much more of a point. Great way for a fast entry onto a site. Huge to change up pacing against All Knights. And these have been teams that have struggled with pacing at times. Might be the perfect way to get through All Knights and bring this 2-0.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide in particular, in my opinion, so far in Abyss's lifespan, probably the most valuable piece of util to get used by any agent on it. A retake machine that Ultimate is. Teams really unsure of how to fight against it. with this map still in its infancy.
We haven't even begun to talk about the Yoru.
Yeah, we really haven't, have we? There's just so much to discuss outside of it, but I mean...
I will boil it down to one word. Well, actually, I was gonna say mid, but I think that would give the wrong impression.
Yeah, you would have started a fire.
Watch mid. Not the Yoru being mid. I like the Yoru on this map. Watch mid. Because we'll see a lot of the time, similar to how M80 will play Yoru, is that you'll see these defensive Yorus push down so aggressively into mid, past that box that we see poised aiming towards. And it'll find so much extra added value, especially destroying early attacker Cypher cams. That star's down, like the wall up. This is great to shut down the aggressive potential and retakes on B. Less utility on A to worry about though. There's that one-way smoke that could be set up soon. Everyone's already looking to back away from TSM's front. No buy-ups this time from All Knights. Very different from Haven, when both teams opted to force after losing their first round.
Again, discipline is the name of the game here. All Knights,
taking that back.
A very disciplined first take. A smoke that Dante will attempt to press. With this gun diff, TSM can ride out the storm though, and win out whoever approaches. Spike down, camera up, Sabando planted now. TSM with now even more volume, with more firepower, with everybody here. It will be even more trivialized around, and the duelists come up heavy here in round number 2.
See, the Yoru's not mid.
Flawless.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I mean, look, overall, right? 7 played that amazingly. I love the patience coming out from TSM. Albeit there was a big weapon discrepancy going into that round. It's expected to have the team gather a lot more kills than hopefully All Knights would. But most importantly, too, 7 is farming his ult usage early on. We'll have to look and see into the next round how far away he is, but when we start to see these early rifle rounds from All Knights, he can gather so much more information than anybody else in the server, and he can choose when in the round to use that too, whether it be early round or even the retake. He just needs 2 more ult points to use it.
Such a linchpin in rounds for TSM here. Sim, the peak is good for 1 on the high-low, and that means 7 is going to try and re-up the fight. A flash, an attempt, but nothing. And so a 4v4 we go to, with AK's position with the spike still uncertain.
Yeah, but keep in mind too, Dante's gone. Much more difficult for AK, even with Sim's loss too. TSM don't have to create space, they just deny it. Dante, without him around, it's gonna be hard to fast track into A or B. You have to rely much more on utility. And with these smokes going down on both sides, that's a difficult endeavor. Double controller from TSM. They have to aim check everything now.
Tinchov gonna be the first to do it, and 7 is the one lacking. A Proto on the narrow though, able to frag back, and now hold it down in a smoke.
30 seconds left.
Unsure of how far in he is, AK cannot press the second half of the site. And so they'll play from the distance again, giving TSM an opening. More than enough time for GMD to once again go for this flank. Who is on duty this time? Not Sabando. He's holed up in default, and with this one-way smoke, he has a lot of time to himself. And Verso watching the lane can find the next. The Proto though, now turning around and finding Sabando. Nico Machine more than occupied and turns around just in time for the flank. AK salvaged the bonus with 1 still standing.
I was so worried. Only having Sabando hold down the actual site itself and left 2 watching specifically for GMD's flank adds a lot more pressure to Tinchov if he doesn't survive until the late round. That Cypher becomes more valuable, more resources dedicated away from the spike and post plan itself. But it still worked out because of the weapon advantage. That's not something you're going to be able to rely on All Knights end after this next round. TSM though, they need to keep their economy alive. Both in a fragile state. This is a meltdown round. It could turn into a broken by city, bouncing back and forth. 7. Flash. Straight away.
There it is.
Unbelievable, but no TP out.
That means that Dante Deus now has to hold it down. All Knights must commit after he wide swung. but it's enough to take the site.
Planted.
Like you said, such a tough buy. After this round, it'll be a mad dash for the finish line. The economy is in tow. Sim giving himself away with the updraft as opposed to the trap wire, hoping that everyone's a fair distance out. They are not. They're playing the tunnel. And the remainder of TSM will reveal themselves voluntarily. Proto coming in first to fight with the snake bite. Poise next with the swing. He's pretty quickly cleared out, and the Hunter's Fury will be tossed in for good measure, but it's Sabando who takes a 4-piece to tie things up.
Yeah, really curious to see how Sabando reacts to the first few rounds of this map. It was a very, very rough ending for him on Haven. Multiple times caught off guard, being brought out, first death over and over, having virtually no value, and making the lives of All Knights much more difficult without smoke.
Perfect.
But now, still looking like good spirits, having a lot of impact early on, a great 4K. This is the bounce back you're looking for in players.
Here.
But TSM, they changed up their pacing and they pushed out aggression. That was risky. Worked out somewhat. For the 3-stack outside of A, mid with no control whatsoever. Exploration.
Stack has been foregone for one on A site.
Take flight.
And All Knights will be able to read that pretty quickly into its lifespan. Sim is going to try and sell just the one. He does pretty decently, but with still the gun diff raging and enough of All Knights to fight this out, it should be a done deal, but no! Every member of TSM is each good for one as the members of All Knights file into the fray. And so it is a 1v2 to conclude round 5. TSM will keep it close, and All Knights, again, no idea where a Proto could be.
No. And I don't think you'd want to dedicate the Neuro Theft if that last ult orb can be gained either.
Toxin screen down.
For TSM. Time with the walls there. Proto has no pulse at all on AK's movements. 40 seconds left on the clock now. There is an attempt to go into the war zone of the Fallen and pick up a rifle. But again, that's a big risk.
30 seconds left.
You have no information at all. These are two members of All Knights that could be anywhere. And they've always been the anchors for this team. And they themselves, the reverse, no information on a Proto's presence. They're down a map. You cannot take a risk even against a lower buy. Do something silly and bring things to a 1v1 or maybe even worse.
Planted.
A maximalist approach. All Knights must continue to take, and so they stand in the retake with a smoke, a paranoia, and a trap wire that Tinshoff will release on Heaven of the Sun. That's where a Proto's headed, luckily.
Poison's off.
He'll let him know. A Sheriff 1v2 for the ages, and Sabando will decide it early. All Knights take the lead.
Great eco round from TSM, removing 3 different guns and of course a little bit of damage to the Sabando as well. May call for the reinvestment. Again, economy is going to be the name of the game this early on. With a big stall procedure that TSM are very much relying on, they're going to have to take these rifle rounds a little bit more cautiously. They swung out the last 2 rounds. Of course, the last one was just Sheriffs. But you cannot squander any more rifles. If you continue to keep playing for these broken buys, All Knight's lead is going to continue to extend further. I want to watch this lurk in mid from T-Shot. There's no defensive presence at all. And if All Knights continue to keep conditioning their way through, they're going to find extra added value. Sim, operator in play. Waiting for that first peek, but it's the reverse! Rifle on rifle! It falls for TSM. A huge loss.
He's opping now. He's angry.
Portal closed.
Desperation time for All Knights to survive. And it starts here.
The clone!
Fun gap that can be avoided. This presence from All Knights on A site is gonna bring up GMD in 7, but not stow away Poised in a Proto. There's not enough intel to dictate how many members of All Knights are on this push, and it's good thinking by TSM to know that. That being said, it looks like the lead is going to be towards A site, and with enough time waning away, it'll just be GMD left to hold on to this and make the call whenever AK does. It'll be in the next couple seconds. There we go. The null command proc. GMD misses opportunity number 1. One more choke to make it happen. And he catches the one guy that can get rezzed. The null command from Nico Machine is the body block to gain AK the critical 5v3 advantage to take this to a 4-2 game.
Save the called very early at that. Good to see. I'm so worried about this A push that TSM are just so dead set are doing in the mid round. After already, Dante has revealed himself to have the operator in play. It was a dry swing from GMD to attempt to take anybody out. Now, was it the op on the other side? No. But you don't know that.
Yeah.
And that's gonna make these early swings a lot more tough for TSM. I'm expecting them to play much more cautiously, and I can see why with the triple save. If they lost all those guns, they'd be going back again to a very broken buy. We might see a recreation of the first half of Haven.
Yeah, this is already looking like a decent snowball AK are trying to set up, and they're gonna try and get rid of some extra
Pick
guns.
something nice to kill them
with
with.
Sabondo.
It's the least we can do.
He's very excited to get in the fight. Has been this whole match.
He's got to get revenge for the ending of Haven, dude.
For sure. For sure, after all he did in it, absolutely.
Or, well, I mean, even at the end, all he didn't do, right? He kept
true.
being the opening pick.
Yeah.
But the smokes, this map have been elevated for both teams. A pause already made. And this has to be TSM's, yes. And the answer has to be, how do you want to conduct this like on a big picture scale, right? Like that macro. Because I think the easy answer could be, just retake. But kind of like a map like Sunset, right? There's so many massive chokes that can be attacker post-plan favored that make it very difficult, even utility-wise, to gain that space back for a retake. Sure, you have smokes, you have the Viper walls on B, but the way All Knights are playing and trying to secure critical picks before going into a site, what if you lose that Viper? What if you lose the Astra smokes? That's gonna be such a difficult endeavor to bring things back.
Yeah. You don't talk about the Hydra with 5 arms, and if you break off an arm, then he just has 4 more arms. TSM
That's a lizard.
Is the Hydra. And sure, All Knights, like you said, yeah, they're a lizard. They can keep regrowing parts, but it takes a round. It takes a reset. And they cannot allow that. Not when it's this late into the tournament, not when they're this short. If TSM get the win. It'll be another B stack to start things out, but AK will once again play the field.
Early Owl drone, Sim discovered. Still, the 2 controllers remain unknown, but the early presence of this util may give something away. Already the pacing at least should feel faster from All Knight's path, but they themselves disengage. And Owl drone mid does not discover Kinchov. The lurk, yet to be fully utilized. Dante, an opening pick, biggest crux of information now gone for TSM. Contact plays, the jump peaks now even more apparent.
He can't keep getting away with it, we say, 1 round later.
Hey, do you see that gate crash right next to the cliff? That's making me nervous.
That one right over next to Secret. Yeah, that's making me a little nervy. Well, Dante
doesn't fall.
Yeah, Dante. Oh no! Well,
but wait, does 7 know?
Yeah, no, I think that's gonna get. I don't think 7 can TP anymore. So
well, no, but does he think he may be able to engage with the op and then tries to TP away? And he's like, hey, what's going on?
No, because he'll get told that.
30 seconds left.
Right? Yeah, but when you're so focused like this, you could miss something like that.
We'll see. Might not even come into play, as that's not where the fight is gonna be. It's gonna be the B site. A Proto doing some great stall work, and now will actually get inside the smoke, try to take the fight close quarters, but it's shut down. It's Sim's time to flank.
10 seconds left.
The blade score. Got a chance of getting some very early picks. Founded Verso. Too much work done on site, and Tinchoff, he's there for a reason. Will finally find it. 7 just a little too late this time around. Will hold on to that operator and go to where his TP was in the first place.
The scene of the crime. Where are you? Can you hear me?
I remember it like it was yesterday. I had the gate crash right here. And now it's gone.
7. Please come rescue me.
I'm down here, 7. Help me.
It's okay. We need to see another floating jet going down the cliff again to maybe rescue the gate crash. I mean, all night so far, they've been so good about parsing out this early round. That is an amazing shot. Holy.
Yeah, beautiful.
But that aside, right? Like, the way All Knights have been parsing out this early round and really choosing how they want to take this first engagement has been so radically different from this team. They are not barrel rushing in like they have before. They're straight up defaulting to find these opening picks.
Agreed.
Careful here.
It's a really important shift that I think goes to show how much All Knights have been preparing for specifically this map. It is one that has forced a lot of teams to rethink their play styles and sort of shift them a little bit until they're able to learn their strengths here. It'll still take some time, certainly some that couldn't be spent in preparing for this tournament itself. But plenty of time in the offseason for whatever team makes it to Ascension. And again, TSM fighting for a chance to even be one of the 4 teams left that can make it there. With this map, they will be, and All Knights will be thrust out along with Latin America's chances. Dante,
good swap.
Enough time with the operator. Mom said it's my turn on the controller. And we go at some point. It's got to be Dante to open, but it's got to be All Knights soon after. Updraft into on high, but GMD unchecked and unfettered. TSM is now here to play, and that means the site is all but decided, right? No! All Knights still have the speed to get on, and the shots to back it up. Nico Machine this time on the operator, and he's making good on it. Sim keeps the fight exciting, but just in the 1v1, there's one more member of All Knights to clear, and he will clear. 6-2 All Knights.
And that's a very scary round for TSM to lose. That might be a attack pause initiator right there, but one was already used. The fact that you have all that stall that we talked about set up for A, the read was made right, and still, yeah, the flashes are out. There's a flash advantage by 1 that All Knights have, but even then, the ability to updraft up, take heaven control, get past GMD despite all that util being down, and losing these fights is devastating. This round matters. You have so many ults to play with, and they've been very conservative from TSM's end. Gotta use them to gain this advantage. Look at this positioning from Sim. The only one without an ult. Pushed up deep into mid with the help of the Sova and Yoru.
Certainly a fun position. What can TSM do with it? It's purely to fight if All Knights decide to have more than just the one in Tinchoff here in mid. They want to have that secret third member outside of the 2 sight lines. But no one's gonna bite just yet. Tinchoff. Sim is gonna press this all by his lonesome. Don't do it to him. No, Tinchoff has the trap wire out. Tragic timing.
The flank is enabled now.
Opening. TSM could be anywhere here, and All Knights must pick somewhere. It'll have to be the B site. Enough presence will be there to at least get a proto out of the picture, whether it's through spacing or fragging. That's more a proto's choice, honestly. AK is here. So is the pit. Oh, Poised, just letting this go. Looking for a Viper, but he oh no, it's Poised that finds Sabondo instead. It's a pile drive on this site.
Spike planted.
That All Knights have still been able to plant on at least, but certainly nothing more beyond that, right? There's enough here. Nico Machine is a fun spot, but no doubt TSM are fully aware of it. Circling the boat, the Sharks will feast, and Verso finds the first. Viper's Pit let go, and Nico good for 2. But GMD saves the day, and the controllers will stay standing for TSM's 3rd round.
What an expensive round from TSM to utilize most of their ultimates. But Poised, MVP of the round with that Hunter's Fury. The Viper's Pit comes down, and I think we may see the replays here. The Hunter's Fury allowing the Viper to push in by removing Sabondo and give information for the Viper to push in further beyond the outskirts of the ultimate to reclaim space in the post plan. Now, Astra's wall just helped reinforce that by keeping all of the attackers inside of sight, forcing the contest into the pit. The problem is that you don't have those 3 ultimates every round. Now you have 7, possibly using Dimensional Drift this round for early info. With how slow All Knights are playing and how much they can rotate off. Ooh, that was scary.
Wow.
It might have to be used late round for the retake.
It's an Tinchoff literally almost showing his hand
Enemy
there.
mark. Enemy tag.
Owl drone to attempt to confirm, and it will find Dante Deus instead, so now you know that there were 2 in mid at least.
Camera
TSM
taken
respond in
out.
kind. No, they'll actually let go of mid a little bit and just continue to play for the default hold. AK behind. Gonna try and make this lane up mid. Double
that's
cyber
scary.
cage. Get out of my way! Or try to sell the location. The flash. Sim somehow finds Dante before AK can shut it down. Now we got a reset. Poise found by the Cypher ultimate, and now he, along with the Proto, getting chased down. But Adverso, unable to land these shots on the Hunter's Fury, will manage to chip out a Proto, though. And so 2 members of TSM stand fragmented, but not down, and that's what matters. Sabando on the circle back, and AK can crunch B site with their mid presence. It's about damn time. 3v2 on the post plant.
Body advantage now. Dimensional Drift is down to give reposition value for this Yoru. TMD hyper-focused in for the anti-flank. Conditioning now red. A great protocol for all nights. It leaves 7. The last one left alive. 1 smoke available. Make that 0. There's still 2 left alive. Nico does have null command that could be brought into use, but the operator's picked up and all but seals the round for TSM. 3 on the board, but 7 now for all nights. It's becoming more of a recreation of what happened on Haven. It's been a very tough time for TSM to retake these sites.
And arguably walking into All Night's better half on the defense, things look to go to 3. But still such a way to go, and every single member of TSM, their mental completely reset. They are still so in this, just trying to hold on to these rounds and not getting too discouraged when they have to let them go. Kind of the tougher part of Abyss is just knowing when it's time to save, and ultimately, a lot of the time it's so early, but so far TSM holding on to what matters. That operator, it's back in Sim's hands. Let's see what he can do with it this round.
Okay, deep into A side, the Owl drone out. All Nights are recognizing that mid has been an easy venture for them, for the most part. 7, having not found a lot of value so far this half. Really just playing as a secondary jet with the teleport out. Even then, the late rounds are when he's most active. Nico this time, though. Very tough to make those contacts. Poise did invest into the Guardian. Playing also on A site. TSM expecting the read to be a fast push here off this eco. Not the case. AK are taking this just as slow as any other rifle against them. Smokes out. Great potential crunch play yet again, but it's a sneak through. Spike is not picked up by AK, but they can very well crunch in the mid. Completely unknown. The distraction factor. Sure, the shoulder of the robot's gone. But look at this, though. How deep Tinchoff is. They can catch off the rotates, bring the spike wherever they want.
Balance star quickly placed to try to get the Nova Pulse poised. Swings
30
early.
seconds left.
And Tinchoff's gamble does not pay off, but it gives space to Dante, who will now farm the backside. A Proto gone. 7 having to fight for his life now from the back line. But Dante is not as consistent, and so Sabando has to clutch up. How close is the rest of TSM?
14 seconds.
Yeah, no time at all to do anything other than go for the plant, and so TSM have no trouble going for the fight. Dante with the operator has to, or excuse me, the outlaw has to lock in, and he will for just one more. Sabando, early peek out on the fight to turn it to a 1v1. And Sim, the swing of a lifetime to potentially get this half back. With Sabando a smoke in hand, it all comes down to the timing. The jump from Sim is a gamble that doesn't work. All Nights will hold on to round 11 with an iron fist and make it an 8-3 game.
Round in the half.
Oh, what a scary round for All Nights. They nearly let it slip away off of a thrifty that could have been for TSM. With all the smoke util really stepping up, the slow lurk, a big risk was made from All Nights. They weren't completely sure where they wanted to push until the very late ends of a round. And that indecision nearly costed them. But they have so many rounds this first half that they're looking fantastic. Adaptability for TSM, where are you? Last round of the half, it needs to be made. Finally now 7 being much more active early on for this swing. Flash, decoy available. The timing though is off! Unlucky. 7's gone now. Your flash is essentially null.
What a gamble. Sim fell TSM felt needed to be taken. Dante, little extra space with the cloud bursts, a lot of extra space with the team. No command to bolster, but guns have been spotted in a proto. Fun angle. AK regardless, have the wherewithal and also have the ultimate on KO, so they have a little bit of extra help. Turn this quickly to a 4v2 and poised. Found out by Sabando just as the revive comes through. T's crossed, I's dotted. We will reach another 3 scoreline here unless Guimond comes up crazy in the 1v3.
20 HP though. Already spotted, a quick headshot. Verso going nuclear this first half. Unbelievable game work from all Knights, and besides maybe that one round where they nearly lost to the Thrifty, even in their losses, the team looks excellent in the way they're taking control of the map, very effectively securing all lanes. The entire premise of TSM utilizing the Astra, the Yoru, for these late round retake flanks to divide out these lines of sights, drive away the focus of the spike and the retake, never amounted to be. The entire defensive prowess of TSM's Agent Select was null and void after 4 rounds in. But now they have the attack to bring things back and be a little bit more zany with how they want to take space.
Yeah, this will be their more confident half for sure, the one that they can replicate plays with a lot more. They will not have to fan through their rubric as much to find value, and that'll be really important for TSM, not only for this game to wrap it up, but long term in the playoffs, still having stuff to reveal to these teams. Both of these teams have so much more to show, and to think only one of them will make it past this match here in Monterey.
I mean, at this point, right? You have to make it work now for TSM.
Yeah.
They were in the same exact spot not too long ago. A 1-round difference. That first pistol is going to be in everything. At least now, TSM, they have a map of buffer. But they already won their enemy team's map pick. They can't lose their own. Can they? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've been seeing, this is really just...
I'm just so...
head in the game.
Yeah.
It really got to be. Again, Ascension life on the line for one of these teams. And with advanced quantum calculus behind the scenes too to see whether or not Reda can survive as well. It's really down to this. A lot of pressure mounting on the shoulders, for both teams. TSM now. 3 stars for GMD's possession. Could be a very expensive smoke-heavy round here. I mean, do they choose the default? Do they just push in the mid-round? A lot of answers need to be found in these very, very early rounds, but just not picked up. Telling me this could very well just be a fake dedication back to A-Site. Discover again where Team Chop's utility is lying.
Raising from Sim. He's just walking right in to try and find one. Dante quickly shuts that down, and the Tailwind is procced immediately. TSM will press B-Site, but thanks to that Yoru TP, it's a sudden 3-stack on A-Site, and so although Poised is shut down, it'll be a 3-stack to take on the site. That being said, it's a 3-stack to take on the site, and All Night still does have 5, so it makes it a little tougher. 7 though, can at least shorten the crowd and get rid of all of those bullets just as he drops down. Tough fight, Rhythm, buddy. Try again next time. As All Knights once again have to retake the site. Beautiful smoke set up by Guimond to reduce how much space he has to double check. AK make the climb in, it's a dry swing. The GMD manages only one. But stuck on Spike, TSM can bunker up. And it's a 1v2 for the Aegis here. 7 stalls, but not long enough. AK, about a player's health between them to get the pistol, and no doubt the advantage for map. But we have said that before.
Yeah, we saw the eco management in the first half of TSM wasn't in the best of spots. Only with a body advantage though. All Knights still barely slipping away from that round. Getting it. Big round advantage though for the team. A quick, simple retake helped things out. Now here's the thing. If this is going to be a round where you pressure one side, you use the Yoru TP to push the other, all it takes is one audio cue for All Knights to recognize where the crux of the push could be coming in from. Buy up again. A force buy from TSM that could put them in a very odd spot if they don't convert this next round. 3 to 11. Owl Drone versus Owl Drone. Tech battle. One goes under the other. Plenty of information possibly found from TSM's end. But now, All Knights know that this should be an A push. They can start rotating.
Revealing area.
Here we go. Big recon bolt, but catches the Yoru drone instead. There's the right Yoru. Adverso will correct and collect. A second with the spray onto GMD. The TSM did not complete planting. Now you get to reset, and Sabando, when the smoke fades, he is good for one as well. Still, though, it's a little bit slow. Slim pickings here, and Sim does have a stinger. TSM very clearly playing to win still, and they very much can. Toxic screen, now is the time to get the spike, Buckaroony. You can't? That's tough,
I don't know if you can.
AK backs
Timing.
out.
Don't know how any information about Top of Heaven. You could spray through that Viper smoke and get the spike wielder.
This big take. Dante, again, just a little earlier than everyone else, and it opens up the window, but luckily Tinchoff can close it right back up. And AK make it 11-3 indeed.
And this is tough for TSM. No answers. Both sides so far had a force buy, tried to brute force their way into A, and not going to be a possibility. The smoke's being worked against the team now with the various pieces of util. They could show the highlights through the screens for All Knights. And this was supposed to be the crux of entirely what TSM want. Use those smokes, block those lines of sights, and now they have to rethink the strat from the ground up with very little room to spare. A tactical pause, brought out. 3 to 11.
Scared everyone for a moment there, dude. Don't do
My
it again.
bad. I'm sorry. I mean, regardless, still, it's a time for TSM to breathe, and it's something they desperately need. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in when the entire macro of what you want has been shut down. What seems like the rounds even before they even begin.
Yeah, it seemed pretty simple for All Knights for the most part so far. A lot of first bloods that have kind of just dictated how much power All Knights get to hold on to, and that is again symptomatic of both Abyss and also Abyss's infancy in the map pool. Advantage gets you so much farther in a vacuum. But beyond that, like you said, it's All Knights being prepared for the shutdown and then enacting consecutively and consistently. And TSM are unable to approach regardless of how many members are there.
I mean, part of it too is that we talked about the Astra, the Viper, and the Yoru util. You have to have a checklist for not only you, but your whole team to make the maximum use of this utility. And that just makes it so readable for All Knights to push. Recon Bolt is out. That spots at least 3. That's the 3 core members we talked about.
Right here.
Anything goes now.
Yeah.
Spike almost went on a dangerous journey mid, but goes for Safety City back over to the Viper wall on A, where that Cypher util lies. The Nika machine's ready and waiting for the Astra that hasn't been seen since.
Waltzing up to the other side, but no one else from TSM will be present at Verso. Nice shots, man. And yet again, TSM will unfortunately not be able to make it work with this force buy. They will have practically nothing. GMD is here though, up to heaven. Could find a good angle. There goes Verso. A Proto that turn onto a Tinchoff. That's the time to go, go, go. Nico can shut down Gimon though, so it'll be a 3v1. And Nico can take his time with it. A Proto gonna choose to get proactive in
30
response.
seconds left.
But that, lives in fear of the flash drive for sure, so we'll just go back to the spike. Assaulted is a Proto and dealt with swiftly. 9 rounds of game point for All Knights. And I think it's time, Keg, that we touch on something quite notable, which is that if TSM lose this map and then come out with a victory in map 3, then TSM will be able to contest themselves once again in the standings. All Knights will still have a round differential that will probably get them over the line. There is a chance we could see both of these teams in playoffs. It is slim, but it is just barely there.
That's a lot to soak in.
Pending for sure. And All Knights, again, if they win, then TSM obviously totally and completely out. And they would love to do that. They would love to get that win, especially to clinch that second seed for themselves. This would be a good way to cement that mentality and again try to get TSM's mental completely destroyed.
Could very well be the vessel into map number 3. 3 to 12, a very large number discrepancy for TSM to bring themselves back. It's an early split push start here for TSM, already discovering half of the prongs of needed to push in. At this point now, fake TP brought out. Tries to force the rotate for All Knights back to A site. It may work. GMD fighting Adverso. The recombo often giving away the plot to this attack before it can begin. Won't be a possibility this round. Now Dante could be good for yet another. The flick was nearly there, but both outlaw shots leaving points with a breath of HP. 4. The fragment nade does not kill. By what? A fraction.
And Sim and 7 can take over the site. Boys can just sit here and can get cleared though. Nico Machine will do a lot of the heavy lifting on the site itself, but Guimond will realign and take over the frontline duties to make it a 2v1. Tinchoff, a clutch here would be great, but it's not required. TSM a long road that they've begun to trip on. 4-12.
It'll be just big round, big recognition from GMD, ensuring where a lot of these peaks would be coming from. And that's pretty much the round. I mean, it was really just divide and conquer from TSM's end, taking things slowly and having a proper read about where to expect the individual players of All Knights. And with the big round discrepancy that we have, All Knights have the change, the ability to change up drastically how they want to play these early rounds. They could just gamble and rush a site. And off of this tag pause, we could see a very different pace.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this attack, is that it can change on a dime. TSM definitely have the kit. All Knights talking about all those possibilities now that that buy has been opened up. TSM, they found momentum very quickly outside of that slump here on the defense, and they can carry that as long as the game continues.
You do not want your team to start faltering. You do not want another recreation of so many rounds in a row to bring it to overtime and slip away match point that All Knights had all but secured on map 1. It seems like a very aggressively early timeout, and that's because it is. But this is just to ensure, look, we need to close this out right now. We cannot let that happen again. So I'm fully expecting a big rush through now. A way to just TDM it. Make sure you slay everyone you can. A 3-stack setup immediately from All Knights on this A site.
Get out of my way.
No paranoia setup from what it seems like early on. TSM focused on A. Sim does have Blade Storm Elf. The ult economy looking fairly healthy on TSM's end. They can survive into this next round. GMD does have a potential Cosmic Divide on top of the Viper Wall, but does make pushing the B a possibility later. You could also but secure any sort of backside denial if you plan on A. And it's just silence. Even TSM were expecting All Knights to make that rush through that I guess will never come.
Yeah. They've been very quiet when it comes to A elements. They've been letting TSM do all the talking. Same cannot be said for B lane, which has been pretty heavily watched up until this round, actually, with the save enacted by AK. It'll be the stack here that will not press. Instead, they will just wait until
Sabando?
TSM decides to press this. Yeah, what is Sabando thinking?
Could TP on top of that one way. Maybe the fragment nade would clear out the audio cue. But regardless, though, it's not to be yet again. TSM's taking their sweet time. They head back over to B. Most certainly, this should be a Cosmic Divide push.
20 seconds to go, and AK have completely given away the site. Tinchoff's here on A site. And there it is.
Who's next?
The easiest plant of TSM's lives. Thrown in.
Poison's off.
And it'll drain the Dimensional Drift as well as the Cosmic Divide, but AK will start fighting early because a Proto is holding a mid and doing a pretty dang good job of it. Great damage, great headshots, great kills for the Viper to maintain, and Sim now ready for whatever is left with that Blade Storm in tow. A lot of ults that TSM have decided to use this round, but it's a necessary evil against an AK that want to be the heroes of the story.
enemy remaining.
Another kill for Sim here, and it's down to just one. Sabondo is going to chill out in the entryway, wait to see if he can find an extra frag in any little old spot. But it'll be a 7-round diff, and that is what we're focusing on at this point for All Knights. Because of that 2-1 loss persists against All Knights. If they drop this to TSM, it will go to round differential against 2-game. Right now, All Knights are -3 rounds going into this match. 2-game are -4. So however many All Knights get on top of TSM here are so important, so integral to the amount of fodder that they have against TSM going forward into Sunset.
We'll have to wait and see how it plays out after this round. This win by TSM does not stray confidence in me. Most of the rounds we've seen from TSM have been based off of an overwhelming amount of ultimates used for them. The Cosmic Divides, the Yoru ult, the Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, way a long time ago. That being said, love the idea of a Proto sacrificing himself to find that extra damage, knowing full well his util was not necessary for the post plan, as it was dedicated to A site. Sim finds a very important opening pick. Dante's fallen. Still though, Adverso the same, the Hunter's Fury no longer accessible. Nico Machine.
Spike down B.
Tinchoff.
I got the spike.
Neural that the last 2 left, they could still make a splash. This is certainly winnable for All Knights. And there's a fake decoy all the way in the back of mid that I don't think was heard. A 1v4.
Oh, Tinchoff can't land the shots. And that was such a massive part of making this round work, was shutting down Sim. But with that not coming to fruition, Nico Machine will not press any further and elect to save the rifle, taking us to 12-6 here. TSM, another great take. Incredible individual performance from these players, which is the one thing that everyone has been begging for this tournament.
Is there a reality where we see TSM do it again?
An inkling, for sure.
An inkling. Every round that continues, it's another blot, isn't it?
Soon enough, we'll see my parents fighting.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess it depends on
that
what
one's
you
a
see on the
psych
paper,
joke for all you really fun
Oh,
people out
I
there.
got it. I got it. It took me a second, but I got it.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm like, okay.
That's why I love you.
I love you too. 6-12. Sim has that off again. He won that initial 50-50 against Dante, did not let him activate at the beginning of the round. It's the way TSM are winning these rounds that in my mind, alarm bells are going off.
Yeah.
These are very risky, very scary win conditions that they're relying on for success. Much less safe than it was back on Haven.
Yeah,
and this time,
extremely.
Exactly, but All Knights now, they fast push. This is the round I wanted to see. The flashes out. Look at the double poke smoke.
Oh, what?
7 on top. A 3K for Dante.
How do you find that third one, Dante? I'm gonna be so real. What they were looking for, and they had the rounds to do it. Is that the deciding moment for All Knights here on Abyss? Poised and Sim. A big debate needs to be had over whether or not to hold on to this operator and for how long. This is the only place you're going to be able to change that out. On site, you will have nothing but yourself. Sim will make the call. He's holding on to this thing as they make the trollops up mid. They've got to go one at a time, and this channel into Link is your best bet normally, but All Knights have it bolstered. Tinchoff the opener, and in goes AK. Out goes TSM's chances of taking this in 2. We will go to Sunset, and All Knights have a 7-round gap to hoist themselves up against 2-game in the standings.
It's not an easy path for either one of these teams, not nearly as easy as the fans of both have wanted it to be. Fighting for Ascension life once more, we go to the wire, a third map. Both teams fighting for their careers, fighting for one of the most difficult ventures they've ever had of their lives.
8 rounds. That is the gap that All Knights needs to keep. They cannot be more than 8 rounds short from TSM. If they win, if they do anything better than a 13-5, they will be in playoffs. TSM, the work is much harder. They need to win map 3. They need to take this home in order to have a chance at keeping their place in playoffs.
I don't know what's happening anymore, does anybody at this point? The tenseness, it's making us age by decades. But you know what? We'll do some reverse aging procedures in between our break. But don't go anywhere. We have one of the best maps that you're going to see this whole tournament coming right up.
And of course, we go into the third map with we had our questions on Abyss and how that was gonna be played out, but it's all nice to answer once again strong. And what's most important in MLE is that they start strong and they close it out strong.
They started so strong. It was a 9-3 half and they kept rolling with it. And I was worried because we saw that in the first map, but then TSM really brought it back. But overall, I felt like it was a much different pace from All Knights in the beginning of their attacking side. It was a lot more slower. It was a kind of a speed run on Haven. And for this map in particular, they're just taking more of their time. They were using their owl drone and just kind of clearing out the off angles. Good for them because Sim was ready for them. They were able to just deny the openers.
Yeah, and when it came down to hitting sites, it looked like they were a really well-constructed machine. The spacing was good, and even on the retakes, it was just the spacing was immaculate. So I'm really happy to see the fact that All Knights had an immaculate bounce back from their first map performance, and then giving them a lot of room here for the round differential, because every round here matters a lot, and the fact that they swept TSM in a 13-6 fashion has actually given them quite an edge in the playoff clinch.
They have a good chance here, so there is a good possibility that we see if TSM were to win this match, we could see TSM and All Knights both making it into playoffs. That is going to depend on the rounds that All Knight is able to get here, but it's very doable. It's only a few rounds. We believe that is going to be around those 5 rounds that they need to get, so a 13-5 would be a good opportunity for them to do so. If not, if it's a TSM win that does not get All Knights enough of those rounds, then it would be 2-game making it through because of the round differential. So things are getting a little simpler as we get to see these maps play out, and it's nice because Roy, me personally, I'd love to see both of these teams making it through. I think TSM, every time we have a little bit of doubt of what they're able to do, they're answering so strong, as we saw in that map number 1, that comeback that was one of the most insane ones that we've seen in the tournament, and now they have the chance to start and finish strong, just like All Knights did in the second map, but now heading into the third one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy to see Sabando kind of popping off going into this third map of Sunset, which has been a pretty good map for both of these teams. And I think this actually is like low-key the best third map decider map possible for these two teams, because they're both incredibly strong on it. They've had very great performances, and it really did not look like they had a lot of flaws on that map specifically.
And keeping the calm and keeping collected as these two players need, or the two teams need to be for this third map, because Emily, there is a possibility for TSM. It started with them not really having a lot of chances, us being a little scared for them, but now we feel a lot more confident of what they're going to be able to do. Even if they just got this 13-6, they are comfortable playing this long game.
Oh yeah, and like you said, the stakes are so high right now, more than ever. We're starting to get the numbers down. You know, I just thought of something. I wonder if they're getting live up-to-date math of how many rounds that they need. Because then that will make it even more intense. You're like, guys, you only need one more round, you know? And then what's going to happen after that? I don't know. But either way, both teams, you know, want to take the win of the series. They want to prove themselves. Sunset is a map where actually All Knights is the strongest on attacking side. So I think this is a map where we can expect not really a speed run, but a much faster pace than what we just saw on Abyss.
It was a map of Abyss where All Knights, as you guys were saying, they were able to slow things down, play a little bit more calm and collected, which is something that they needed after that map of Haven. But now, yeah, the pace is going back up, and we even saw it towards the end. It seems like it was already going up with those down tip plays that he was getting. I mean, we definitely saw those, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, they're not slowing down, and I'm really happy to see that they've kept up their confidence. But once again, we're going into a mirror matchup here on the third map between both of these teams. They're both running in the Neon, and it's going to be a super flashy play, especially with how Sim and Dante have been playing. So I think we're going to see a pretty neck-to-neck battle to the finish, an absolute monstrous fight here in the third map, and whichever team wins is going to secure their spot in the playoffs. And of course, All Knights, they really only need 5 or 6 rounds, and they've pretty much secured their position as one of the 4th seeded teams.
Let's do a prediction check right now. Has anything changed? Are we still feeling confident in our predictions before today? Roy, I'll go with you first. Are we believing in TSM? Are we believing All Knights for this last map?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. Listen, if I could flip a coin, I don't know what I would choose. I have no idea. I feel like it could go either way. Both teams are playing very well, and they're not crumbling under the pressure, and that specific thing is what I love to see, the kind of mental resilience here from these two teams.
How are you feeling, Emily?
You know what? I think that you had a good point when we were talking in the green screen room of that if TSM don't make it through somehow, then it would be a different storyline, because last time we had NA finals. So I'm still sticking with TSM winning, though, just because of the fact that this is Sunset. I think they're slightly stronger and have a bit more of an edge versus All Knights, but All Knights just really has to lock in. In fact, we can kind of see them over there on the right side of the screen.
Yeah.
But they're getting locked in while TSM is sat down, and that's okay. You know, sometimes you get in your own personal zone too, not hating on that, but they're getting loud there, and TSM hears that, so I wonder if that's going to take effect of how they start this game.
This is one last reminder for everybody today in the group stage. There is a Blacklight giveaway. You can get one of those ultimate gaming chairs if you scan that QR code or you check that message that's going to be pinned in the chat. But the stakes for this match are very high. It has to be that TSM win if they want to continue in this tournament, if they want to make it to playoffs, and for All Knights, only a few rounds. So we can have this scenario, we can have the good ending for both of the teams where both of them make it to playoffs, but it's going to depend on how many rounds is All Knights going to be able to get more than anything, Roy.
Yeah, I feel like the first 10 rounds of this map are going to be maybe the slowest rounds, either the slowest rounds you've ever seen or the fastest rounds you've ever seen, because the stakes are at an all-time high for both of these teams right now. They need that. Those first 10 rounds are going to matter so much, and I can't even put to words how important these rounds are.
Well, we're gonna find out how this is gonna play out, but of course, in the middle of the tension, it seems like there's a little break that we're gonna send to, and when we come back, we'll have the map number 3, so don't go anywhere.
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them man are weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
It's about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never give it up now. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. I was taught to hustle through the pain. My body and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave the way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it. Who really want it. Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them. When out the water I blow them. Who really want it? Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know? Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them. When out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
Well, great news, everyone. It seems like the tech issue has been fixed. I know it was a long time, but you know, you just needed to be patient for that last map because things can get really silly between these two teams. It is the last map, and all nights they need to get at least 6 rounds to guarantee they make it, even if they lose it. If they get 13-5, it would have a best of 1 between them in 2 games. And if TSM win with an all nights getting less than 4 rounds, then it would be a TSM making it through and all nights getting eliminated. This is the Blacklight Agent select on this map of Sunset, Roy, and I'm happy to get back into the group. This is all going fast as we all wanted to.
Yeah, it's going to be going pretty fast. But I don't know about you, Dry, but I'm feeling that 5 rounds here for AKs looking pretty nice. A BO1 versus 2G, that sounds pretty fun.
Yes, please.
I feel like that would be so much fun, but probably very stressful for the players. Again, this is the final map of the group stage. This decides a lot for many teams. Everyone's watching this in anticipation to know who's going to be qualifying. And of course, it's going to be Sunset to close out the series, a map that has been proficient and very effective for both teams, and both of them utilizing the Neon for that fast action gameplay.
And after that pause, Emily, how do you think the players are feeling, trying to keep the energy up, especially for what is going to be this map that is so important for both of them?
Oh yeah, this is limit testing the players for sure. It's all gonna come down to who wants to win more, and because of that pause, it truly is who is gonna be more in the zone. It's a lot to take over. They do have a 61% attack win round all nights, and they're starting on attack, so I feel like it's gonna be a good start.
I am so excited for the last map of the group stage. Let's find out if it's going to be All Nights getting the win, if it's going to be TSM getting the win, or it's going to be maybe the best of 1 between All Nights and 2 game. Let's find out with your casters one more time. It's Keg and...
The fate of 3 teams rests on Sunset. 2Game Esports has been chilling in the lobby, waiting, keeping their eyes on All Nights. The magic number is 6. 6 rounds All Nights need to guarantee their position. And then, Keg, then 2Game Esports' eyes drift to TSM, where a win is the only way they get out of this pool. A win is all they can use to get to the top 4.
It's a tough ask for both these teams. The path to victory seems easier for All Nights, but not only have we've had time to chill as well. I got to eat dinner. But for All Nights, they do have one small difference in their composition. Nico Machine on that Sova, 7 on the Gecko, who's made an absolute splash in every matchup we've seen it in. It's going to start off with All Nights already. Looking to have that pressure on B main. Tripwire available though from the backside, and you can tell TSM are well prepared for the retakes.
Cover going out.
Control just yet. Elbow control firmly held by Poised, giving tell that, hey, B-side should be the way to go.
TSM will meet this early from Bova, single and Knack, but not a single shot landing. Luckily, Dante's gonna rush in and say, I'll give you another chance. 7 relents and grabs a second for that matter. Will be the front line moving forward. 7 and Sim wipe the floor with the retake from All Nights. What a pistol round to start us off.
Yeah, great shutdown overall from TSM. Great macro level control. Not seeing anybody mid, not seeing anybody B. We have a pretty good idea about what to expect and where All Nights would want to push in from. Big thing to consider too is that for a pistol round, especially on Sunset with a Neon, All Knights are playing this very, very slowly. They are not going in bold and brash like you normally would with a Neon Breach. Instead, they play that so slow. I'm hoping this time they change up the pace even more, but there's TSM having a much bigger stack.
Dante going for a far more ballsy chase down this time on one of the lurkers of TSM. And because of that, Sabando has been given such a good position! What is this flank? Can't land out the shots a second time against the Pro, but the space has been made, and Guimon has been overwhelmed. 3v3 for All Knights to construct themselves another chance at this. Sim making himself known on the market breach. Still gets to swing this for free, and Verso trades good for only one. And now with 2v2 that, to be fair, can't be as well opened up, but Seven still standing with all of his util in the bank. Can make one singular fight so much easier, but it'll be a moment before that fight comes. TSM cannot take it from this position.
Oh, call's been made to rotate, possibly to A site. No information available for All Knights about where to move into next. That tripwire could give away the entire plot, and it does. That's the mid-trip. They don't know that TSM's rotated.
What an angle that these players have taken. Proto the first. He is not properly checked, but Adverso, great turn, great adjustment.
30 seconds left.
In the milliseconds it takes, and that's how long it takes for the fight to become a 1v2. Seven giving away good damage once again on the fault line, but he can't finalize. 20 HP standing between All Knights and the follow-up, which they will steal away from TSM.
Now, remind me again how many rounds All Knights needs in order to be nice and clear for playoffs.
6 to guarantee.
6 rounds to guarantee it. And so far, it's been a little nerve-wracking in the beginning. All Knights are certainly taking their sweet time, figuring out ways to convert those 6 rounds. Both teams have won 1 map each, 1 round each at that. It's gonna keep on going. More comfortable mid push this time around. Dante, not nearly as fast and aggressive as we had seen in the group stage of this tournament. The pressure we talked about so much going into this map already amounting. Crossfire setup A main. A lot of setup and co-setup potential here from TSM. Now keep in mind, no utility set up from mid. Poised has to watch 2 distinct angles at once. Oh, it seems tantalizing to push into mid. Poised will have to throw a litany of utility and have the crossfire for a proto setup. But look at the weaponry. A big difference over AK.
You gotta take this all at once if you're TSM. Proto is not all, but at once AK will invite. Oh, and a body spotted at the boxes in Link. AK know what they're getting into. A vacant B site. 3 plant.
Oh, now there is a reality, a very small one, that Seven can convert a kill here, get the thrash out, and maybe start converting bodies and snowball it. But a camera mid gives away the entire plot, the surprise factor now gone. As you attempt to make your way in, again, nothing but pistols against full Vandals. Adverso, Rolling Thunder available. There is a chance, if you can scare All Knights enough, to force that ult out right away would be a massive mistake on All Knights' part. But TSM, it looks like they're playing for exits, not even looking to feed ultimate points into All Knights' arsenal.
Oh yeah.
I'd be very afraid too if Teen Chop or Nico get an early ult. That could change the tides drastically, and again, a series where TSM's early economy has been one of their biggest struggles.
An unfortunate start. TSM respecting so far, minimizing how much collateral could come from that round. Going forward, they'll have to be ready to intercept a little more, sort of like they were back over on Haven. Playing to this space that Sunset offers. If All Knights are quick enough, then they will be able to win every single time.
Rifle round. Light shields. Not a great look for TSM, but again, ult economy looking decent. They just need to get a few good picks to change the tide. Not much found just yet. Quick audio found though, Proto. I don't think it was heard backside, but that's still gonna enable Dante to fast. Was a fast push. Wire stopped him in his tracks.
Taking this stage, but not using the space. Now they'll start to.
Go, go, go!
Get a little creative with it, stretch their wings, want to make sure they don't drop too much along the way. Their economy is not entirely stable just yet, though it's pretty damn good, I gotta say.
Oh, but look at this potential flank. This could be good just to break the wire. Add that pressure, Dante.
Big paranoia on top of it as well. The Rolling Thunder, though, is going to make things a little tougher. Sims just gotta fight dry, and he can. Dimon, the saving grace, able to at least knock off Tinshoff. And now, AK spread a little thin, having to get back to Spike, but Savondo's able to hold it down inside the smoke. Poised. Not so lucky outside of it. 1v2 and no time, no chance. AK's already halfway to the guaranteed spot in playoffs.
Hey, it's crazy too. I really like that setup from TSM. Having that flank factor, destroy the tripwire, force a lot of these attackers hoisted in the B main away from the spike choke angle itself, would free up a lot more of the defenders pushing into the spike and have a body advantage. But again, we're talking about All Knights through this entire series having such great mechanical skill and able to take these 1vx's. Oh, but what's gonna happen here? All Knights, like you mentioned so far, only 3 rounds to victory. The goal line getting closer and closer every single round. It's just a matter of not making any critical mistakes. We've seen how swing heavy this entire series has been for TSM. That's usually always been that second half. Luckily, AK. Well, we need 3 more. It doesn't matter which half it is. But look at this. Already the fast call was made for TSM to push up in the A main, and there was no response. A slow caravan for All Knights back over to A. TSM, albeit with very lesser weaponry, set up for a triple swing. Seven's got the thrash. As soon as an audio cue is made, it's going to be ripped out.
Shot taken, Seven whips it, Dante realigns, and All Knights win the lion's share of the fight! Incredible lineups completely overtaken by AK. And with the help of an owl drone, too much uncertainty for anyone else from TSM to peek out. No shot this time around either, and AK once again will keep it clean and tidy. Dante might die here, we'll see. I don't know if he wants to fight it even. Yeah, AK, they want to keep this. And they don't want to just get to 6. They want the map. They want the match. They want that second seed going into the playoff tournament. And they know they can get it with how they've been playing. 4-1 here on Sunset.
I mean, it seemed like the idea was clear, but Seven was taking that initial contact angle. Had the push away after the Outlaw got the initial hit. Threw back, threw out the Dizzy. Had the chance to bring out the Thrash, but I blinked. And suddenly every defender holding that A choke point was vaporized in an instant.
Well met tactical pause by TSM. This is the right thing to do at this point.
Yeah.
For sure. Because, again, you are clearly not matching up when it comes to fights right now. AK know this map like the back of their hand when it comes to what angles to hold properly.
Well, you have to give TSM a little bit more credit. They brought M80 to overtime on this map yesterday.
And beat them. It's true. And a lot of that was because of Sim's ability to shut down Koalanu, but with Dante Deus on this mirror neon as opposed to that Yoru, it's a little tougher to be able to find these spots that Koala was sort of leaning on a little heavier. Dante, he's too mobile, he's too agile, he's too forward with the team, much like Sims pushes, which TSM is also relying on to be the unstoppable force.
But it's funny that you mentioned that because this is the slowest we've seen from Dante on this map. He has just been a warrior, sliding through, finding the perfect crosshair angles, round after round, regardless of attack or defense, to get that opening pick. And yet he is playing so cohesive with the rest of his team. Even with the early walls, no fast aggression from Dante. It's Adverso taking the charge. Back elbow, contact point. It's gonna be GMD to hold the line. One smoke available. If he falls, no more smokes. On TSM side for the retake. Not a good start.
Dante on the opening. Such a big stack here for AK and TSM. Risk assessment here apparently still not complete.
Oh, but look at this. You can have as much space on A as you want. Sabando has ult. That spike on the ground not in anybody's possession. We could see the lurk through into B site, the TP out, and the spike plant going down on the opposite site. 54 seconds left. Options on the table. All of All Knights have every option at their disposal. A smoke leading towards a crunch into B site. There's a lot of options here. You could push all the way up into that smoke, contest against Poised. You have to make contact, but instead it's a simple marketplace play. No ults needed. And it's B site control for All Knights.
So careful, but Poised still finds one before having to duck back. AK stunted, but still have a 4v4 here in the post plant. Dante getting a little excited here in the back line, and we'll use it to find two off rip. A Proto and 7 will quickly follow suit.
One enemy remaining.
The kill feed as well. 4 for the Neon this round.
This is just such a fizzle out from TSM. They have the right ideas, but this fear to make contact in the early round is a stark contrast from what we've seen way back on map 1. It feels like a million years ago we were there. And yet here we are now, a map that thrives off of early contact play. Just not having any appearance. Doesn't help too that the rifles have been such a struggle for TSM to maintain.
Such a flurry that AK is willing to offer. Right place, right time has been the MO of this first quarter of play. Sim is gonna try and create the place where the fight takes place himself. Oh, and he doesn't find a thing! AK fire back! And Inverso on 7 HP is the only one who has anything to even say about what Sim had to offer that round. Dante! Dodging, weaving, forcing, Poised to acquiesce!
Running low.
And AK, off the hands of such incredible movement, they have just guaranteed themselves that 6th round, that spot in playoffs before TSM can even blink.
I mean, TSM has certainly blinked. They've just had such a hard time having the hand-eye to do it. That's a 6th round now for All Knights. I believe, as you mentioned, that secures their spot. What a journey they've had through the group stage alone. As we start to form together what playoffs will look like. All Knights have qualified for playoffs for Ascension North America. Beautiful, Ascension Americas, excuse me, beautiful to see from them. But now for TSM, what is the response?
Yeah, you have so much ground to make up, and All Knights are not stopping here. They want that 2nd seed in the playoffs. They want to show what Latin America has to offer.
They gotta get
After
started.
Ava was one of the few beasts that shut them down this tournament as well. They will not falter to both of North America's representatives. They refuse to. 7 rounds to finalize that. Early picks outside of both mid and A site, and the Omen duel is won out by GMD. So yet again, All Knights sit without smokes, and that is classically where they've been their weakness, especially this match so far. But Sans Sabondo, you can still get a beat here as long as you get on the site. And with Dante, you can do that. Rolling Thunder as the plant goes through, though, and the timing is impeccable. TSM storm the battlefront and should be able to take this pretty handily. GMD Paranoia shut down pretty cleanly, and Nico actually holds off the double swing pretty decently. And Verso has to do the rest of the work, and he, after 7, loses the chamber! TSM! Destiny seems to rule that they cannot win!
The same exact plays every round. It seems B-side just unable for them to retake. The screams! Beautiful work. Holy, it's nothing but smiles over in the All Knights camp. And TSM, I'd love to see. Oh. Well, there's still a match to play. Down by 6 rounds.
We got a little more to play. Oh, man.
I mean, even with Sabondo gone, right? B-side's such a small angle.
That looked so easy for them, too, without Sabondo.
Well, I mean, it's such a small site, though, right? You have a lot more visual denial abilities on a map like Sunset, right? You have your cyber cages from the Cypher, you have the wall from Neon, and the site is so small that you can still definitely reflood back if needed. But really, it comes down to the onus of TSM and just not hitting their shots back. And that's worth more than a million smokes at times. 4 ults available now for All Knights. All of which very much round changing. And the buys have continued to look very haphazard for TSM. A Proto, a neural theft, sure, but even then, that won't be enough to change the course of history.
Their mid presence here from All Knights. Smoke available.
Back to the
This is a pretty classic takeaway. Market is vacant this time. TSM, they'll stack on the site. GMD and a Proto working in tandem. Dante letting the ult go. GMD finally reveals himself and will grab value for it. A Proto has to give himself away, but the rest of TSM can step on, and suddenly Dante is the only one who can make anything happen this round. 7 shots on the Sheriff are ludicrous. Slide giving himself away. There's the first, and there's the second. Dante Deus Ex Machina decrees that AK continues the streak.
Easy enough.
And TSM just looked lifeless going into this. They had some early potential here with GMD, but as soon as Dante's activated, he is unstoppable. The crosshair placement's impeccable. And the tradability is just simply not there. And we've already seen one tack pause from TSM, and now we go into another. I mean, at this point, like, what changes can you make other than fire your shots back? They have the right reads, and All Knights have not changed up their strategy. It is the simple B crunch over and over. It is just a diffusal of the morale of TSM.
I think chat's remarked, Spike has yet to fully get planted yet, I believe.
Doesn't need to.
Yeah, AK is done with the fight beforehand. And TSM, it seems like the MO has been to take those fights. They've been hungry to get in and shoot. And hey, 7 definitely landed some shots there. But
I mean,
what's clear is that All Knights, they take, again, like you said, B is so enclosed. If they take all that space so immediately, then they can start flooding out and they can let go of resources or people like Sabando without as much fear as on a map like Haven.
Look, I mean, even the desk talked about it, right? This has been a series where both teams have had many moments of struggling to close out rounds. TSM, they cannot go back into this cold. It feels like every first half they've had has been so slow. And with 2 rounds left this first half, this is not how you want to end the group stage with. Sim, can it be extra audacious? No. Chooses not to push through the cyber cage. Back to A site we go. Important to note, Adverso rolling Thunder in play. Nico, Recon Bolt available here, a full rush into site, and TSM have already given up A to avoid that rolling Thunder.
Which Adverso is looking to let fly. This is a good read, but have AK counteracted it, expecting the backside. A clear elbow with just about nothing, and on the site, Sabando TPs to confirm that no one's there either. So a rolling Thunder will not get used pre-plant. Instead, it's just Dante and Adverso heading into elbow.
Spike planted.
Sabando's lurk on B site is thwarted, but that is all TSM can do pre-plant. It's a 4v5. And it starts out with a thrash from 7. Fault lined early on to slow down. Can't get fully onto site, but will catch Dante. No, I don't think he catch Dante either. Tinchoff steps into the fast lane. A lot more members of TSM there, though, and now it's Sim time. His Neon himself is able to do quite a bit. A lot of the onus on Dante yet again. First shot's pretty easy, not much health to get rid of, but the storm of TSM continues to plunder, and there is more than enough this time to get them across the line. 2 rounds on the board.
Great retake from TSM. Absolutely, desperately needed to do so. 7 bringing out the ult, the thrash, finding a lot more information than just taking contact angles. Didn't love the patience of using that rolling Thunder into the post plant. I could definitely see a reality where, again, the nerves set in. You don't have much information getting onto site outside of that one single recon and the Omen ult. You do save it for post plant if you have that confidence going in. And with how many rounds that we've seen All Knights have right now, yeah, they could wait to use it post plant. But also the patience of waiting after 7's ult was really smart. Fortunately, not a converted round. TSM gained their second. Contact made once again. Sim trying to find any sort of first blood. Unable to do so. A fast crunch back in. Dante's having a field day now.
Whoa! He's hopped all the way back to get Nico Machine to start firing away with this Hunter's Fury, and both of them will each get 1 before the backline push is shut down. And yet again, Savannah was used this time to get so far in, but can't win the fight against 7, and that is crucial to TSM's future this round. 3v2 and a well-timed mosh by 7 to force Adverso across. He dares to cross.
Did not even
care. And will win that fight against 7. Nico Machine, the
planted.
first to hold the line from the Boba pull, where both members of TSM are sitting. Adverso is going to look to get ahead of this again. Fault line will be perfectly timed. Both of them concussed, but Sim able to dodge again. And now letting go of the overdrive to absolutely guarantee this round. But Nico Machine has something else to say until a Proto makes his comeback. TSM alive and well. 3-8 on the defense.
Great patience now, relying on these retakes, having that audacity back, but again, counting on the mistakes of All Knights. Dante is just chilling, dude. He is just pushing in. And he's taking these brazen hits. And so the mid-round has to be a big reorientation to an opposite site, leaving a big body disadvantage, some maybe even an equal advantage at times, back to an opposite site for the plant. One more round this first half. And the TSM themselves can go to the attack, and hopefully we can see Sim really shine.
Yeah, this is just the beginning of TSM, no doubt. There's so much more to offer here. They're gonna go for a push themselves up corner. Wow, Tinshop couldn't even get his dang gun out there. Definitely not expecting Sim to push, but Savando can at least clean up, and Seven in panic mode, babysitting him. So ultimately, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but Dante is thrown back into Poised, and suddenly TSM can spring the trap all over again. Poised, what a dance to get a 3-piece for himself to conclude the half before a Proto even gets to word in edgewise.
TSM, they made the comeback 4-8. Fairly healthy for the defense. Now, they just have to bring it to an even game to the attack. They are not out just yet. This is their chance. They've been able to bounce back heavily in their second half, bring things home. Even game, and this is where usually All Knights struggle to make that close. Now they go to the defense. Dante cannot overextend like he has been towards the end parts of these rounds. Life needs to come back in the TSM. We're seeing glimmers of it. It's just a matter of now of seeing if they can win this pistol. It feels like we say this every time this series.
We ask the best of both these teams. Both with such big motivations. AK, round out this map, guarantee that second playoff spot, a matchup against most probably 2-game, which is the one that they won before, the one over TSM that they were able to get through. Meanwhile, for TSM, 9 rounds between them and yet another breath when they've been treading water for months now in North American Challengers. Underdog's gonna underdog, Max. I swear to God.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, if there was a team that I expected to go to Ascension, it wasn't TSM. But they made one heck of a comeback towards the very end of their Challengers run to make it here. Absolutely deserved to do so. And while they had a rough showing at some parts of this group stage, they have had some pretty formidable games. And I think their arc within this tournament alone has been amazing. I really cannot wait to see what they do, not only in this second half, but their futures to come as well. It looks like we don't have to wait much longer until we get into this second half.
Yeah, split 3 will get exciting.
Oh,
TSM for sure.
there we go.
Yeah, we're back. That was halftime. We're good. We're chilling.
Yeah.
And getting into TSM's attack half, which they choose to stack up on A site first.
That's right.
Is Sim gonna try? Is this a B crunch from Tiles?
Yeah, it might be. The breach in the neon would suggest that, and the recon bolt for B main's gonna show that this will be an anti-crunch from AK side. There we go. Early smoke comes down to give some extra space. Cold feet possibly given though for the market push. Instead, TSM, they love to go for this opening crawl on pistol to take up mid control. Tripwire in the way though. That's gonna stifle things. Absolute information given. And so they're waiting for either the reverse crunch to push through mid from All Knights, or anyone to cross one way or another.
Looks like Sim and Seven gonna give this the old college try, see if they can find something. There's the shot, there's the run-in. The one person intercepted is Dante Deus, who can run back and avoid most of the fire, but top mid has been taken up. Dante try number 2. Relay Bolt knows that Sim could approach this, will fire one back, and now we've set our piece. TSM will back out 45 seconds to go, and Dante has weathered the storm.
That's right. Not a lot of space given away from All Knights. Instead now, possibly to contest Nico directly in B main. He's going to give a wealth of info away for this rotate. But it's actually a big fake yet again. Using the pulsating, the small audio of the running hearing to go back over to A. The call was made though. All Knights, they're rotating the B. 20 seconds are left, and yet there's no contact up until the smoke goes down.
Or Tinshoff all by his lonesome yet again, this time not his doing. Sabando trying to intercept. Looks like they can play for a hybrid of time and fight this round, and that's what they'll try to do. But the spike will get down with Wingman just in time before everyone else gets on. AK tries to get this site to go awry. Dante the swing, and it has to be massive, and GMD is the interceptor. TSM have the angles and should have the round from here. Poised will step out of elbow for good measure, and the presence is deafening. TSM, yet another pistol round, something they always excelled at a little more than everything else, both in Challengers and Ascension. They will continue here.
Yeah, missed call for All Knights at the end of the round. So rotate all the way in the back of B, which did not set themselves up for the anti-entry. That's okay though. TSM now 3 rounds away from evening things up 8-8. This force buy, possibly from both teams at this point, could very well determine how the eco goes. I mean, you laugh, it's happened so many times now.
It has so many times.
Regardless of who wins pistol, there's always been a responding buy-up for the losing team. Come on, All Knights. They have that lead. I think the one time they didn't really fully invest in that full buy afterwards was when they had a remarkable 10-round lead. Yeah, a 3-round lead is, not great, but they do not want to risk their late game economy.
Certainly not. Continuing to play it safe. All Knights stacking.
Camera taken out.
And probably playing to die because of it. As B-Site is, as always, the choice on the follow-up round for the attack. All Knights will probably just do a little bit of housekeeping here, see if anybody's lurking, and then we'll chill.
7 loves these rounds to gather those old points to get thrashed pretty early. Sim, you can feel from here that he wants these kills. I don't blame him. He's the one to overextend, and that's the Spectre in hand. He could very well do this. It's just a matter of him, again, having no support whatsoever. A case of timing, looking for exits. It's the Spec up there, he's good for 2! And Dante's there for the trade. All the while, everybody else, it's a free-for-all. Who can get what? And Dante, one of 2 survivors here, looking to go down with a spike. 2 rounds of a differential.
A nice little fight to keep us entertained as we wait the bonus for All Knights here. But that's some big orbs grabbed up by Sim. Could be able to nab that overdrive in the coming rounds before TSM lose their advantage. And so playing for the long game is a TSM that is so close to being able to win it. What a story that would continue to be for this American team. And I know that the chat for the stream that we're brewing wants it bad. TSM fans rabid at this point for the W after sitting in the lobby, but All Knights, they really do want this seeding. They want this win over TSM.
This is a team
My camera is
that defies expectations over and over. TSM, they make their entryway on the B site. All Knights, they make the call to wait it out. Very bare bones utility for the re-entry. Dante throbbing at the mouth for the go-ahead to go in. Chooses to wait.
Sim will double back as well. So the entire fight will be taken from mid. No one is on site. Dante Dayu spots Sim before the smoke goes down. What timing is that, man? Right into the fault line. Well guessed by Poise, but still has to walk into so much more. Trapwire can shut down Dante Dayu, but that means the rest of All Knights is here. And all the while, Adverso's diffusing. Tinshoff, the final mark. And AK are the ones to weather the storm this time. They will take the bonus and break the streak.
Unbelievable there again. Really just a retake full of mechanical plays. We talked about that opening pick from Dante. As the smoke had gone down, oh, we don't get to see the replay. Well, the replay had the smoke completely down. Just a great crosshair placement, shutting down Sim immediately. And from there, just using the smokes to their advantage to make that extra push into the safety zone of an attacking side's retake. The lead that All Knights have built up now, starting to gain traction once again. An early fault line should slow down this potential off of contact. Sabondo.
Ooh, Sabondo again peeking into so much. That's what he's known for at this point. Which means it's time for Everso to shine. The blind, the paranoia. It's Seven who comes up. All aces. Both members of the peak thwarted. But there's a third. Nico Machine can round out the back of the pack, and there will be no smokes for this take, which means TSM still in a world of trouble. Thrash has to get used, Poised has to get thrown at the wall, and it'll get rid of Dante. Nico Machine stuck in a pretty precarious spot, enough for the Mosh to get thrown in, and Seven good for a 3-piece now this round. No doubt about where Tinshoff is with all the time that's been wasted up until this point, but that doesn't mean he still can't get something done. TSM have to pay full attention to this to this Cypher to round him out and get themselves to a 7-9 game.
This is a really good statement made by TSM. We saw early on All Knights would really only convert rounds on B site, but now we're starting to see TSM more comfortably get the spike down on both sites. Now, while the last V1 didn't work out really too well for TSM, they have the right game plan about how they want to approach the early round and their executions. It's just a matter now of holding on for these post plants, which again, I feel like that's been the entirety of Ascension. Who can play the final minute of each round better than the rest? And here we are once more. Early contact made. Dante having orb control, very important. Because of that, the overdrive now available. Both these defenses have opted to play much later into a round, allowing space for attackers to get onto a site for a flood retake. And with an overdrive, there's really no reason to take these fights early.
Yeah, they can take their time with it.
Dizzy's down.
A couple things thrown here, but again, TSM, solid management. They want to just see if they can pull over the stack and make this take as easy as possible. It's all been about interception for both of these defenses across this entire match. And if AK can't intercept, they can't win. They will once again stack up and once again have nothing to offer this round. And so TSM more than likely can get themselves an easy 8-9 here. I don't even know if AK wants to fight this again.
They definitely could.
I mean, they got stingers, so it feels like they want to.
I mean, ult economy's looking good. If they can secure the opening pick, we could be looking at things like Dante's ult and maybe even Nico's.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants to use this overdrive or not, but until then, it's just going to be the Bova clear. There it is! They want it bad! Dante firing right in, Wingman having to get used to detect him and confirm his position, and so all eyes on Dante as the rest of AK makes their way on the site. A couple things thrown into stall on the spike, and that should be all TSM need. With the lack of guns from the rest of All Knights, they just cannot match firepower, and from there, they shouldn't be able to hold down the round. Sim will use an overdrive himself, again, just to guarantee. AK's remainder will sit and wait for the spike to go boom. TSM, it's a blacklight flawless here at round 17.
Definitely an interesting round to dedicate the overdrive from Sim's point of view, but again, I mean, at this point, the economy getting in a better spot for their own side, may not be worried about the precipice of an eco round anytime soon. But even then, though, just in case, it's a call made now by All Knights to go for the attack. Have to think about now, these are just rounds that TSM have been easily able to convert, and it's All Knights in the position where their economy has been looking a little bit more dire. I think had we maybe seen the opening pick go in an opposite direction, not for TSM to get, Overdrive would have found more value, Nico may have dedicated that ultimate, we could have seen a big smash and maybe even double digits for All Knights. But now they have to play for their economy. They can't just keep force buying.
And I appreciate All Knight's restraint to that degree, because it wasn't a complete force, and it wasn't a complete commitment on top of the overdrive. They let Dante kind of just be on that island once it was clear the strat wasn't going to work.
That's an awkward spot, though.
I mean, I think that's just confidence in Dante at this point. They're like, okay, well, he's going to get overdrive later anyway, and it's not a crucial thing to frontline as a whole on pushes. Well, because they just think Dante can do a pretty similar thing with no overdrive if they have the other ults to back it up. I think that their push, they still think the push has the same level of strength without the need for the ultimate.
I think at this level, right, you have the overdrive, you really need to ease into it. I'm not saying you're forced to use the other ultimates, but you really got to back up. You really have to back up Dante to ensure he can find the maximum value after that overdrive. After all Knights have only found a single round.
I'm out of here.
Revealing so much of Dante's prowess has been off of the enabling, particularly of these two absolutely incredible initiators that All Knights has to offer. Nika Machine says no thank you to the Cypher util setup in B lobby preliminary. TSM's real presence is up here on top mid steps where Sim looks to take the fight. It's Adverso holding the link this time, and he can't finish it off immediately, but Sim is here to play. Can grab 2 before getting fully shut down. AK still have some positions, but not many. Nico Machine still on better gear and backside for far too long. 3 kills for the Sova, turning this to a 2v1 like that. Owl Drone will give him away early, but a Proto getting hit by it means he's got to stay put. And now the double peek from Boba. A Proto has to be perfect. Whether it's timing, whether it's lineup, whether it's aim, he must be perfect. And he can't be. AK, again, have what it takes and we'll get to double digits.
Great round from Sim, though, to start things off. Had fantastic opening picks and shut down Dante early. But Nico, again, these anchor players, we talk about the flashiness that we've seen from Neon's all tournament. Players like Nico have been unbelievably consistent, holding the line and getting these individual 1v1s multiple times over. And really, too, again, the duelists have been important, right? So many players this tournament have been defining their careers here by getting a multitude of multi-kills.
Yeah, they've been hero moments, have defined this tournament for certain. And I think it's I think it's really amazing how these individual players, these superstars, have really gotten us to take a look at the other members of the team that enable them so much. It really is a look at the structure of a modern team that is ready for America's Ascension, that has those stars, that has the players with the know-how to back it up. Nico Machine browsing for an opening, but TSM's patience searches B main. Dante Deus to attempt to stop this push-up B that AK can no longer fully support against. Adverso attempting to shut down this wingman, and with the aftershock will, and the spike is stranded on the steps of B for this 2v3 that 7 only has 12 HP for.
Yeah, exactly. HP not looking too great. The attempted flank now from Sabando. Not able to be found. So the call made to rotate back over. GMD, though, an ult to pick up the spike, the bring. A fake. 45 seconds left, though. Adverso can't take any risks. Maybe an initiator, but can't find information with his utility. All contact plays. And certainly no other info left on the map. It's him all alone in the 1v3.
Here.
Smoke's on a recharge. Camera available for a Proto to use. The Mosh as well.
Here.
Not a lot of utility that TSM can get away with either. They have the paranoia. That would be the only way to really disrupt the line of sight of Adverso. But he chooses to disengage.
Yeah,
he says,
he's
nah,
not even going to take this. Absolutely not. Adverso, he went for the coin flip to see if he could catch anybody coming into A site, but TSM didn't go to A site, so Adverso is going to hold on to this rifle and let AK play from the 10-9. I think a better place to play from for certain. Tough fight to be taken over in B main. So much of these rounds revolving around who is able to peek first. Nico Machine, unfortunate first blood coming towards him after that one-way from Sabando gave him a little too much leeway for his own good.
It's a tough call to make on a map like this where it's so easy to go for these big crunches and you think, I can take at least one. It's a tough call. 9-10 though. A comeback for TSM. One more round needed to tie things up. What is the response again? So many macro rotates that we've seen from attackers. So it's pretty hard at times to find a really good anchor point for how attacking teams want to start off these rounds and the beats that follow.
The TSM are starting to really dig deep and get creative with these attacks. All Knight's continuing to get double-crossed and not ready for these plays. They're going to try and go for the lead here on the crunch. Dante Deus, big run-in, immediately stopped by the Dizzy, but he'll still win the fight, and the spray through onto a Proto after the cage is procced up. Hunter's Fury to cover fire so Dante can get away safely. And sure, that's where your rifle's going. What an investment All Knights have made.
Smart call, though. Dante gave away the Vandal back over to Sabando. Two away now for the overdrive. Can't pick up an orb. A classic only in play. May be able to grab B orb and B1 off. Not too sure if it's been picked up just yet. Camera available though. Teenshov has it up top. Could see. Crossfire held. Nico. Recon already used once. Could use it again. It's just a matter of seeing if they can get to this 11th round again with only a single rifle. This will be huge to shut down TSM. 3 rifles for the team.
Still gotta play so
boost that
carefully,
economy.
Huge stack on B site here just to make sure everyone in all can play safe and together. Nico Machine, one of the outliers playing
30
from
seconds
Link.
left.
Teenshov the other to make the call of whether or not they outstretch from A.
Sim.
And Sim chomping at the bit for that exact mentality. He's clearing out a whole lot of delicious space though.
It's true. Will he have any utility to help him up though? It's the big question. GMD does have one smoke. Could use the one way.
Poise has everything.
Oh no, it's a perma smoke top Link.
So AK, how much of this do they commit to backside where Sim and now Poised lie? GMD waiting for flanks still. Gotta take this fight with chunks. They should be pretty easy ones, even with the gun dip. It's actually TSM that will enact first. They'll fall right into the spider's nest. All Knights were waiting for Sim to get proactive. And Dante leading the charge into Poised's waiting arms. Now it's up to GMD and he can also get it done. Advantage be damned. TSM got rifles, bro.
They do. The rifles will be big here for both teams who have struggled to keep them in line for 5. Great meltdown from Poised and GMD holding the perma smoke. Knowing full well how to... Knowing full well to hide around the smoke utility, waiting. Such a great early round there to decide where they want to push. And that was a scary moment too when we saw Dante exert himself in the beginning. Rifles available now. Dante, 1 left in overdrive. 10 to 10. Gonna fish for this opening pick.
The toppler for AK, economically. The last piece in this Jenga tower that is doomed to fall soon. One way or the other.
Oh? Just waiting. Expecting Dante to overextend again.
But they're mapping the B crunch. They still want to get into market. They just know that Dante is around it.
Yeah, that's a big call. Just a matter of waiting for the proper timing, hoping All Knights get a little antsy and displace themselves, and it happens. It does happen often. They couldn't break that tripwire top mid.
Poised was toying with them a bit. He threw in the aftershock as well as the fault line in the market to try and bait a push, but instead he's going to plant those 2 defenders there. There's still a decent stack here on A for All Knights, but are they prepared? Sabando ready and waiting with this paranoia. Could be huge if he finds value. No one's ready to follow up on it, and Sim peeks before it's propped. Thrash immediately on top of a Nico Machine on the run. It's not enough. Sim not caught, but Dante Deus is here in time, and now it's his time to let the ult go. He's in, and Adverso is too, holding the corner down. It necessitates a rolling thunder. Everyone's concussed, but Dante is ready. Dante can play. Takes care of Poise. 2v2, but 7 too focused on orbs, and it's down to Guimond in the 1v2. TSM somehow spread too thin, and one opportunity to peek on. GMD looks for another, but it's too much in his way. AK will take the lead back and are 2 rounds away from the guaranteed 2nd seed in playoffs.
All these late round reads from both defensive teams waiting for these retakes.
You failed.
Guimond was just a few seconds off of having a smoke to TP out and reposition himself. But the idea of getting the double kill was just too tantalizing. And I don't blame him. I'd do it too. Now.
Yeah, you're never ready for how fast a Neon can be, even if you're literally Neon.
True. Very, very true. And now we're getting close to the end. It's been a long series for both these teams. Still locked in completely. The pressures, neither team yet to crumble. Tripwire setup, marketplace, and top mid. Same setups again. It's down to TSM and how they want to change things up already. An interesting position here for the Paranoia to rush into elbow. Oh, was it stopped though? That may have been GMD discovered.
Shadows traveling.
Still gonna... No? Doesn't set it up yet. Goes for the perma-smoke mid just in case. The stall for time.
They know there's too many openings there. They know that so much of courtyard can be taken up. And then the tiles follow-up is so quick, especially if there's a Neon present. He's He's waiting to spring that trap.
Perma smoke.
AK have seen this story before and they don't want to fall for it, not when they're this close. And when TSM is also this close. Starting to creep up tiles. Poised will reveal himself. Dante Deus not holding fully, but that could change at any moment. Doesn't matter. Poised is already across. Will shoot down the trap wire. That should be the calm. Do you check this? Dante will play it safe. First go around, Sabando fault line. There's the response from Nico and Everso. Both initiators ready to take this fight. Paranoia into the slide. Sabando for one, but sticks around a little too long. Now the rest of AK forced to fight. Nico's also only good for one. Now has to duck back as Everso is traded away. Nico, do you still take this fight? He will dare to, and in response, there's a flash sent his way. Dante is now here to fight, and he can just clean it all up, save for GMT, who in the 1v1 cannot hold it down. AK, they speed it up, they slow it down, they speed it up, they slow it down, they refuse to let you know what could possibly happen next. Except one thing, they're winning this map.
1 round away from how slow TSM want to approach and how crafty and calculated they want to be for their utility usage to get the best out of these opening attacks. They just haven't been able to make it work. A long, prolonged setup. The Paranoia not brought out, instead waiting for Poise to come and fall line their way in and still not finding maximum impact. It's back to B we go, potentially for the final time this series for the group stage. Ascension, TSM, 2 rounds away from overtime. Looking to bring things home. Gotta bring it to overtime once more. A great setup once again, dividing out all the different space. Sim makes the entry in, but around. It's a ring around the rosy. T-Chaw survives. He goes way too late, and Dante falls.
Immediate deviation here as Sim presses into market on top of the spike drop, and TSM decidedly will take that round away. All Knights cannot hold on, or have to hold on to all of this other stuff. Their eco is too fragile, and it will go to 24, folks. Strap in.
Man, what a story. For TSM again, multiple first halves, having such a drastic scoreline, and now the idea that you make it a round away from overtime and set things to even terrain for the first time this match and lose it out would be heartbreaking. Just as heartbreaking as that.
One more for the road.
That is a certified breach moment. Tense now.
Yeah, reset your comms here. TSM, a team whose comms have been such a big part of their development, especially in tournament season. The way a Proto has just lit up when it comes to macro reads, his game IQ has shot up, especially during Ascension. The amount of things he's picked up alone, let alone the rest of his team. And they have to use it all already before the playoff bracket just to get there. One more round, one more execution, no overdrive. What do you do?
We're at the finish line now. It's just a matter of which team can make it. All Knights already, some of the pressure has subsided. Playoffs looking nice, but again, wanting to convert this series. TSM, they've made it this far. And for All Knights, I could take a guess and say, for this timeout, it's, you got this, guys, just close it out. It's all for the vibes at this point. Strategy. The retake game has been fairly strong, taking these fights well after the utility has already come out from TSM. What are we looking at? What are the pieces on the board?
This is TSM's $1 million moment. 1 round. 1, you keep it going. You give yourself yet another chance. You lose.
Well,
it's time to get home and cheer on M80.
Looking like A. However, we've seen a lot of these early pushes geared towards A side take a slow approach mid. Already Sim, fast tracking tiles, mid pressure, a bound from All Knights side.
There.
Could be the fault line coming out from Adverso. The Rolling Thunder, maybe even the contact playing into the ult. One. That's
Dante
Sim.
struck early. The frag back, Sim losing his health, but not his life. And nothing Sabando can do from this position. The Aftershock to at least field 7 away, so they can't pile on top of the Dizzy, nor can they get it back. which means that the push is a little bit stunted, but still the 5v4 makes things super difficult for AK. Oh, Adverso, nice peek to find some chip onto Poised, though.
Rotate.
As TSM will lean over to A site, and Adverso is going to be able to telegraph that pretty quickly.
Look at the ults available, though. Off. Having that neural theft as soon as a body from TSM falls, and there's a lot of health that's close to that 0 mark. A spray through, maybe. The Rolling Thunder available. It'll be it's a kid in a candy store. That's 1 gone. Rolling
And still
Thunder.
more in the field. Still more with little health. Adverso will let them plant this.
It might be off. Oh, it doesn't connect against Sim.
Wow, everybody off. Oh, the TP behind GMD. What a play to keep TSM alive. 3v4 going inside. GMD continues to pop off and nab these members of AK, turning this suddenly to a 2v4. GMD yet again. There they go. And onward we go to overtime here in the final map of the final match of the group stage.
Another overtime. TSM refused to fall. They refused to lie down.
What an ult, man. What a TP.
Oh. I know. You don't see the Omen TPs have the maximum value often. More eyes look at the flashier ults like that Rolling Thunder, but it just barely missed and allowed more freedom to subvert your way around from the link and have players like GMD Sim find impact in the back. Overtime again. And we've seen how these go between All Knights and TSM. We've seen the struggles of one team, or actually no. We've seen the struggles of both teams secure certain sides of rounds. Way far back, it was the struggle to gain one attacking round on map 1. And it took forever. Litanies of defense rounds won. And now we'll have to wait and see who has that easy journey. We're back to B again, early identification. Already TSM looking to swarm the site to play anti-take. Not even for the retake. Just bullying All Knights out of A site.
But they'll head back after the stack on B. Completely clear. Sabando the lurk. It's good for 1 this time.
That's Sim. The space creation. Only easier now for Dante, not having to contest against someone who can go speedy and fast up against you. Elbow drone out, but it won't find much of Elbow. That'll buy time for TSM to rotate back over. You have to clear everything if you're All Knights. They don't even know about the left side tripwire.
They might not even have to touch it. Tinchoff is just going to be watching the early entry so that they can just play from elbow and backside more. They want to force in the one channel of attack for TSM.
30 seconds
So
left.
TSM knows they need to play denial. GMD paranoia on the site we go. And into the fight we go. TSM playing from advantage though, and with the smoke up link means that nobody else from TSM can reliably come through. Tinchoff's position proving brutal for the members of TSM on defense. A Proto and Poise, not much to offer except the visual of a gun very early in that fight. Poise in the fight of his life, but not his life for very long. AK, we're back, baby.
All they need is a defense round, and they've had the plot down pretty well. Go for the retake. That's all they've needed to do. And for TSM, it needs to be an early round pick or even the mid round at the latest. Going into this, a 5v5 in the retake may be a death sentence for TSM. Another pause. TSM, the most important pause of this org's career in Valorant, needs to find impact. What can they do? How can they do it? What is the approach?
What do you do here as TSM? You have options, but so many of them rely so heavily on Sim and being unfound. Does your playbook go this deep?
Yeah, there's that extra added pressure that you have to pull out something brand new and catch All Knights off guard, but this late in the game, what could you possibly have left on the strat book? You still have that dance that if you do make it, you can't reveal everything. You might have playoffs to make. But at this point, if this is do or die, you have to.
Go. You have to put everything out on the table. You have to put your heart on your sleeve. If you're TSM, yet again, the Cinderella run. The clock has struck midnight.
She better got those shoes on. We'll have to wait and see.
We got to get out of this ball, man. One round, one attack round. TSM's excelled.
Back to A
AK
we go.
beginning to flourish. Once again, a lack of a stack on A site. Humongous presence from the defense in mid.
Absolutely. Right away, too. Having the Omen breach set up could enable Dante to just flood in on the flank. There is that tripwire to deal with, though. You can't push in too often, but that's enough info to give away that's an A-side push. Right?
Dante is going into T. He's doing his own thing, man. He's having a time of his life.
They're waiting to see if this is actually a true push or not.
Yeah.
This could be a fake, and it's not. Now they know it has to be A.
Yeah. Dante will scurry on back. It's going to be a Verso who actually flanks alone, letting go of that trap wire. Might not even flank. He might just get some util out there and maybe distract the Proto a little bit, who now has to watch for this flank as the rest of TSM will extend out to backside, save the Poise, who has to work double duty on both of those fights. But there's only one now. Go, go, go. The whole gang's here. All Knights will make it happen. In we go. Dante Deus, the first in. Aftershock along with Sim shuts that down. GMT in the back line prevents any Link excursion. And with the one line, it's the same fate that TSM met, but with not the smoke that they're firing into. All Knights have nothing except another chance.
Here we go again. Really like this small idea that we had seen from the potential retake, where because the tripwire was destroyed so early into the round, we actually saw, I believe it was Verso, excuse me, set up the fault line to catch out the anti-flank to make it seem like the flank watch would be stunned out and have to keep watching that flank angle in the back. But they opted not to do that. Have the full team play together for the retake, but yet no one was watching the way far back line angle of A site and allow GMD to push up, find a little bit more impact. Crossfire setup now, Marketplace, maybe expecting a faster push this time from All Knights. A reset again. B has been pretty nice to Dante, let me tell you.
Yeah, he's definitely had prowess there this map so far, and just about every other Sunset he's been on. But AK waiting to see if there's a dry peek, waiting to see if Sim wants to initiate as well. Fun little 30-second period we have in these Sunset games where you have to see if the Neon is gonna be a little insane.
I mean, it's tantalizing, right? Do you want to push fast? You have to find some sort of setup potential, but it's so small and so brawly that if you make a false step in those 30 seconds, it could be over.
There's no way this is a sell at this point. TSM has to calm that this is the push with the smoke out back. Deus being confirmed. Yeah, there's the fast lane. Now it's definitely got to get calm. Can Dante find a kill again? Scurrying into Market. What a stopper he puts on that kill. And the reset to find Sim as well. Indeed, Dante Deus comes through. And the rest of All Knights follow suit. A Proto can't do a thing from on site. And the stack doesn't do a thing. Got to play for a 2v5 retake. TSM, once again, a lot in the tank, but not too many players to hold on to it. The weight of the world on their shoulders to even give them a chance to grab this match and a chance at the playoffs here at Ascension. It takes a village, and it starts with the first clear of the lobby. Seven gonna have to fight tooth and nail as Poise begins to tap the spike. The double initiator util is strong, but so clearly not strong enough. A Blacklight flawless in round 27. All Knights reach game point, match point yet again.
Attack, attack, attack. Who will win this defensive overtime round? That is the Ascension dollar question. Who can do it? Another pause being brought out by All Knights. Still trying to figure out the answer at the very end. TSM's made a beautiful recovery here, but they're still now one round behind. If they can just keep dwindling down All Knights, have them in the same boat, burn away the strat book. This coach is locked in, dude.
Everybody's so loud now. You notice how we've started to hear the players like so much more in like especially this last map. The players have literally gotten louder. Not just how they talk, not just how they shout, the way that they move, the way that I'm literally hearing TSM like clapping, and I'm hearing like they are so in this.
No, that was the first half. This second half has been a library. Everyone is dialed in.
It's true.
Like, this is like an actual tactical operation for both teams now.
Gotta wrap this up. We gotta get this done, says All Knights. TSM afforded so many opportunities. And it's gotta stop. It's gotta stop here. Otherwise, I fear the door may be too open for a TSM whose attack is looking clean and replicable, which on OT here on Sunset can be devastating. What is All Knight's decision for defense this time around? Last time, it was a mid-stack to try to sell the flank into the A-stack retake. I couldn't do a damn thing. So what do you do here? Do you stack harder on A, or do you go for the read again?
Oh, it really depends on what kind of opening move is made by both teams, and by that I mean it has to be the utility-based ones, right? We know that All Knights love to rotate. They can. They haven't done it much, unless they have solidified info. But they've shut down mid completely with the tripwires, stacked up A site, plenty of that utility that we had mentioned, the early recon bolt, the potential of the one-way smoke in the beginning, the fault line off of maybe some contact from All Knights. They're prepped up for the fast A. It's just a matter now of whether or not GMD is caught off guard with this anti-flank. Utilities brought out early. Even shock darts are invested here. All Knights don't want to take any chances, but it's that mid-push. Dante. You cannot lose Dante immediately. That's 7. Removed. Your main info initiator. The Gecko. The Wingman. The Thrash gone. Back to A we go.
Is this the kill that defines Ascension for All Knights? And for that matter, TSM. Still a push to call their own, but it's gonna be in a who knows how many.
Sim.
What a lurk from Sim.
What is this?
This is a lot of space, a lot of pressure, and a lot of reading being done by TSM.
But they're not gonna know about this interception.
Huge
mid.
rotation. This is met early on by Dante and Tinshop. Are their steps heard? No! But Poise still tracks him down. Dante can escape clean. Oh, and the walk-up from Sim finally finds connection, but Verso can trade back early.
3v3.
Good crisis management here. Paranoia onto Dante to at least stall the fight out, but that means All Knights are just going to take a 3v3, and they know where half of the team is! A complete burnout! And JMD can only retreat in a tunnel. A 1v2 that he simply cannot win! TSM will fall. M80 will be the sole torchbearers of North America, and they will be mirrored by the second seed in Latin America's finest. The winner of this match, All Knights.
Oh, All Knights, what a journey. Dante illuminating the opening days of Ascension to now playing much more with the team, a symbiotic unit to go further into playoffs and possibly secure that title in VCT. What a heartbreak for TSM. They defied expectations since day one of this year. They fought true demons. They brought it far against M80. And they came so close to getting that next step. But what a journey for both these teams to even make it to Ascension to begin with.
And so much respect between these two teams, concluding the matchup, putting everything out on the table, and TSM could have just as easily been the ones who are going to stay in Monterey for another week, but it will be All Knights. 2-game will live to fight another day as well. They will breathe easy going into tonight, where every single one of these teams will rest so well.
What an ending here, and can you believe it is only the group stage? Well, it was the group stage. Here's the thing, though, it's over. Now, we have the real meat of the whole entire event ahead of us. This was just an appetizer, and now, as we go to our desks, we get to see what can we expect with playoffs from here on out.
What a win for the side of All Knights. Oh my god, that was such an insane map of Sunset between the two. A lot of back and forth in that overtime. You didn't really know who was going to win until the very end of the round, Roy. But it's All Knights who not only get the win of this map and this series, but they also make it to playoffs. And with them, it's 2-game that also make it to playoffs as well. So now we have our 4 teams heading into playoffs. It's going to be M80, Galores, 2 games, and All Knights. And what a performance to make this one happen.
Yeah, congratulations to All Knights and 2G for clinching those last 2 spots in playoffs. And of course, we have to say our commiserations to TSM and Reta as we say goodbye. I mean, I can't help but feel like I have an immense respect for TSM and the way they played in this series. It feels like every single one of their matches was so hard fought, so entertaining, and they put on a good show all the way to the very end, keeping all of us in anticipation. And I think Keg's reaction towards the end was pretty much how I was feeling as well.
Yeah, just insanity that we've seen in the group stage. So many maps that have gone overtime, so many maps that have gone the distance, and it shows how close the maps and the teams are in general. For TSM, it is a heartbreak. It hurts to see them lose this way, but honestly, they had the growth that we've seen from them has been something that they could not have gotten otherwise. They could not have gotten if they didn't make it to this Ascension, to this LAN experience. So we do have to say goodbye to that NA representative, Emily, but I'm happy to see all the other teams getting that chance to shine and proving themselves worthy of playoffs.
Everybody played with their heart out. You can see all of the emotions that happened, and it's just so sad. TSM did have a little bit of a head start. They got both of the pistols, but then they ended up getting eco'd, and then it kind of just plummeled from there. But All Knights, they played how he said they needed to play. They were starting to be more aggressive on their defense side and attacking side, not allowing TSM to do what they have already planned of retaking the sites, and that was kind of one of the answers out of many answers for what was working well for All Knights, on top of so many players that we see here, especially Dante, who I feel like is maybe one of the best Neons that we've seen in a long time, maybe in the world, question mark, I don't know, but he is just unstoppable and just created a lot of space for his team.
Yeah, and I mean, Dante had a great third map, but I do need to give some shout out to Nico Machine and Sabando, who had a great series overall. I mean, they really did well throughout the entire series, putting their team on the back, having not only support for Dante to set him up for his space and set him up for his fights, but they're also able to close out so many important scenarios consistently, guys.
I love what Nico Machine was able to do today. We mentioned it so many times, but for these teams, you need to have those individuals that have their pop-off moments, that have those maps where you're able to talk about them a lot more. So I love to see the Nico Machine. This was his match in a lot of ways. He was supporting his team in many different ways, and also we got to see him playing three different initiators, playing that Breach in that first map, playing KO on the second map, and playing Sova on the third one. He was always supporting the team, finding answers for them, and allowing them to make it to this instance, Emily.
This is a player that we haven't talked about too much throughout the series, but throughout the groups, sorry, for the last week. But today he really proved himself. Like you were saying, Roy, usually he's there to support Dante and make sure that he's there to succeed. But today he supported himself and he did what he needed to do. He was at the top of the scoreboard right there next to Dante.
It's so nice, and it's so exciting when you're watching these teams that are proving themselves, and that are teams that honestly, for us in North America, we might not know as much. We're not following every single team and every single one of those paths that they need to take to make it to Ascension, but now we see those All Knights that is turning into, once again, one of the favorites, Roy, to follow up and see what they can do in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, this is it. The two bottom teams have been shed. It's now the top 4 teams in the league. These are the best of the best headed into the partnership league. They're fighting for their spot. They're fighting for their opportunity, for fame, for glory, for a chance, for to be honest, a change of life. You do well in this tournament and your life is completely changed. So congratulations to all the qualifying teams. I'm so very excited for playoffs to see how this tournament ends.
Well, but this is not the end of today just yet. We're going to throw it to a break. We're going to have an interview that you don't want to miss with one of the All Knights players. And when we come back, we'll talk about what the playoffs is going to mean for everybody here.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with Adverso. He just won his, the important match. And the first question, of course, that I want to ask him is how is he feeling right now? Adverso, ¿cómo te estás sintiendo en este momento?
En verdad estoy demasiado feliz y emocionado por los chicos. Siento que fue un partidazo, la verdad. Siento que en verdad lo del Javi pasó por mi responsabilidad. Cayó un forzado en el segundo round que nos costó un oval de ronda para ellos. Perdimos lectura y la dieron vuelta, pero lo más orgulloso que me pone haber cambiado el mental y poder llegar a segundo mapa con todo y poder cerrar la serie.
I'm really, really happy, really proud of my team. It was great also coming back and just closing this series. And yeah, that happened. There were things that were my fault, but we could come back and yeah, and just win the series. The second question that I want to ask him is who would like to confront in his first match in playoffs? ¿A quién le gustaría enfrentarse en su primer match en playoffs? ¿Y por qué?
Es que no sé si pasó G y Galores.
Pasó G y Galores.
Es que me gustaría jugar con M80 de nuevo, la verdad. Siento que no supimos cerrar bien la serie. Nos está costando un poco eso, pero quiero vencerlo. En verdad, siento que con muchas ganas de poder cerrar esa serie y quiero jugar contra ellos.
I would love to play against M80 again because we were with a lot of difficulty to just close the maps. But yeah, I would love to play against them again. The last question that I'm going to make is what can we expect from All Knights in these playoffs? ¿Qué podemos esperar de ustedes como team y también tuyo personalmente en estos playoffs?
Poder cerrar los partidos, básicamente. Nos costó muy caro. Siento que pasamos muy hype y después, como no venían cediendo la ronda, nos caímos en un no-ball para abajo. Y eso nomás, empezar a cerrar los partidos, que en verdad estamos súper fuertes.
Just closing the maps, closing the matches. And yeah, we were really high up and it was really hard that we couldn't close those maps. But yeah, just closing maps. Muchas gracias, Adverso. Thank you very much, guys. We don't have more matches today, but we are going into playoffs soon. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it with you guys there in NA. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Velina, and thank you so much, Adverso. That was a very interesting interview because you can see how emotional he was about this win. But honestly, how honest he felt about it, being honest about not being able to close some of those maps, something that they're going to try to fix for playoffs. And playoffs is going to be one of those that you need to be almost perfect and you need to know how to close those out because you have a lot of teams that, I mean, if you're not going to do it, they're going to do it right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, they're going into the best of the best. It's M80, All Knights, Galores, and 2G who have qualified. All teams have shown to be extremely versatile in their approach and they're fierce competitors. And I think there's a truth to what he's saying. Like, self-reflection is important, but they do have 2 days. They can kind of iron out some of the mistakes. They can round themselves off on maps they're not comfortable with or fix tiny little things. So there is some time for a little bit more growth headed into this playoffs.
Not only for All Knights that we just got the chance to hear from, but from everybody. Because every single one of these teams heading into playoffs, M80, All Knights, Galores, and 2Game, every single one of them have had those overtime maps, have had those overtime moments, crazy maps between the two where they're trying to figure out the best way to close it out. And that has come, and that is going to get better with experience, with the practice, with the VOD reviewing that is going to happen in the next few days, Emily. So that is going to be so important to find out who's going to be taking that trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, these next 2 days are going to be crucial. Number one, definitely need to rest because that was a lot of games and a lot going on. You need to mentally reset. Once you've refreshed either half a day or a full day, because they don't have much time to work with, remember, then you need to deflect and look at the mistakes that happened and what can you fix. And I think that throughout the whole week we saw teams improve, get better and better. So next week I think the matches are just going to be even more insane.
Which is, I mean, that's crazy to think about. The matches have already been insane enough in the group stage, and now we have the top 4 is going to be M80, Galores, 2Game, and All Knights fighting for that one singular spot to make it to VCT. This is everything that we have for today on the Analyst Desk. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in a few days for playoffs.